Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this session on the role of national human rights institutions to protect human rights defenders. This session has been co-organized by the UN Office of the High Commissioner on Human Rights, the United Nations Environment Programme, and the Asia-Pacific Forum of National Human Rights Institutions. Good morning. My name is GEORGINA LLOYD and I am the moderator for this session. I am the Regional Coordinator for Environmental Law and Governance at the United Nations Environment Programme based in Bangkok. Human rights defenders play a critical role in acting on behalf of victims of human rights violations, advocating for redress and accountability of government and business actors involved in human rights abuses. However, human rights defenders are also victims of increasingly frequent attacks and acts of intimidation as the result of their work across the region, while simultaneously facing a deterioration of the civic space and rule of law in many national settings, inhibiting their capacity to work effectively and in safety. Businesses can act to address human rights, uphold rights, and take action and speak up when those rights are violated. Indeed, we see many good practices of this in this forum this week. But business actors can be participants in violations against human rights defenders across Asia Pacific, which take place in various forms, including outsourced through private security firms that intimidate defenders, advocating against destructive local development, the exploitation of migrant workers in high-risk industries such as garment manufacturing, resource extraction, and fisheries, or judicial harassment of human rights defenders through funded legal action to prevent defenders from speaking out against violations. Business can, and indeed has, played a positive role, however, to mitigate the risk of violations through the adoption of responsible practices in different parts of their operations. Similarly, national human rights institutions occupy a unique position as an interface between civil society, government, and the private sector and the international community. They are independent institutions of the state that are mandated to protect and promote human rights through a range of activities, including human rights advocacy, education and awareness raising, monitoring, compliance with international human rights standards, conducting inquiries, and investigating individual human rights violations, among other functions. In this session this morning, we will hear from PHILLIP WARDLE from APF, who will introduce the Asia-Pacific Forum of NHRI's Regional Action Plan on Human Rights Defenders, which sets an agenda to strengthen the rights of human rights defenders across the region and includes a focus on business and human rights. We will hear from the Mongolian and the Philippines Human Rights Commissions through Acting Chief Commissioner Kunan Jagal-Sekan and Commissioner Karen GOMEZ-DUMPIT, on how they are working to promote and protect the rights of human rights defenders in the context of business practice and violations committed by the private sector. We're also grateful to have Shamini Kelimentu from Forum Asia to discuss examples of violations against human rights defenders and how businesses can take action. And we will also hear from Dr. BRODIE from KPMG on how responsible business practice can promote the rights of human rights defenders by working with NHRIs. We ask you throughout this session this morning to please ask questions in the question and answer box at any time throughout the session. You should be able to see the Q&A box on the right-hand side of your screen. So please do ask any questions from that function throughout the session. I'm going to start by turning to PHILLIP. PHILLIP, is the Legal and Policy Manager at the Asia Pacific Forum of National Human Rights Institutions, where he provides advice to APF members and government on domestic legislation and human rights policy. Philip, can I ask you please to introduce the role of NHRIs to support human rights defenders and also share with us a bit more about APF's HRD policy? Thank you, Philip. Over to you.
Sure. Thank you, Georgie, for the warm welcome and for inviting the APF to be a part of this very important and timely event. For those in the audience that don't know us, the APF is a regional human rights organisation that represents national human rights institutions, or NHRIs, from across the Asia Pacific region. We have a growing membership of institutions that currently comprises 25 members, stretching all the way from Palestine in West Asia to Samoa in the Pacific. As independent state institutions, NHRIs are uniquely placed to facilitate dialogue and develop other joint initiatives between groups of stakeholders with at times divergent interests, including government, civil society, the international community, and crucially, the private sector. It's a real pleasure in particular to participate in this event today with Acting Chief Commissioner Kunan Jagalsaikan from the National Human Rights Commission of Mongolia, and also Commissioner Karen Dumpit from the Commission on Human Rights of the Philippines, both of whose institutions are long-standing members of the APF and have established a wealth of experience in protecting and promoting the rights of human rights defenders in their respective jurisdictions. In the Asia Pacific region, we're observing a significant deterioration in the human rights situation in many national contexts. This is partly driven by the COVID-19 pandemic and associated restrictions we've seen over the past 18 months on freedoms of association, assembly, expression, and access to information, which are all narrowing the space for political dissent and dialogue. Although at the APF, we see this trend as a much broader concern. It's placing considerable pressure on our membership and as Georgie, you identified, as the key interface between defenders, government, and the international community. As a response to this growing climate of intimidation and targeting of defenders, the APF has developed a 4-year regional action plan on human rights defenders, which signifies the commitment of our membership to strengthening the protection and promotion of the rights of defenders across the region. Fundamentally, the Regional Action Plan is a symbol of our commitment to the Global Alliance of National Human Rights Institutions, or GANRI's, Marrakesh Declaration on Human Rights Defenders. According to this commitment, the APF Regional Action Plan contains a set of actions, both at the regional and national levels, to implement our collective responsibilities under the Marrakesh Declaration. These actions establish an ambitious agenda and will require significant work by the APF and our individual members across the region to improve the situation for human rights defenders. A central principle, and something I wanted to reinforce about the Regional Action Plan, is a recognition that NHRIs are both champions of the rights of defenders, but importantly, they're also defenders themselves, which is an important dimension that's often overlooked in narratives on human rights defenders. As we're short on time at today's session, I won't take you through each commitment in the Regional Action Plan, although I'd encourage you to visit the APF website and review the detail of the action plan if you haven't already done so. Given the topic of today's session, I wanted to speak briefly about how the Regional Action Plan, and more fundamentally, the role of NHRIs, is relevant to the business and human rights agenda. The Regional Action Plan on Human Rights Defenders recognises that private sector actors are frequent participants in violations against defenders. We see this in our region through many egregious examples, particularly with large and multinational corporations involved in natural resource extraction, fisheries, manufacturing, and other large-scale industries. large and complex cross-border supply chains also enable private sector violators to escape accountability for reprisals and intimidation of defenders who speak out against violations at the local level. I'm sure we'll hear more on these examples from other speakers today, but it's something that we've certainly recognised as an important dimension or feature of the human rights landscape in the Asia Pacific region when developing the APF's regional action plan on defenders. There are many ways that NHRIs, through the framework of the APF Regional Action Plan, can respond to this concern in our region. NHRIs play a key role in awareness raising and the promotion of the rights of defenders. In this respect, the APF has an important function to raise awareness of violations and cases of intimidation of defenders at the regional level. Under the Regional Action Plan, we've committed to building a publicly available repository of data on violations against defenders, drawing on statistics collected by our members at the national level. Crucially, this will be an important resource to identify the nature and extent of private sector involvement in violations. APF members have also committed to advocating for law and policy at the national level to strengthen the rights of human rights defenders. The development of national legislation to protect HRD rights is politically complex, although the private sector can and should take part in any national law reform consultations to demonstrate their commitment to these key protection frameworks. In this context, business can also leverage their relationships with powerful political actors to signify support for such reforms. APF members from Mongolia and the Philippines both have direct experience with HRD protection law reform, and I understand we'll speak to some of their work in this area later in the session. NHRIs are also able to build and strengthen partnerships with different actors to support the rights of defenders. For instance, NHRIs must forge productive relationships with counterparts in civil society to respond to violations against defenders when and where they take place. At the regional level, the APF is working to strengthen its collaboration with Forum Asia to work together on raising awareness of violations, among a host of other joint initiatives to support the rights of defenders. NHRIs at the national level have also established robust partnerships with defenders networks and other civil society organisations. These partnerships are crucial coalitions for advocacy on defenders' rights, but can also be platforms for information sharing with defenders and emergency protection mechanisms such as relocation and respite programs for defenders at risk of reprisals. I wanted to finish today with some of the opportunities that we at the APF see for NHRIs to work productively and proactively with business to champion the rights of defenders. Although we know a host of examples of private sector violations against defenders, there are also responsible businesses out there that want to demonstrate a commitment to preventing violations in their supply chains through mechanisms such as human rights due diligence, risk assessments, and genuine policies to protect defenders. The Business and Human Rights Resource Centre reported in August last year that only 30 companies globally reference human rights defenders in their company and investor policies. NHRIs can engage directly with business in their respective jurisdictions to advocate for more explicit commitments to respecting the rights of defenders and other practical initiatives to implement those commitments. There's also potential for NHRIs to partner directly with business to monitor human rights compliance in their activities. We do need to be cautious in considering models for compliance monitoring, as there are clear risks for NHRIs in developing formal partnerships with potential perpetrators of human rights violations. Although when properly executed, such models certainly show some promise to safeguard the rights of defenders. Thank you again, Georgie, and to other speakers joining today for the opportunity to discuss some of the APF's work on supporting human rights defenders. That's all I wanted to say for the time being, but I look forward to hear presentations from other speakers And I'm also happy to take questions from the audience later in the session on the Regional Action Plan on Human Rights Defenders and any other APF initiatives in this area. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Philip. And I think that was a really important introduction to the vital work that APF does to liaise with NHRIs and also to support dialogue with other stakeholders, including the private sector, government, and civil society. I think you did a great job in introducing some of the regional initiatives that APF is undertaking to support NHRIs to protect human rights defenders against violations by the private sector, but you've also identified some of the trends of violations against HRDs, which have involved private sector actors in the Asia-Pacific region. But again, you've also highlighted how the business community can respond proactively and can support to protect the rights of HRDs and to work collaboratively also with NHRIs to achieve this objective. Now we're going to hear from two NHRIs in the region, from Mongolia and the Philippines, to hear some specific case studies and experiences on how NHRIs have supported human rights defenders and how they have engaged with HRDs in their interactions with the private sector and how those have promoted the rights of all, not just of HRDs themselves. So first, we're going to turn to Mongolia, and we're going to hear from Acting Chief Commissioner Kunan Jagosakan from the National Human Rights Commission of Mongolia. Acting Chief Commissioner has been in this position since November 2020, and prior to this, he was the president of the Mongolian Bar Association. Thank you so much, Acting Chief Commissioner, for being with us this morning. And I'd please like to ask you to share some experiences from Mongolia of engaging with the private sector, particularly to advance the work of human rights defenders. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Dear colleagues, dear human rights defenders, warm greetings from Mongolian National Human Rights Commission. I'm delighted to share the news that Mongolia has adopted the law on legal status of human rights defenders. It was a long and challenging path till 2nd of April 2021, the day when the Parliament of Mongolia passed the Human Rights Defenders Law, the first specialized legislation for the protection of the human rights defenders in the Asia-Pacific region, and which will be effective from 1st of July this year, 2021. It should be emphasized that the contribution and support from the local civil society organizations, the international community, including UN agencies, EU representation, OSCE, APF, Forum Asia, and others was enormous. National Human Rights Commission was always one of the active parties that promoted and supported the standalone legislation with establishment of human rights defenders protection mechanism. In 2015, the National Human Rights Commission of Mongolia, in its 14th annual report on human rights and freedom, has submitted the report on status of human rights defenders in Mongolia, along with the recommendations on need for protection of human rights defenders. In 2015, a working group responsible for drafting the law on human rights defenders was established and was headed by the Chief Commissioner. In 2019, a national workshop on the draft law was organized, which was attended by the former Special Rapporteur on Rights of Human Rights Defenders, and also international civil society organizations. Much of the law was built on the model law on the recognition and protection of human rights defenders. In April, in spring session of the parliament in 2020, the draft law was submitted to the parliament by former foreign minister, Mr. Tokbatar. And in 2020, on occasion of the International Human Rights Day, National Human Rights Commission of Mongolia, together with the UN Residence Coordinator's Office, organized a consultation on human rights defenders issue and also on human rights issues. And on that consultation, on opening remarks, the Speaker of the Parliament also promised his commitment, desire to progress the hearing of the draft law by the Parliament. And on 2nd of April 2021, the Parliament passed the law. And at the beginning of the spring session in 2021, the Speaker, in the opening remarks of the spring session, also said that this session will be a human rights session. And from this, we can see that there is a political commitment and leadership of the Parliament to pass the law on human rights defenders' protection. Under the law on the legal status of human rights defenders, National Human Rights Commission of Mongolia will have an additional commissioner who will be in charge of human rights defenders related issues and will be chairing the Human Rights Defenders Committee, which will be a non-standing and will be composed of 6 members. 2 members of the committee will be nominated by the Mongolian Bar Association and the Association of Mongolian Advocates. And the rest of the members will be appointed based on an open selection procedure. So we can see that the human rights defenders protection mechanism is established within the Human Rights Commission or in line with the Human Rights Commission of Mongolia. And as that, it is a completely independent body, which will also consist of non-governmental members, especially from the civil society organizations and human rights defenders. The requirement for the members of the committee is that they should have 7 years of experience in field of human rights protection nationally and internationally. Also, the candidates, the members of the committee should have a proper knowledge and experience on international human rights protection system and legal norms. And also, it is very important, we see that it's independent from the politics, which is expressed by the requirement that the candidate haven't had a position in political parties for the last 5 years. The main functions of the committee is to receive complaints and information regarding the human rights violations of human rights defenders, and to collect evidence and facts, information relating to the complaint, and describe needs and importance of protection of human rights defenders and provide risk assessment. And also, one of the main progresses and the guarantees that the human rights defenders are protected, and also brought up to the attention of the lawmakers and the government is that every year the status of human rights defenders and also the conclusion is on the risk assessment is submitted to the Parliament of Mongolia together with the human rights report of the National Human Rights Commission Mongolia. Also, the committee will be entitled to create and maintain database on complaints and cases, and also profiles of the human rights defenders. And the committee will be supported by the staff of 5 members of the secretariat. And this is going to be in line and together with the National Human Rights Commission of Mongolia. So in terms of the starting of the operation of the committee, as I mentioned earlier, it will be the 1st of July this year. And now the selection process of the commissioner in charge of human rights defenders issue is now being recruited, and hopefully by 1st of July we will have the commissioner. And I would say that in a big picture, the Mongolia and the Mongolian national mechanism on protection of human rights defenders is well established and also in compliance with the Human Rights Defenders Declaration, with Marrakech Declaration, and also with the regional action plan that is adopted by the APF. So during the whole process, the Commission of Mongolia, the Human Rights Commission of Mongolia, was monitoring and conducted different kinds of studies. And as for Mongolia, we're a small country with a small population, but we have a vast land, and the economic is mainly dependent on the mining sector. And many people live in remote areas where there is a lack of state protection, and therefore, and this is we see it as an progress in field of protection of human rights defenders. And during the adoption of the law, there were challenges from the politicians who would have a private business in the mining sector, especially, saying that the human rights defenders law is not that necessary because of the Human Rights Commission of Mongolia itself has an obligation to protect all of the people. And also, it was obvious, apparent that they would see that human rights defenders as an enemies, and therefore they refused. But the main argument for pro legislation was that, and also we see that it is one of the main ways to distinguish real human rights defenders, because there are many also people who, in the name of human rights defenders, would gain profit or would get to act on in the name of human rights defenders just to gain the political reputation. And therefore, we see that this legislation, this law is a main criteria for distinguishing the human rights defender from the fake human rights defenders. As it says that the human rights defenders should act in non-violent way. So, and this is also was one of the arguments that raised during the hearing of the adoption of the law on legal status of human rights defenders. And also it should be mentioned that on 29th of April this year, UNDP Mongolia officially launched the Business and Human Rights in Asia, enabling sustainable economic growth through the Protect, Respect and Remedy Framework Program, funded by the European Union Partnership Instrument and co-implemented by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Mongolia, and with support from the UNDP Bangkok Regional Hub and Business and Human Rights Asian Program. And from here, we also can see that government's commitment to work with the businesses, for the responsible businesses, in order to also protect the human rights defenders. Mongolia also became one of the 7 Asian countries to have business and human rights program by that. And this program will support the government of Mongolia to implement the UN guiding principles through development and implementation of the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. And we see it also positive action from the government side that will address the capacity gaps and challenges, supporting awareness raising and advocacy among the key stakeholders, including the government agencies, human rights defenders, and local chamber of commerces and industries in Mongolia. Also, National Human Rights Commission of Mongolia is now working closely with the National Statistics Committee and to develop human rights indicators. And every year, together with the report on human rights and freedoms, we'll be submitting the statistical data that is related to human rights issues, and they can measure the progress of human rights. And by this also we are planning to include the measurement of the protection and security of human rights defenders acting in Mongolia. So this is briefly about our experience, our practice in Mongolia. And as I mentioned, that the law will be effective from 1st of July, and there we also will have new challenges probably. And together with support, together with the APF and support with, by other organizations, we will so we will be seeking, we will be doing, supporting the establishment of the model mechanism in the region, I think.
Thank you so much, Acting Chief Commissioner. And really, the case study from Mongolia of the passing of the legislation to protect human rights defenders is a great success story. And it's something that I think we can use to develop legislation and push the narrative across the region And it compares, I think, in ways, but also in a different context to the situation in the Philippines, where we see that there is a draft bill that is currently in existence. I think also, Acting Chief Commissioner, you raised some very important points about the importance of support and solidarity from the private sector and other actors in order to advance human rights and to generate and maintain political will. There's really an important role that a number of actors can play in order to ensure that human rights defenders are protected in the national context. It's interesting that some of the arguments that you presented against the need for legislation was that indeed it's the mandate of the National Commission. But we know that national commissions have huge limitations in terms of human capacity, financial capacity, their ability to effectively implement protection measures beyond monitoring and compliance and research. So there is definitely a key need for legislation to provide legally binding measures to protect human rights. I think it's fantastic that you're working closely with the National Statistics Committee to collect data, because data is so important, and SDG 16 is one of the most data poor SDGs. So having that collection of data to measure progress on human rights is really important, and a fantastic success story, again, that we're hearing from Mongolia. So I'm going to turn now to the Philippines to hear some similar experiences and lessons of the Philippines Human Rights Commission working with human rights defenders in the context of violations by the private sector and working with business actors. We have with us this morning Karen GOMEZ-DUMPIT, Commissioner, who has served in the Commission on Human Rights through various career posts. Commissioner GOMEZ-DUMPIT has been pivotal in the Commission's engagement with UN Human Rights Council and treaty bodies. Commissioner, thank you so much for joining us today, and we very much look forward to hearing about the experiences from the Philippines. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Georgina. Can you hear me? Am I being heard?
Very clearly.
Yeah. Okay. Good morning from Manila. I'll dispense with greetings, except for a general greeting that I hope you are all well in this pandemic, in this global health crisis. So allow me to just run through some of the points that I would like to raise in this forum. I have perhaps 4 parts in my presentation. First, of course, is our general promotion, protection, policy, and prevention mandates when it comes to, in general, human rights defender protection. Second, I will delve into 2 particular examples that we have had on working with HRDs and intersecting that with the business and human rights aspect or dimension, and working on violations that are apparently or allegedly coming from the private sector. And then I will end by giving a particular example of a knowledge product that we have undertaken together with our human rights defender partners as well as with the government. So first and foremost, let me just say that as part of our promotion, protection, policy, and prevention work, particularly on policy, we do have what we call the human rights legislative agenda that we have put forward and we have developed together with human rights defenders and other partners. And part of that, as you have said, Georgina, our congratulations goes to our brother from Mongolia, because they have passed already the Human Rights Defenders Act. We are still at it, fortunately or unfortunately, but this forms part of our human rights legislative agenda. And part of that, of course, is really defining As you said, what are human rights defenders? Because some claim to be human rights defenders, but if they use violence, then indeed they will not be considered as such. But one of the things that we're trying to capitalize on when we're talking about the deliberations on this particular bill is, of course, we have to balance the interests and the concerns of our government partners. And one of the sections here in our Human Rights Defender Protection Bill is, of course, the responsibilities of human rights defenders, all enumerated, as well as, of course, the obligations of our state actors, or government authorities. One of the main features that we'd like to offer, and we have submitted this in our parliament or Congress, is the witness protection program that should be enhanced within the National Human Rights Commission in the Philippines. So we want to be able to safely secure human rights defenders when they are under attack. And this can be under our enhanced witness protection program. We have a very modest human rights protection program, and to a certain extent, we do provide protection for human rights defenders who are at risk or under attack, but we do have limitations because of resources. So let me now proceed to the two examples that we have. As you know, the CHR just concluded its public hearings on the impact of climate change on human rights. And this was, again, this is one of the ways by which we work with human rights defenders. They do refer cases to us or they file complaints directly. And this is an example of that. As the impact of climate change on human rights has become abundantly clear, and there is a greater need to hold all businesses accountable for fueling climate change. The challenge for the CHR was to avoid the pitfall of force-fitting the complex issue of climate change into an ideological framework, because it is not just about businesses pursuing profit at the expense of climate or the climate. It is also about continuing to avail of fossil fuel for lack of sufficient alternative energy at this point that can replace fossil fuel at a global scale. We must transition the global economy from fossil energy to clean energy, and all efforts to obstruct, derail, delay this transition is at the very least immoral. That was our finding. Now more than ever, businesses should uphold their corporate responsibility to respect human rights and to exercise due diligence to mitigate the impacts that are linked to their operation, products, and services. Now, the second example that I have is about a case that was again referred to us, but this time what we did was, when we did the inquiry, it was together with our civil society partners, our human rights defenders on the ground. And this is the case of a mining activity. There was an inquiry on the human rights situation of farmers, fisherfolk, and rural workers affected by policies in fishing, farming, land use, and mining. And the example of this is when we conducted our fact-finding mission in a coal mining area called the Semirara Islands. And during the pendency of the investigation, the Commission formed an interagency working group participated by government agencies from the national and local level, the civil society organizations that we have partnered with, and local community organizations in the area. And we did conduct field visits in Semirara and Kaluya Islands. This is in the central part of Luzon, of the Philippines, in the Visayas. And this was in 2016. And this interagency working group facilitated community-based dialogues for the purpose of allowing the community to raise questions and issues to all stakeholders. And during the working group, the CHR raised the following recommendations, among others: for mining corporations to engage the community and enhance the trust using a human rights-based approach, and adopt a no displacement policy as part of its human rights commitment, because this actually sprung from a complaint of a demolition of their existing housing area because they wanted to make way for a new housing area that is supposedly a corporate social responsibility project of that mining company. For the Philippine government, again, this last recommendation for the Philippine government to establish or strengthen laws and policies with anti-discrimination provisions to protect the marginalized and vulnerable groups from the effects of forced eviction and settlement. And as a last part, let me just also highlight a knowledge product that we have developed together with our civil society partners as well, our human rights defenders. And this is the guidance document on business and human rights. Through our Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights Center, we organized a multi-stakeholder forum on business and human rights, and we convened national government agencies, civil society organizations, the academe, and the business sector to advocate the implementation of the UN Guiding Principles on BHR in the Philippines. And this guidance document intends to inform all stakeholders of the prevailing norms and key expectations under the Guiding Principles on BHR concerning the protection and respect of human rights in the business setting. That's all. I think my time is up, but I'd be happy to answer all your questions. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And again, some important lessons that coming from the Philippines, particularly the findings of the Commission in their fact-finding missions, as well as of course, the case against the carbon majors, and looking at the role of corporate responsibility to uphold human rights. These key findings outlining that businesses have a duty to ensure that they do uphold human rights, that they have in place policies that engage community, that understand the needs of community and work collaboratively to ensure that that business does not come at the cost of those in which they are indeed trying to serve. And that they need to ensure that there are dialogues and discussions. The establishment of the multi-stakeholder working groups is a really important good practice that can be followed. And again, it looks at the importance of bringing business into the conversation and ensuring that business has regular dialogue with government, but with community, with CSOs, and with NHRIs. And the NHRIs are key actors who can facilitate. So we're going to now turn to hear from representatives from the private sector and from CSO organizations. I'm delighted to have both Dr. Meg Brody and Shamini Kalemutu to share with us their experiences and their knowledge. I'm going to first ask Dr. Meg to please talk to your experience in advising and working with private sector actors to support responsible business conduct and partnering with NHRIs and HRDs. Meg comes to this conversation as a human rights specialist with experience across the corporate, government and community sectors. Meg leads KPMG's Human Rights Service Line and directs KPMG's Global Human Rights Network. She specializes in working with corporate clients to translate human rights commitments into practical action plans, which is really at the core of our discussion today. So Meg, delighted to have you with us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Look, this has been a really fascinating conversation, and I think there's a real juncture for us in looking at what the opportunities are to bring that conversation together. I'm dialed in today from Australia, and I wanted to begin by saying that I'm standing on the land of the Cammeraygal people and to pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. which is a really important recognition that we hold really dear here in Australia. And in saying that, I think there are perhaps three things that I want to touch on today and try and pick up on a few points that other speakers have made. And that's really asking this question about the role of NHRIs as a site of accountability and what that means then for the business community and also for human rights defenders in the context of those different actors coming together. I think we also need to recognise the very aspirational role that the UN guiding principles on business and human rights anticipated that NHRIs might play in that space, because we have to deal with the practical nature of what we're faced with. And I think in doing that, let's then have a look at perhaps a different premise for accountability and what that means in a really practical sense for moving this forward. So when I think about that side of accountability, there's a real dynamic or relationship between NHRIs, business and human rights defenders. And I think it's very important to acknowledge that literacy amongst business about even the existence of national human rights institutions is low. And in recognising that, I think that understanding those categories of different actors, there's not necessarily neat categories. And I think when you look at that role of the state's duty to protect human rights and the corporate responsibility to respect human rights, that becomes blurred in the context where you have state-owned corporations and where you have that different dynamic between those actors. I also think that when we conceptualize, just making sure, I'm just getting a little bit of flickering on my screen. Are you right in terms of audio, even if my video is not perfect and crystal clear? Yeah, I'll get it.
Yes,
I'm getting
we
a
can
nod.
hear
Thank
you.
you very much for that.
Yeah.
In terms of good, that's good. Don't worry too much about the picture then. In terms of that aspirational role of the UNGPs, they're considered as that state-based grievance mechanism in the context of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. But in saying that that's aspirational, you know, I was in Edinburgh when the declaration was made at what's now GANRI, the Global Alliance for National Human Rights Institutions, and was then the ICC. And there was a real sense of how we're going to plug this particular accountability gap, and national human rights institutions were held up as a site of where that could take place. But what we know, and Georgina, you reflected on this, is that that fundamentally we're challenged in terms of the real power of institutions to hold violators to account. That includes the state, but it's particularly the case when it comes to private actors, because often the mandates of institutions haven't fully contemplated holding business to account. So with that in mind, if we take things like the role of some NHRIs as national contact points and that particular domestic legislation conferring particular powers, and I really want to join in the celebration of what it means to pass particular legislation in the context of somewhere like Mongolia. Mongolia's national human rights institution is close to my heart. It's where I conducted some of the primary research for my PhD. And I think that fundamentally that legislative gap means that it's very tricky for NHRIs to play that protection role when it comes to significant and severe violations by business against human rights defenders. I think we need to fundamentally look to other sites of accountability where there isn't that legal coalescing around that. With that in mind, you know, Philip, you reflected that perhaps there was an opportunity for national human rights institutions to play a role in compliance auditing when it comes to the way that businesses approach particular aspects of human rights due diligence. And I would approach that with caution, because I think if you don't have investigative powers, the right of entry into particular facilities, or you don't have other other aspects to your mandate and powers that give you the ability to step into that space and hold actors to account. It could become another mechanism that is used to blue wash, or alternatively become a site of real tension for national human rights institutions, where they're unable to effectively end up in a place where they're able to both recommend and enforce remedy for harm. So you raise these expectations in the context of what NHRIs are capable of doing. Now, all of that sounds negative. I couldn't have worked in human rights for 20 years without being an optimist. And my chosen site of working in this space right now is at KPMG. And that's in part because of what we're able to do working with business. And I think that fundamentally where national human rights institutions have this really interesting role to play in changing the dynamic, both of the conversation, the level of literacy, and the capability of business to respond to their core and fundamental responsibility to respect human rights, really does come down to that space as a convener. So when I think about what that looks like, we know from, the really interesting insights from the Philippines Commission just now, that bringing together and both publicising and interrogating human rights violations is a really important way that that can take place. And the Commission on Climate Change and Human Rights is a brilliant global example of the way that that can take place. What I also particularly loved, though, just now, was the practical examples that you gave in your other investigative work about the ways in which business could enhance or improve their human rights due diligence. The thing is, clearly, corporations are made up of people. Corporations are a legal fiction and they're made up of humans. I spend a lot of time with executives and directors, and by and large, not universally, but by and large, no one wants to ideologically say we are pro human rights violations. Just in the last few weeks, we've had things like research come out of Australia here looking at two 5-block periods of CEO departures. 37% of involuntary CEO departures have happened because of non-financial risk. Broadly speaking, environmental social governance risk. People are being forced out of organisations when they're not taking this into account. Behind closed doors, people certainly evince a commitment to human rights. Now, that means that we're at the start of the socialisation journey. So when someone adopts the language of human rights, we know that we've opened up a space for a different conversation, because you start to hold people accountable to the standards that they're holding themselves to. Now, that cannot happen in the absence of hard requirements, and that generally happens as a result of law. But in being able to help business to understand how they can practically conduct human rights due diligence. I sit with procurement professionals, and they ask how on earth they can understand the human rights implications in their supply chains of thousands of suppliers. And that's an appropriate question to ask, because it requires really practical solutions. In the absence of dismantling global capitalist markets, which is a broader ideological conversation to have, what does it mean for a business to practically understand, investigate, conduct human rights due diligence over their supply chain, such that when we are in the back end of where those violations are taking place, that they're prevented, they're mitigated, or where they're not prevented or mitigated, there's a very clear pathway to remediation of that harm. And I think that human rights institutions and fundamentally human rights defenders understand what is happening on the ground better than anyone else. Being and continuing to being that voice that both helps business to understand, but then look at what the practical solutions are to change is really critical. None of that takes away, and I know and I fully hope that Shamini will take us into some of those stories of where human rights defenders are deliberately and directly targeted by corporations. But when we look again and step back and say, well, what's the role that national human rights institutions can play in the protection of human rights defenders, part of it has to be that dialogue to support the ongoing change. So I might leave it there, but really looking forward to the ongoing discussion and some additional questions.
Thank you, Meg. And I think what you bring really is the complexity of effectively ensuring that private sector actors are upholding their human rights obligations. It is not a simple undertaking, and holding businesses to account is a really critical component of ensuring that those human rights obligations are taken seriously and upheld. And you really do underscore the important role that NHRIs can have in bringing to light violations, but also, as you said, in convening to address violations, to investigate those violations, and then to create space for dialogue that can start to find remedy or to put in place measures to ensure that such situations are not repeated. And so now I think, as you said, we're going to get into some more of the details of the trends of violations and how we can best support HRDs and NHRIs to uphold the rights of HRDs. And I'm turning now to Shamini from Forum Asia. Shamini joined Forum Asia, or the Asian Forum for Human Rights and Development, in March 2020. Prior to this, she was the Executive Director of Amnesty International in Malaysia. And Shamini, of course, Forum Asia is one of the primary CSO actors in understanding trends and supporting defenders in the region. So can you talk to us about some of these trends and how NHRIs can support the role of human rights defenders as they engage with business actors? Shamini, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Georgie. It's a pleasure to be here on the panel and have this conversation with you. On the outset, let me say that both businesses and NHRIs are in influential positions to affect change when it comes to protecting the legitimate work of human rights defenders, including environmental defenders. From the numbers that Forum Asia has collected, we feel that it is way beyond the right time to ensure that human rights defenders are not subjected to harassment by both businesses and governments. We need to see NHRIs and businesses assume greater responsibility in countries that they operate in. And in a minute, Forum Asia will make some recommendations to this effect. But first, allow me to answer your initial question, Georgie, on the situation of human rights defenders in Asia. And then I'll follow this up with recommendations to both the business sector as well as NHRIs. In 2019 and 2020, Forum Asia documented 1,073 violations against human rights defenders across 21 Asian countries. This affected around 3,046 individuals. These are the HRDs themselves, together with their family members, NGOs, and communities. The most common violation against human rights defenders, as we heard Philip mentioned earlier, was judicial harassment. This accounted for about half of the 1,073 cases that Forum Asia documented. Judicial harassment in our monitoring was commonly coupled with the arrest and detention of human rights defenders, and oftentimes these were arbitrary actions. Other violations included intimidation and threats, as well as physical violence. Forum Asia also recorded in 2019 and 2020, 71 cases of killings of human rights defenders across 10 countries. The most affected categories of defenders included pro-democracy defenders, women human rights defenders, and for the purpose of this conversation, environmental defenders, including those who work on land and indigenous people's rights. Of the 71 killings that I mentioned, 30 were committed against environmental defenders. and in at least 20 of these cases, the perpetrator was not identified. This is a key indicator of the climate of impunity affecting human rights defenders at large. The Philippines was unfortunately the country with the highest number of killings, with 18 cases. These are figures that will appear in Forum Asia's Defending in Numbers report, which is scheduled for release in a couple of weeks. In our monitoring of these figures and the situation of human rights defenders in Asia, we find that land and environmental defenders tend to have lesser visibility in comparison with civil and political rights defenders. And they also face difficulties in accessing resources and mechanisms that are able to provide them support and protection due to physical distance. This is largely with capitals, as well as language barriers. This also suggests that the actual figures that we have documented of violations against environmental defenders are likely higher than cases that we have actually documented. What we see here is the urgent need to have effective and practical protection mechanisms that also take into account gender perspectives. Because many defenders belong to local and indigenous communities working collectively to advocate for their rights, efforts for protection efforts should be geared towards protection of the community rather than taking an individual approach to problem solving. So what can businesses and NHRIs do in these situations? I will separate my intervention here into two sections: Forum Asia's recommendations to NHRIs and our recommendations to the business sector. First, for our recommendations to NHRIs. We feel that NHRIs must demonstrate strong leadership in implementing a regional action plan like the APF's Regional Action Plan on Human Rights Defenders at the national level, while also ensuring that NHRIs are stocked with adequate human and financial resources to effectively implement mandates and protect human rights defenders. Next is the upscaling of NHRI presence in provinces and/or regions. This is especially important for NHRI mandates to be exercised effectively within local communities. We heard one example from the commissioner from Philippines, who talked about, who gave an example to this effect. NHRIs can also play a role in bridging the gap between state and businesses. State and business actors need to better understand the role of human rights defenders and why they need to be protected. NHRIs are primed to facilitate the sharing of information with relevant law enforcement agencies and other regulatory agencies with the aim of better environmental human rights defenders protection and the protection of HRDs at large. Finally, we also encourage NHRIs to be creative, conducting human rights training on, for example, business and human rights defenders for the judiciary, to build judicial expertise for cases, provide submissions as well to the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders regarding the situation of environmental HRDs, and connecting with NHRIs in the region to navigate limitations. For the business sector, we must first realize that responsible businesses cannot operate or grow in a context of closed civic spaces. Trying to grow a business in an environment where cronyism and corruption rule, where fundamental freedoms are curtailed, where the environment and defenders seeking to protect it are threatened, will hamper corporate growth. Businesses are in a prime position to affect change through various means in both public and private spaces. In private spaces, for example, businesses could approach host governments with a position on civil society and HRD protection. Businesses could also come in with progressive policies on CSOs and HRDs and ensure that these policies are standardized across all countries of operation. If host governments are not willing to listen, businesses may choose to leverage their country capitals or embassies for added pressure. Second, Any due diligence process should take into account the protection of HRDs, but to go even further, businesses should involve human rights defenders in these processes to accurately reflect on-the-ground realities. Responsible businesses could also enlist human rights defenders to co-design transparent and effective grievance mechanisms to help encourage community buy-in. In public spaces, businesses could undertake initiatives, including recognizing that CSOs and HRDs are critical partners in identifying risks, while publicly committing to avoid interfering in the legitimate work of CSOs and HRDs, acknowledging that their protection of both CSOs and HRDs are paramount, and respecting as well the rule of law. I was asked whether Forum Asia had come across any positive examples in the course of our work on business and human rights, and human rights development and corporate accountability. And to be honest, this was quite a difficult question to answer. Noteworthy though is an open letter that was issued by global clothing and shoe brands. This included some of the big brands in the clothing and shoe business. This was a joint letter to the Cambodian Prime Minister in January 2020, urging to repeal a repressive law in Cambodia, LLOYD, the law of associations and NGOs, and to cease judicial harassment of labor activists. The lack of such examples, or more of these examples really, in Asia, is also why we know that corporations are in a key position to affect change when it comes to furthering the human rights work. As a final note, Forum Asia recognizes that these are tall orders for both businesses and NHRIs, but we do believe that through strategic partnerships that focus on protecting the role of human rights defenders in communities, businesses, NHRIs, and communities will stand to benefit. And Forum Asia will be happy to support such initiatives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shamini. And again, I think by presenting those very clear and very important recommendations, you highlight that there's a lot that can be done. There's particularly a lot that can be done by the private sector. And partnerships, it really is striking me as something that they need to be reinforced, but they have a lot of power to affect change. What Meg was also saying around the fact that, you know, probably just the awareness and knowledge amongst corporations of the role of many of these actors, of NHRIs, of indeed organizations such as Forum Asia, means that perhaps these clear demonstrated actions that can be taken are not fully understood. And so building that awareness or that literacy amongst corporations is really critical. So we have had a number of questions that have been posted for the speakers. We've now reached the point where we are encouraging, please, the audience to submit more questions, and we will be asking these questions. We have approximately 15 minutes to have some questions to the panelists. I'm going to look to my question list, and we have one critical one, and this goes right back to the beginning of our session, where Philip, you raised the fact that NHRIs themselves are defenders, that the commissioners that sit on national human rights commissions are calling for effective response to violations. They're investigating violations, and in the course of undertaking their work, they themselves are potentially under threat. And so the question is, can we also talk about how to protect NHRIs? So Philip, over to you to respond to that question.
Yeah, thanks, Georgie. And look, a really important question, I think, when we talk about HRDs, as I mentioned, that NHRIs are often kind of sidelined in discussions, and they do, and we can see this from our membership, take place thembselves at great personal risk, acting on behalf of other human rights defenders and in defence of human rights generally. We've seen some quite terrible examples from our membership of staff, and there's been a few recent examples of this in Afghanistan. Tragically, staff have been killed working on the front line of national human rights institutions. So it is a key area of concern, and something that came up in the drafting of the regional action plan. A lot of the feedback we got from our membership was what mechanisms can be developed at the regional level to support staff from our institutions. One of the key roles that the APF plays is to facilitate access to regional relocation and respite programs for human rights defenders. A number of our member institutions are already supporting defenders access to those programs. But one of the key things that our members want to see going forward is more encouragement of having our member staff access those protection mechanisms. There was also a discussion in the Philippines, and as Commissioner Karen mentioned, the Philippines has some fantastic examples of practical protection mechanisms they've developed at the domestic level, for instance, extending witness protection programs for human rights defenders, but encouraging NHRIs to support their own staff, particularly in regional offices, which are at times, because of their remoteness, subject to more risk of intimidation and reprisals. Ensuring staff in those offices have access to protection mechanisms within the operational framework of the NHRI to provide them with emergency relocation and respite. The other key is, I think, and again, we're seeing this in through the Mongolia example of law reform, to ensure that when we have legal and policy instruments defining human rights defenders, to ensure that NHRI staff are included in that definition. It's a fairly straightforward and fundamental exercise, but really important to providing that protection for NHRI staff. And perhaps I'm not sure if if Commissioner Karen or Acting Chief Commissioner Kunan would share some of their own experiences as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Philip. So now I'll provide the floor to Acting Chief Commissioner Kunan or Commissioner Karen, if you would like to come in and speak to the protection of NHRI staff.
So thank you for raising this issue and giving an opportunity to also do the clarification. We see that, so as Philip said, that at the policy level, it is very important to have a legal environment for the staff and also for the human rights defenders as well. And according to the new legislation, human rights defenders will have a protection in compliance with the law on crime victim and witness protection program. And this also is extended not only to the human rights defenders, but also to their relatives and family members as well. So this is, we see that it's a guarantee and it's a safety for human rights defenders to act freely and do their job and do the human rights protection activity. And as for the chair of the Committee of Human Rights Defenders Committee, we have a legal protection, a guarantee, immunity for the human rights commissioners, which includes also the commissioner in charge of human rights defenders. And the commissioner also will enjoy the same mandates as the other commissioners, which means that they are protected, they're immune, and no one can interfere with the powers or the actions of the commissioner. And also I would say that we see it it is, well, this integrated mechanism of the human rights defenders protection is a good in a way that the chair of the committee, who is a full mandate commissioner, will also exercise its power to give recommendations to the authorities and also to demands which must be implemented by any government organization. So by the law, by the revised law on National Human Rights Commission, the recommendations must be implemented within the 60 days. And the demand, Commissioner's demand, is to be implemented or fulfilled in 30 days. And if the government official is not fulfilling, then it can be a ground for removal of that government official.
Okay, thank you so much. And I will turn to Commissioner Karen to also speak. We have about 9 minutes left in the session, so if I can ask you to keep your intervention brief, and we'll move on to the next question.
Thank you very much for that question. Just on protecting our own, just a comment on that. We've actually installed measures to be able to promote or protect our field officers on the ground, and to a certain extent, we've moved them around. If it gets too hot in one area, then we assign them to the central office in the main office. And then there have been also strategies of frontlining or backlining whenever it gets a little bit, dangerous, and they feel that they're in danger. Then we backline them. We tell them to just rest for a bit, and then someone else will cover for them. It goes the same for the members of the commission, the governing body, the Commission Anbang. We've tried to strategize in such a way that if the message delivery is not going to be as effective for one commissioner, for instance, then another commissioner steps in for that. And I'm all for, of course, supporting the APF when it comes to the access or widening the access for these kinds of assistance to NHRI officers and staff who may be at risk or who are already in distress. And hopefully it doesn't come to that in the Philippines, but I'm sure that we will be able to access that facility when the time comes. I hope it doesn't, though. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We've received quite a number of questions now, so we may not, unfortunately, be able to touch upon them all. But I wanted to turn now to Meg. There are a couple of questions that have been asked to you, Meg. The first one is, are you able to provide a link to the research that shows the involuntary resignation of CEOs that are linked to non-financial issues? That is the first question. And the second question is, given that there's an increasing focus on ESG and human rights, how do you see the advice that you give to businesses changing in the coming years? So Meg, if I can ask you to respond to those rather broad questions in just a few minutes. Thank you.
Fabulous. No, I love that. So yes, the link is on my LinkedIn a couple of days ago, so feel free to go and grab it off there. Just Meg Brodie on LinkedIn, and I'll ask Georgina or someone to share it on the chat or the panel. In terms of how advice is changing, this is a really interesting juncture. So in the context of the global pandemic, and the full weight of what that's meant for us as a collective global society, one of the things that really struck me as a human rights practitioner in the early months of the pandemic was how many headlines contained the word vulnerability. Now, for us, vulnerability is something that we use all the time. We understand it, and we also talk about intersectionality all the time. We understand that people's protected attributes or the characteristics that they hold might make them more vulnerable or susceptible to exploitation or violations as a result of that intersectionality. People across the world have a more personal understanding of that, and that's true of the business leaders with whom we have the opportunity to interact in our roles. What that's done is it's lit a new fire under the ESG agenda, and now it might just be the bubble in which I exist, and that's always a risk for all of us. But there is a real movement and momentum both around stakeholder expectations, whether that's investors or other investors, shareholders, or other stakeholders that sit around the context of business and ask business to do particular things, whether that's regulatory drivers, and I'll come back to that in a moment, or whether that's something to do with the deep personal values that individuals hold and the way a company presents its values. And so you have that internal activism and expectation that it's starting to grow within business for business to act responsibly. The regulatory drivers have been critical. So here in Australia, by way of example, the introduction of the Modern Slavery Act has opened a space where businesses that have never previously, either because of the nature of their operations and supply chain, perhaps they haven't been beset by the major scandals that have hit sectors such as apparel, they need to consider human rights ideas for the first time, and boards are having conversations about that. And they're doing that now in the context of this conversation about vulnerability. And so whilst the underlying narrative is still highly compliance oriented, as you would expect, what we're seeing happen is as those conversations mature, that compliance narrative becomes an ambition and an appetite narrative. And that ambition and appetite narrative allows us to explore more creative or more strategic approaches, not just to the tick box of human rights due diligence, which is what can happen, but to fundamentally, how do we bring this concept of risk to people into our decision making? And that's a big shift. As legislation in Europe gets its legs, so mandatory human rights due diligence and mandatory environmental due diligence gets its legs, and the way that that's cascading through various domestic jurisdictions as well, the expectations will rise again on business, and that stat around CEO departures becomes, I think, even more poignant in the sense that we know that both executives and boards will have to have a view on this. That opens a very different site, both of accountability from a regulatory perspective, but also an opportunity, I think, for human rights defenders to open up those different types of dialogue, to require more of business, to continue to push in the way that Shamini described, so that it's not just about the internal things and the things that you do in the private sphere, but for that to start to be broken open and for the conversation to be public. There is deep hesitancy around that still by most private actors, I think it's fair to say, and it'll be the continued, the language that has been used in fora like this over the last few years has been towards radical transparency. And I think that movement towards greater transparency will provide more and more opportunities for that conversation to be broken open publicly. Hopefully I've answered your question.
Yes, thank you very much. And we have quite a number of other questions, which unfortunately I don't think we're going to get to because we are almost at the end. I think I have time to pose a very quick question to Shamini, and I'll ask you to answer in about a minute, if that's okay. But Shamini, a question asks for your views about the gradual mushrooming of legislation to control and manage CSOs, which should include HRDs. And we're seeing now a similar trend in Thailand. We've seen, of course, the Lengo in Cambodia, in which you referenced. But if you could maybe have a minute to respond to this.
Thank you, Georgie, and thank you to the person who posed the question. This is a whole other panel discussion, but I would, try and sum it up really briefly in saying this. We have seen the rise of authoritarianism in the region before the pandemic and now. And with that, especially when the pandemic started affecting the world, we saw how restrictive governments became a little bit more restrictive. By introducing legislation, measures, emergency regulations that were geared towards supposedly containing the pandemic, but in reality, closed civic spaces and targeted human rights defenders more often and with more urgency, really. And what our concerns here in general is really looking at what is going to happen after the pandemic, passes. Are these repressive legislations going to stay on? Is a big question that civil society is asking and trying to predict. The predictions are not lying in a very positive manner. But what we need to do both in for this conversation in terms of protecting civic space and protecting the role of human rights defenders is really important when it comes to considering some of the recommendations that we have explored today, which I hope can serve as a starting point. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I just want to mention a huge thanks to all of our speakers today. I mean, this conversation is a vital one to have, and one that we really need to continue to have regularly with the private sector. I also want to very quickly plug a couple of remaining sessions that we're having in the forum. We are going to be having a session later today on responsible business conduct and environmental action. We also do have a session on the 4th on safeguarding civic space. And so that can delve a little bit more into this question that was asked of Shamini and Shamini's response to that question. So please do join us for those other sessions throughout the forum. And we thank all of our audience. And once again, a huge thank you to all of our speakers today. And we wish you have a wonderful rest of the day. Thank you and goodbye.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mizo, and I'm the Chief Technical Advisor of the Ship to Shore Rights Southeast Asia project at the International Labour Organization. It's my pleasure today to moderate this panel, Turning the Tide on Labour Standards in the Fishery Sector, Looking to the Pacific. I'm joined today by a distinguished panel of speakers whom I will introduce a little bit later. But first, I think it's important to say that we are here today to look at the Pacific because the Western and Central Pacific Ocean supplies approximately 60% of the world's tuna, and the exclusive economic zones of the Pacific Island countries cover half of the WCPO. Recently, labour rights violations and the need to protect fishers on the fishing vessels have come into focus. Fishing, as we have come to understand, is not only an environmental conservation or a fisheries management issue, but something that has people, fishers, at the heart of the enterprise. In 2018, the total value of the 7 most commercially important tuna species was estimated at $40.8 billion US. Fishes are at the heart of this multi-billion-dollar industry, but sadly, until now, they have received scant attention as actors and agents within the industry, and who make key contributions working in difficult and dangerous jobs. Fishing, we know, is one of the most hazardous occupations, and fishers don't have the luxury of going home at the end of the day. Many live and work on fishing vessels for extended periods of time, far away from regulatory monitoring or protection, far away from family and friends, and in isolation, often in the middle of the ocean. The ILO's Working Fishing Convention number 188 came into force in November 2017 and sets the minimum standards for living and working conditions for fishers. But many fishers live and work in conditions that fall short of these minimum standards. On the vessels fishing in the Western and Central Pacific Ocean and in the exclusive economic zones of the Pacific Island countries, there have been reports of labor exploitation, forced labor, human trafficking. Many of the fishers on these fleets are migrant fishers. They work on fleets fishing in oceans far away from their own home countries, and they often come from Southeast Asia or East Asia. At the same time, many of the vessels that are fishing in the Pacific Island country waters or EZ are not flagged to these countries, but fly the flag of other states. Despite these challenges, recently from the WCPO, there has emerged some important and innovative developments to improve working conditions on fishing vessels and to protect the human rights and labor rights of fishers. In 2018, the Western and Central Pacific Fisheries Commission passed a resolution on labor standards for crew on fishing vessels. And importantly, in 2019, the Forum Fisheries Committee, which governs the Pacific Island Forum Fisheries Agency, agreed to include crew employment conditions in its harmonized minimum terms and conditions, which apply to all commercial tuna vessels fishing in the FFA member states' waters. This is a significant step to link fisheries access with labor conditions of fishers, and I think moves towards very positively to an approach in fisheries management that really recognizes the role of the fishers, their need to be protected, and the potential that fishers become allies in fisheries management. But of course, progress is never straightforward. The COVID-19 pandemic has had varied and significant impacts on the fishing sector. Border closures, travel restrictions, inability to change crew, lack of access to healthcare, lack of space on board to observe recommended hygiene rules on fishing vessels have all increased the vulnerability faced by fishers. There is also a risk that disruptions brought by COVID may lead to private sectors to deprioritize efforts to safeguard against labor rights violations and to promote decent work. Yet, COVID-19 has also highlighted to us the importance of the fishery sector. Indeed, pandemic buying has led to a surge in the sales of canned tuna, canned fisheries products, as something that we all stocked during a time of crisis. So we have been reminded that fishes, among their many contributions, are also crucial to our food security. So this is a good time to discuss how we can protect labor rights and decent work at the center of the fishing industry, and really how to maintain the momentum of positive change in the Pacific in the post-pandemic recovery. So to tell us more about the efforts and achievements in the Pacific so far, as well as to really discuss some of the challenges and opportunities to come, I'm pleased today to welcome a distinguished panel of speakers. As you will see, the panel reflects the male-dominated nature of this industry, but each of them bring to us their deep knowledge and experience of working in the fishing industry in the Pacific. We are pleased to have with us a variety of perspectives on this panel as well, from national government, from regional governance bodies, private sector, and I hope the fishers representative who will join us a little bit later. But first, I would like to call on Edward Oniwala. Mr. Edward is the Director of Fisheries in the Solomon Islands Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources. He has had a long career with Ministry of Fisheries, starting in 1991 as a fisheries observer, and has since held a variety of positions, including Senior Data Officer at the Fisheries Statistics Unit and Deputy Director for the Offshore Fishery Division before he was in his current post. Edward, please tell us about the experience of Solomon Island government on these issues. What measures have been taken so far in promoting decent work and preventing labor violations in the Solomon Islands? And what are some of the key barriers there are to making progress? Thank you. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator, and good morning and good afternoon to you all. My name is Edward Oniwala, and I'm the Director of Fisheries for Solomon Islands. It's a privilege and honor for me to be part of this panel, and I wish to take this opportunity to thank the organizers for inviting me to participate in this forum. So thank you very much. Today, we are here to discuss a very important issue, the labor standards in the fishery sector. While many Pacific countries, including Solomon Islands, we rely much on fisheries for our economic development and livelihoods, there are lots of challenges and issues that are associated with the management of this important sector. Just to mention a few, we are aware of continuous IU fishing, unsustainable and over-exploitation in certain fisheries around the world. And again, we heard of slavery or abuses of human rights on fishing vessels, in particular for the crews. These are some of the issues that are happening around the globe and within our region. We are all concerned these issues are real, and for Solomon Islands, setting labor standards for fisheries is important. We should acknowledge the hardworking crews on fishing vessels. They are the ones who contribute significantly to the development of fisheries, as well as our economies. For Solomon Islands, we support all the work and effort towards setting good standards for our crews, as well as for our fisheries. It is important that we protect the rights of hardworking crews on our fishing vessels, and especially those foreign crews that are working on vessels that are operating within our jurisdictions. Just to give you some brief background of the Solomon Islands, We have the tuna fisheries that actually consist of our local flag domestic vessels, which more than 90% of the crews are locals and work under our local labor conditions or labor act. On the other hand, we have the foreign fleets of fishing vessels, which more than 90% of the crews are foreigners. And in most cases, they work under their national labor conditions as they were recruited outside of our country. We also have some Solomon local crews that are working on foreign fishing vessels. But for information, they are recruited by the local companies or local recruitment agencies that are based in Honiara, Solomon Islands. So with this different fishing and recruitment arrangements, I think you can know or you can imagine the complex in terms of dealing with the crews under different arrangements. So for Solomons, we have taken steps that will step towards addressing this issue, and also we will support any work that is in terms of trying to set fair labor standards in the fishery sector. So at the national level, the following has been taken at the national level. The Solomon Minister of Fisheries is currently working with FFA on our crewing policy. We started early this year, and we are hoping that our crewing policy should be finalized by the end of the year. As you heard earlier from the moderator, in 2019, the Solomon Minister of Fisheries, also part of the FFC ministerial meeting, they made a commitment that is for the FFA members to protect the rights of crews on fishing vessels. We also enforced all the fishing agencies that are responsible for recruiting crews in Honiara, that all those companies, they have to be registered with our ministry, with the Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources. This is where we can actually get some control over them. In addition to that, we also set the limits in terms of number of licenses allocated under these companies or these recruitment companies or agencies. We set them a limit in terms of the number of foreign fishing vessels that are actually allocated to them. So that would be also give us the control over those companies in terms of their fishing vessels that are operating in our waters. We also set the, in terms of unloading, they are required to unload in our designated ports. We have two, one in Honiara and the other one in Northern Western Province, where all our fisheries officers, they do port inspections. It's 100% coverage. So all vessels coming in, foreign vessels coming in, our officers have to board those vessels and they inspect those vessels. And listen to the crews. If any issues, they can raise to our officers. We have an MOU with them for their license period, and the license period is for only a year. And I'm just like to mention here that under their MOU and their license, the Director of Fisheries have the powers whether to suspend or to renew or to cancel. So if any issues arise, then the Director can use his powers under the Act in terms of the abuses that are happening in some of the boats. We have this Fisheries Observer Program, which is 100% coverage on the Pesenas, and a minimum of 5% on long-line vessels. And as you're aware, the observer coverage on Pesenas and on the vessels in the region is now it's suspended. But on our domestic vessels for Solomons, we still continue with the overall observer coverage on our domestic vessels. However, for the foreign vessels, we still carry out 100% port inspection. So when foreign vessels comes in, we get the clearance from the Ministry, from the health authorities, and then our officers can board those vessels for inspection. We are currently doing e-monitoring on our long-line vessels. We have around 70 vessels at the moment, and we currently install around 8, going up to 9 now, vessels with the e-monitoring. So with the e-monitoring, cameras will install on long-line vessels, and then when the vessels come in port, our officers will go and retrieve the hard drive from the cameras, and then they can analyze the footings in the office. So those are some of the measures that Solomon Island taken at the national level. And also, I wish to mention here that during one of our workshops towards our crewing policy, we found out that in addressing labor standards in fishing vessels or human abuses on fishing vessels, we really need a wider consultation. In our experience, we noted that most crews abused are foreign nationals that are recruited by overseas recruitment agencies. Found out that when crews they lodge their complaints to the captains or to the operators, vessel operators, they always refer them to their recruitment agencies. This is one of the complex issues we found during one of our workshops. Before I conclude, I wish to reiterate here that Solomon Islands support any work towards setting labor standards of fishing vessels at the regional or at the international level. And at the national level, we are working on our new policy, new crewing policy, and I wish to say that some of these issues will be addressed in our crewing policy. So thank you, moderator. I'll stop here. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that presentation and for telling us about some of the initiatives and the challenges. I think one of the things you highlighted on the complexity of recruitment issues overlaid with flag state or port state and coastal state jurisdiction is something that we will discuss more later. I think this will be a recurring theme in the discussion today. Next up, I'm really pleased to welcome Tanuvasa Tuetu Lesi Peselele. He represents the Samoa Seafarer Association and Maritime Union. He has significant experience as well in the fishery sector in Samoa and across the Pacific. Like Edward, he has also worked as a fisheries observer and has skippered a Samoan research fishing vessel, has led maritime training, and has also undertaken specialized training on combating IU fishing. Welcome, Tanuvasa. As a representative of workers and as a union official, what are the key challenges you see that fishers face in terms of decent work and labor protections? And what role do you see workers' organization play to improve the working conditions on board? Thank you, and over to you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to show ILO mediator. Good afternoon. My apology. We are all meeting on live from different parts of the globe. Lady Rodwell, FFA, panelists, excellencies, and the technical personnel behind all these speakers and gentlemen. On the behalf of Samoan Seafarers Association, I would like to take this opportunity to answer some of the two questions that was laid out already on our draft. First one, what are the key challenges fishers faces in terms of decent work? The question is it's very challenging, and it brings a lot of challenges because we are in the this forum to look at the labor standards for these poor fishermen. In Samoa, we have an association for fishermen, and the challenge here, there is no association for the fishermen to address their labor needs up to the competent authority. So right here in our national level, we are using, there is the management is already laid by the ILO and other UN international bodies, and which is the ILO structure, the tri-party structure, which the government is overpowering or overlooking the employers and the workers. So that's the big challenge us fishermen like to have is to establish a workers association. But when we look at the formation or the establishment of this kind of association, we have to go through a lot of procedures, a lot of legal procedures, and all the plus this is the association which has to make up the three numbers of the tripartite structure, which is the employers and the workers. The workers have a lot to say, a lot to voice out, but there is no association to take this through. So that's the big challenge. If we can do that in the near future, and I think this must be done, otherwise the labor needs of these poor fishermen will not be voiced and will not be competitive. So coming to the second question, what role can workers' associations, organizations play to improve working conditions? Well, this is the only role that workers' organizations have to do here. This part of the WCBO is to establish an organization which can voice a lot of labor needs for these poor young fishermen. And I think if the employers and workers work together with the assistance of the competent authority, they're overlooking and see how these two areas work out. I think we can manage to have an associations to address fishermen in the fishery sector. I think that's all from me right now, unless there are some questions related to these two questions.
Thank you very much. I think we'll come back to the questions, but the issues you raised, I think, is crucially important to our discussions today. The issue of the underrepresentation of fishes in discussions that really is about them is a problem, I think, a key problem in some of the efforts. I think the representation of fishes and workers' organization among fishes has been a challenge globally, not just in the Pacific. We see that there are barriers to organizations, structure barriers and legal barriers, as well as practical difficulties in organization among fishers in all sorts of places, including Southeast Asia and now the Pacific. And I think there are additional challenges faced by migrant fishers when they want to organize and when they want to represent their views in various forums. ILO, of course, also has the two fundamental conventions related to freedom of association and collective bargaining, which is meant to ensure that workers everywhere have the rights to form their trade unions and collectively bargain for better conditions. And I think we can maybe come back and visit, and I would be really interested to hear a little bit more later on about what exactly are the challenges in terms of organizing. Is it legal? Is it practical? Are there ways we can try to work around that to really see that we can build workers' power and workers' voice so that the issues we are discussing here today really has their views incorporated and integrated. So thank you for that, and I hope we come back to this point a little bit later on and that there will be questions from the audience as well. Next, I'd like to go to the FFA, which has already been mentioned several times by all of us in this conversation so far. Unfortunately, we don't have Len Rodwell with us today because there was an unexpected development, but we are very lucky to have Chris Reed to represent the FFA today. Chris is the Director of Fisheries Development, and because we didn't have time to get his bio, I did some quick Googling, and Chris, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you hold a PhD in economics and you have co-authored many articles on tuna fisheries management in the Pacific. So thank you for joining us at such short notice today. We've already mentioned the couple of developments taken in the WCPO and by the FFA in particular, but we'd really like to hear a bit more about the experience of the FFA and what are the key challenges and achievements in the last couple of years through its initiatives. Thank you. Chris, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Lenny. So first of all, I'll pass on Lenny's apologies that he couldn't make it. It was a family bereavement. So anyway, so he's got me to fill in. I'm not much of a substitute, but I'll try my best. Anyway, so just the where we're at, right? It's kind of fair to say that while things are moving in the right direction, the work on promoting decent work and preventing labour rights violations is a work in progress in the WCPO tuna fishery. For FFA members, this process began with the Regional Roadmap for Sustainable Tuna Fisheries endorsed by forum leaders back in 2015. And there was a goal with regard to employment, which stated that 18,000 new jobs will be created in the tuna industry within 10 years. While many of these will be in tuna processing in Melanesia, opportunities for nationals of all FFA members will be created for vessel crew, observers and fisheries management. Standards to ensure that employment is safe and worthwhile will be harmonised. So there's the first kind of step to getting safe and worthwhile employment. Following on from that, there was a crewing workshop that was convened in October of 2017 amongst FFA members. And in addition to the regional roadmap, another driver for the work was a recognition that while the WCPO tuna fishery is biologically sustainable, there is also a need that it is socially sustainable, to ensure that it is socially responsible. The workshop considered options for development of draft labour standards and agreed that one, there'd be an overarching regional framework that should be developed to address the issues. And second, that there was incorporation of labour standards in the minimum terms and conditions that might be a way to ensure compliance with labour standards. Three, labour standards could also be incorporated into licensing conditions and/or access arrangements. Four, ratification of the International Convention on Standards of Training, Certification and Watchkeeping for Fishing Vessel Personnel and working in fishing convention and the Working Fishing Convention would provide a basis for labour standards which could be put into access agreements and or licensing conditions. 6, that national legislation would also need to be put in place. So following this, the next step was to take forward the recommendations from the workshop and develop a proposal for including crewing as part of the harmonised minimum terms and conditions of access for foreign fishing vessels, otherwise known as the MTCs. So they're basically a set of minimum conditions that's agreed across the region amongst the FFA members. The MTCs are a regionally agreed set of conditions that all foreign vessels must meet before they are licensed to fish in the EEZ of FFA members. Examples of other MTCs include the requirement to be on the FFA regional register of vessels, provisions relating to the vessel monitoring system, and a ban on transshipment of fees. The MTCs are a living document whose contents are reviewed from time to time. This process, using the provisions of the Working Fishing Convention as a basis, was developed for consideration by the Governing Council of the Foreign Fisheries Agency, that is the Foreign Fisheries Committee. In May 2019, FFC endorsed the inclusion of an MTC to protect human rights and safeguard the labour conditions for crew. Following on from that, in June 2019, ministers committed to applying the crewing conditions to domestic flag vessels to ensure that a level playing field and full protection of the rights of the crews on fishing vessels against human rights abuses at sea. The key points covered in the crewing MTC are as follows. 1, a written contract in a language the crew member can understand. 2, protection of the basic human rights of the crew. 3, provisions requiring that crew are not assaulted or subject to torture, cruel, inhumane or degrading treatment. 4, procedures covering the death of crew and for advising next of kin in the event of an emergency. 5, full travel costs from the point of hire to and from the vessel at no cost to the crew. 6, decent and fair remuneration. 7, full insurance coverage to and from and on the vessel. 8, provision of medical care. 9, rest periods. 10, provisions for health and safety, including a safe vessel. 11, safety equipment and tools. 12, proper accommodation, sanitary facilities, and suitable meals and water. Approval of the MTC is the first step in the process. Implementation requires the development of national instruments to give effect to the MTC. The Secretariat has been working with members that have requested assistance in the national implementation of the MTC, including Fiji, Palau, Papua New Guinea, Tokelau, Tuvalu, Solomon Islands, and Vanuatu. Palau, Tokelau, and Tuvalu have completed implementation, with Palau and Tuvalu using regulations, while Tokelau has used licensing conditions. FFA has also recently commenced work in the Solomon Islands, as mentioned earlier by Eddie, and hopes to complete that work this year. In addition to the national instruments implementing the MTC, some countries have adopted to develop national crewing policies so that issues such as minimum crew wages and initiatives to promote the employment of Pacific Island nationals on vessels can be addressed. In parallel to the work being done via FFC, there is also work being done, led initially by FFA members at the Western Central Pacific Fisheries Commission. In 2018, a proposal by FFA members for a non-binding resolution on labour standards was approved by the Commission. This resolution broadly covers the same areas as the MTCs, but due to its non-binding status, Commission members and cooperating non-members are encouraged rather than required to take action. CCMs are encouraged to implement measures consistent with generally accepted international minimum standards for crew on fishing vessels, where applicable, to ensure fair working conditions on board for all crew working on fishing vessels flying their flag and operating within the WCPFC convention area. Despite being non-binding, the resolution did provide a framework for Indonesia to to raise the issue of labour rights in the fishing industry in regard to a case of non-payment of salary of Indonesian crew working on a long-line vessel that brought into the port of Apia. This took place at the Commission meeting in December 2019. Several FFA members spoke in support of Indonesia and referenced the resolution, with Indonesia indicating it would seek to introduce a binding measure on labour standards for fishing crew. Indonesia followed through on that commitment at the 2020 meeting of the WCPFC and introduced a draft proposal, which is a draft CMM on labour standards, which would be binding on all members, WCPFC members. Given that the meeting was an online meeting with restricted hours and there was no chance to have substantive discussions on the proposal. However, it was agreed that an intersessional working group would be established to progress this issue. This intersessional working group is being co-led by New Zealand and Indonesia, and FFA members are preparing for participation in the working group. To wrap up, in terms of moving forward, FFA members have a bit of work to do in terms of increasing the number of countries that have put in place their national instruments to implement the crewing MTCs. However, additional work also needs to be done on monitoring and enforcing the MTCs, which will undoubtedly involve amendments to boarding and inspection procedures for vessels and training of fisheries and possible labour personnel, and probably the application of new technology to assist in detecting breaches of labour standards. In this regard, New Zealand is providing funding assistance to FFA totaling approximately $1 million over 4 years, with project implementation expected to commence in July of this year. Other participants in the project are the International Office of Migration as lead agency, the International Labour Office, and the UN Office on Drugs and Organised Crime. FFA members will continue to work with like-minded countries at the Commission to develop a binding measure on labour standards, noting that it is possible that this process will extend beyond 2021. When and if a binding measure is developed, monitoring enforcement will also be a challenge. Thank you. I'll leave it at that. And thanks to Len again.
Thank you very much, Chris, for that outline of FFA's important work. I think in the history you have outlined, it's important to note the development between non-binding resolutions towards something that is binding and the adoption of more stringent standards across the region. It's, as you said, not a quick process, but a process that requires continued push and engagement, negotiation and discussions. And I know that ILO is very pleased to be part of that process and to be a partner in the upcoming project to be implemented with the FFA. I think later on maybe we'll talk a little bit more about the challenges as the minimum terms and conditions become something to be implemented and enforced, and what the sanctions are for non-compliance and whether that can really drive change in the industry. So before I turn to our next speaker, I just want to remind our audience that if you do want to ask a question, please do so, and then we will be able to come to that a little bit later in the session. Depending on what platform you are using to watch this session, there are various ways you can use to send us a question. We are monitoring those platforms, and we will be able to see the questions you pose. So now I'm going to turn to Kiribati. It's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Kasoa Tonganibea. Kasoa is the president of the Kiribati Chamber of Commerce and Industries. He holds a Master's of Environmental Policy and a Bachelor of Arts in Marine Resource Management. He previously worked as the Director of Policy and Development Division of the Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources Development in Kiribati. So Kasoa, As a representative of the private sector, and we haven't spoken a lot about private sector's role today, so I think your intervention will be very important. So how do you think private sector can be engaged to promote decent work in the fishery sector? Thank you, and over to you. We are perhaps experiencing some technical problems, so I'm going to let it flow for a little while and then we'll see. So apologies to our audience. If you do have questions, this is a good time to ask them and we can have a look at them while we sort out the technical issues from Kiribati. Okay, so perhaps Kamal, I see you online and I wonder if you'll be ready to go next. Thank you. We'll go to our next speaker and we'll come back to Kiribati if we can, if the technology allows. And I think this is an excellent segue into the potentials and limitations of technology in this field. So Kamal Azmi speaks today on behalf of Global Fishing Watch, which is one of my favorite websites. Kamal is a senior research fellow at the Australian National Centre for Ocean Resources and Security at the University of Wollongong. And he works for Global Fishing Watch, which is an independent international not-for-profit organization dedicated to advancing ocean governance through increased transparency of human activity at sea. And for those of you who haven't looked at this website, it's quite fun and I encourage you to explore it. Kamal spent over 20 years in the Australian government working in international development, foreign policy and trade in the Pacific and East Asia. For the last 6 years, he has returned to university, not sure why, to complete a PhD in fisheries governance with a focus on Western and Central Pacific Ocean. So Kamal, how can new technologies be helping us in this area? We already heard from Chris a mention of new technologies. So what are some of the examples that can be applied here? And as we have seen, technology often goes wrong. So what are the limitations or unknowns and how can we work together really to improve the use of technology in monitoring human activity, but also labor conditions at sea? Thank you. Over to you, Kamal. Thank you.
Many thanks, Mi. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from chilly Canberra. It doesn't feel very much like it's in the Pacific today, a very cold day. But thank you very much, and thank you to the ILO for their invitation to Global Fishing Watch to participate in this panel discussion. It's a great honour and privilege. Mi, thank you for your introduction. Yes, fun is one way of describing the Global Fishing Watch website. Certainly, it is very interesting and you can spend quite a while looking around on it. Today's topic, though, is a particularly serious one, and I'm honoured to be able to speak to it from the technology perspective. I will start by saying that technology is not the solution. It can contribute to solutions, but like we've just seen, technology is imperfect. I'd like to first just acknowledge the Ngunnawal people, the traditional owners of the land on which I live and work, and pay my respects to elders past and present and emerging. We've been talking about labour conditions, and I'm going to talk about a particular part of that, which was actually forced labour. And we know that whether it's crew conditions, forced labour, or the broader heading of modern slavery, it's very difficult to see what's going on at sea. You can board, you can inspect when they come into port, but while they're at sea, which is usually the majority of the time, we have very little picture of what's going on. You have a large number of vessels to inspect, a large marine space, particularly in a region like the Pacific, the Western Pacific. a large maritime space to watch. How do you know where to target your efforts? You've got limited resources and time, so you need to be able to target those resources to their best effect. So today I'd like to talk about the work that Global Fishing Watch has been doing to work out how to predict which fishing vessels are more likely to have forced labour on board by using satellite data. At Global Fishing Watch, as Mee said in her very nice introduction, we create and share map visualizations. We also manage data and develop analysis tools to enable scientific research and to drive transformation in the way we manage our oceans. To date, our main focus has been on publishing apparent fishing effort based on the use of a type of satellite data produced by what's called the Automatic Identification Systems, or AIS. And you can see the vessel tracks on our website on the public map that's available to anyone with an internet connection. You can look at that map and see vessels using AIS. AIS data is required to be used by large commercial vessels, primarily as a collision avoidance system. And that's required under IMO regulations and apply usually to vessels of a particular size, but many countries also mandate it for other vessels, including some smaller vessels. Global Fishing Watch applies machine learning to automatic identification system data, to AIS data, and we collect more than 60 million points of information per day. That's a huge amount of data. And we use that to determine, through machine learning, which vessels appear to be fishing, when and where they're fishing, as well as what type of gear they're using. We can look at their patterns, and the algorithms can recognise with a very good degree of accuracy whether they're, say, a longliner or a trawler or a purseine vessel. And we make this data, as I mentioned, publicly available. It's free, and it can be used by researchers, fisheries managers and coast guards to protect their fisheries and their marine ecosystems from illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing activity, or IUU fishing activity. AIS, of course, has its limits. It can be switched off or it can be tampered with, so it looks like you're somewhere other than where you actually are. But we do have ways of detecting that, where there are gaps in AIS transmissions and where what we call spoofing, where a deliberate effort is made to add several degrees of latitude, for instance, to a GPS signal. We also employ other technologies such as visible light detection. We've used this to good effect with squid fleets. We also use radar and optical imagery as well. But AIS is the sort of the primary source at the moment. So as more evidence of forced labour in the seafood sector has come to light, we wanted to see if this technology could be used to contribute to a solution that everyone could use, that was open to everyone. So the research team at Global Fishing Watch partnered with the University of California, Santa Barbara. And sorry, I'm just going to, here we go. At the University of California, Santa Barbara, and with the team led by Gavin McDonald there at the university. And they looked into whether an analysis of AIS data cross-checked with risk indicators of forced labour could be used to predict risk of forced labour on board vessels. So this is using a similar technology to detect whether there was a risk of forced labour on board a vessel rather than whether there was a non-compliance issue in relation to illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing, or non-compliance with fishing regulations. So after 2 years of work, the research suggests that, yes, this is possible. The results suggested that satellite vessel monitoring data could be combined with expertise from human rights practitioners to predict risk at the vessel level. So it's important to note that this is a proof of concept at this stage. So it shows that it can be done, but it requires a lot more work, and I'll come back to that later when I talk about limitations. But a peer-reviewed paper was released in December 2020, and it outlines the full methodology and the findings, and that was in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Science, a very well-regarded peer-reviewed journal, with a combination of authors from Gavin McDonald's team at University of California, Santa Barbara, and our research team. So how did they do it? The team built a database of cases of fishing vessels publicly known to have used forced labour. So these were sources such as media articles by investigative journalists and so forth, and by NGO reports, and in some instances, embassies have put out press releases concerning issues of forced labour, particularly by those from countries that are major providers of crew. So the authors used the 11 ILO indicators of forced labour as the benchmark criteria for determining whether forced labour was present. So each of these cases that they looked at had to mention at least information on at least one or more of these criteria, of these 11 indicators of forced labour. So in addition to that, the vessel had to also be visible on AIS at the time that the reported use of forced labour was occurring. So you could see that vessel on our map at the time that that occurred. So this database was used to train the model, but there's actually an incredible shortage of data on forced labour. And so when we started with our large suite of incidents, and when you boiled them down to reduce them down to see which ones had AIS and which met at least one criteria for indicator of forced labour, we found 23 vessels with publicly confirmed incidents of forced labour. So I'm going to come back to that issue about the shortage of data in a bit later. So the study focused on forced labour. As I thought, this can be observed through vessel characteristics and behaviours observable through satellite monitoring. Other human rights violations, such as the absence of decent work conditions, are much more difficult to observe through satellite monitoring. It's very difficult to, you can't see what a contract says or whether a contract exists by using satellite data, of course, but you can see certain behaviours. And we looked at 8 vessel characteristics and 10 vessel behaviours, and the team worked out which of those had the strongest relationship to forced labour using the sample data. And they found that engine power, daily fishing hours, average daily fishing hours spent on the high seas, the number of voyages, and the maximum distance travelled from port to be the strongest indicators. The authors predicted that vessels using forced labour would behave differently to those that don't. So, for example, by spending longer at sea and visiting port fewer times, meaning that crew were on board for much longer, had fewer opportunities to take a rest on shore and seek help on shore if they needed it. So in total, they found 23 vessels that reported cases of forced labour, and the model can differentiate between those that use forced labour and those that don't. The model was then applied to 16,000 vessels, and these were visible in the Global Fishing Watch system. And they used that to use the model to predict how many of those 16,000 vessels behaved in a statistically similar way to the 23 in the training data set that was used to build it. And those were flagged as high risk of having forced labour on board. So to put it simply, the model can identify where vessels behave similarly to those known to have used forced labour. So of the 16,000 vessels that we looked at, the model predicted that around about 14 to 26%, with varying levels of confidence, exhibited the same characteristics or behaviours of those known to have had forced labour. So 14 to 26% of the 16,000 vessels. And that's a prediction. It doesn't mean that they did have forced labour. And it's important to recognise that this is just a probability, not absolute proof. But on those vessels of the 16,000, that 14 to 26%, that means that on board those vessels, they estimated that those vessels in total had a crew of about 57,000 crew, up to as many as 100,000 crew on those vessels. So if you went to the upper range, that's a huge number of crew who could be subject to forced labour. The end vision, of course, is that the model can be a tool that can be used by multiple stakeholders to assess vessels and provide an indication of risk. So flag states can use it to monitor vessels flying their flag. Coastal states can use it to ensure that vessels operating in their waters are complying with forced labour regulations, and they can prioritise boardings of those vessels. Port states similarly Those that are not as fortunate as, say, Solomon Islands to have 100% port inspections can focus their port inspection efforts on those vessels that are seen as higher risk. The seafood industry also can use it to assess vessels throughout their supply chain, and civil society can also focus on those efforts to support improvements. So again, it's a tool that indicates risk to be used within a broader, comprehensive risk-based approach. So that's the end goal. But I'll just quickly touch on limitations. And I've already talked about risk, and I've said it a number of times, and it's really worth repeating, because that is the key limitation. It's not evidence; it's a probability. But so among those limitations, the model is not able to determine if a vessel has labour on board, as I mentioned. There may be legitimate reasons why it's exhibiting those behaviours, not necessarily because it's got forced labour. So there may be some false positives, for instance, and that's important to recognise that. And recognise the impact that false positives may have on that vessel and on the livelihoods of those crew members as well. The model can only cover certain aspects of forced labour that are observable by satellite monitoring. And as I mentioned, it can't look at contracts, at payments, at the retention of documents or the right to collective bargaining, but it can look at what we understand to be forced labour as the ILO defines it. So I can't stress enough, this is not a solution that fixes all the issues, but it's intended to be a tool that supports the identification of risk to a competent authority or someone investigating their supply chain. There are gaps as well, and of course I mentioned earlier that I was going to return to the 23 vessels that we used in our training data. That is a very low number, and we need to improve this by increasing the number of vessels in the model. There is a bias as well, because we use media and NGO reports, that they do tend to be skewed towards certain flag states and certain gear types, and so we need to broaden this to vessels from around the world and different gear types. NGO media reports are often not verified by competent authorities as well, so that we do need to identify inspection and audit information from governments that will provide a greater level of assurance that what we're doing is accurate. And we also have a gap around what good looks like. So we need to add in behaviour by vessels that are known to not have forced labour on board, and to train the model to identify those vessels as well explicitly. So to do that, we need two things. We need more data, and so through vessel audits and inspections and so forth. And we need to ground truth the model as well. So we've got a prediction of those 16,000 vessels on our database. We've found a certain percentage of them have the same behavioural characteristics, but we need to really ground truth it. And we're aiming to develop a pilot of the model in a few port states to test this in the real world. And there are a number of requirements to do that, of course, and the other speakers have very nicely spoken to those, including the need to ensure that inspectors have the authority and the regulations to inspect against, and the authority to do that, as well as the resources to do it as well. We hope, though, that this tool will help them to do that and to be able to deploy their resources in as efficient way as possible to help to resolve this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kamal. It was a really interesting overview of Global Fishing Watch's work, and both the potential and limitations of data. It's very, I was struck by how you repeated that the data gives us probabilities, but not proof. And I think that's really important. And actually, the process you describe with the data is what in ILO language we would call a strategic compliance model, which is exactly that narrowing down of targeting so that we can do more effective inspections and not try to inspect every vessel at sea. So it's very exciting to hear that there are, despite the limitations, a technical model using satellite image and AIS that can give us that. And I'd be interested to explore, how we can improve the data. And I think it's important to understand data not just in terms of data points through satellite monitoring, but understand that also the testimony of fishers, inspection data, inspection findings are also data points that we can use, integrate and triangulate. So thank you for that. I'm just going to check if Kiribati is back online and whether we can have our intervention from the private sector. I'm not sure. Can our host let me know on the system? I don't think so, but I'm not sure. Okay, I think Mr. Kasua is online. Great. Wonderful. So let us turn to Mr. Kasua, who is, as I said earlier, the president of the Kiribati Chamber of Commerce. And thank you for joining us today, despite the challenges of the internet. Please, my question to you is, how can the private sector be engaged to promote decent work in the fishery sector? Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Kasua.
Thank you very much. First of all, my apologies for the connectivity issues from this side. But thank you very much for having me in this virtual meeting. But before I respond to the question, let me first just give an overview, a small overview of the current paper background Kiribati related to fisheries. So starting with the fisheries, in the past, over the past 50 years, Kiribati has put a strong reputation in international labor migration, mobilizing workers for merchant vessels, cruise ships, and fishing vessels. Around 700 Kiribati seafarers are currently working on German shipping vessels. And around 600 Kiribati nationals are working on fishing boats, including both from Japan, Taiwanese, Korean, the US, and so on. The Kiribati seamen, so workers, fishing boats are quite very skillful. They are being trained with the Kiribati Marine Training Center to work on fishing boats, and they can work safely to international standards, to work in harmony with other fishing vessel staff from a variety of cultural backgrounds. This is also potentially appealing to many foreign vessels who wish to invest directly through joint ventures with Kiribati. In 2012, the government of Kiribati entered into a joint venture with Golden Ocean for the development of onshore processing and commercial activities, supplied by long-line fishing activities in the Kiribati EEZ. This has been successfully resulted in investing more locally based fishing boats from partners like Spain, China, to recruit more fresh nationals to work in the fishery sector on fishing boats. So the private sector is the fast-growing area in Kiribati, which is administered under the Kiribati Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and about more than 200 members of the chamber, and more than 50% of the members are based in Tarawa, the capital, are considered active in working closely with the government to achieve economic growth, providing opportunities for employment in the country. So the Kiribati government provides more than 6,000 employment opportunity for the Kiribati nationals as for civil servants, and the private sector alone provides about 11,000 formal jobs to establish commercial industries ranging from wholesale, retail, shipping to name a few, and 4,000 informal jobs through coconut copra cutters and domestic fisheries. So in essence, the private sector provide the biggest employment supplier in the country. So it's very important to promote the private sector to advance decent work in those sectors, especially the fishery sector in paramount is paramount important. So, as mentioned earlier, Kiribati has a strong reputation in international labor operation, mobilizing workers for merchant marine vessels, cruise ships, and fishing vessels. And this is all founded on strong existing national institutional, legal, and policy frameworks at the national level. Since independence in 1979, the government of Kiribati is quite particular in focusing on improving conditions of overseas laborers of Kiribati nationals, because in those days, government income from remittances from overseas workers were significant to support the national economy. So I'm quite very confident to know that over the years, Kiribati has adopted strong legal framework to provide good working conditions for Kiribati national working abroad fishing vessels. The Ministry of Employment and Human Resources Development in Kiribati has been receiving continuous support from development partners to support institutional strengthening processes and capacity to address labor mobility issues in the country and abroad. I'm happy to note that involving the private sector policy and decision-making process of the government is practically visible and attainable in Kiribati, where senior reps of Kiribati Chamber of Commerce and Industries are also members of the high-level decision-making platforms to address all issues of labor in the countries and the Ministry of Employment and Human Resource Development houses a decent work advisory board in which a rep of the private sector can play an important role in the decision-making process and involved in the development and review of labor-related policies in the country. So to ensure that all the private sector concerns related to private sector developments, including labor concerns, to be continually taken aboard by the government, the Kiribati Chamber of Commerce and Industries has developed the Kiribati private sector roadmap for the next 10 years. This document is still in draft, and we are still working closely with the government for adoption for the end of the year. This roadmap provides much emphasis on incorporating and with the private sector in Kiribati. One of the key strategic actions for this roadmap is to develop a public-private sector think tank on fisheries development in Kiribati, improving partnership with the private sector and the government commercial ventures, and improving employment opportunities and decent work conditions in the fisheries sector would be the key priorities of this development. So I think this is all what I would like to share with you, and I hope to provide some good insight for Kiribati context. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kausawa. Very interesting intervention from a private sector point of view, reminding us all that it is in many countries the private sector that creates the job opportunities required for fishers, and that they are really the engine of some of this economic change that we hope to see in many countries. It's very good to hear that Kiribati has a roadmap towards an expansion of opportunities in the fishery sector, and that it's looking to public and private cooperation in order to develop more decent work opportunities in this sector. So thank you very much to all of our speakers. I think there's a lot to discuss, but before we go to some of my questions, I want to turn to some of our audience questions, which have come up, and I'm going to break them down a little because they are quite complex, and there's a lot in one question. So for example, one of the questions which is directed to the FFA is about how the FFA can enforce, monitor and audit on vessels and work with CSOs to combat forced labor and trafficking. So as I said, there's quite a lot in that one question. I think I'm going to break it down a little and use my moderator's prerogative to direct it not to just FFA, but to also the Solomon Islands, to ask really how the FFA and as a regional organization and Solomon Islands as a country can enforce and monitor working conditions on vessels, and how you can do that in partnership, whether there is room for partnership from CSOs to look at trafficking and forced labor at sea. So perhaps we go to FFA first, and Chris, and then we'll come to Edward, if that's okay. Chris, over to you.
Thanks. I wish Lenny was here. Anyway, look, I mean, FFA itself does not enforce or do monitoring. We advise and help members set up systems by which they can do these things. So the FFA is an advisory body and helps the members put in their own national systems and the rest of it. So, I mean, I think Eddie touched on a few things that can be done. Obviously, port inspections and vessels coming to port, inspect them. And the type of things, obviously, that Kamal talked about coming for the future. So it's all kind of, you know, as in monitoring, control and surveillance of any types of issues, it's all using a bag of tools which members will put in place. Obviously, a register of crew might help, so that the vessel owners have to submit a list of crew names and issues like that. But I'll hand it over to Eddie. He'll have more practical on-the-ground experience.
Thank you. Eddie?
Thanks, moderator, for the question. I think it's an important question. Yeah, in terms of monitoring of human trafficking on fishing vessels, I think the responsibility falls on the flag state and the coastal state. So, in my view, there should be some kind of partnership or collaboration between the flag state and the coastal state. For instance, the flag state is actually responsible for the vessel. Now, we have the fishing crews, which some of them are not from the flag state. They might be recruited from another country. And then the second part is, in terms of the coastal state, they move to another vessel, to another state to actually carry out their fishing operation. So it's to my in my view, I think there should be some kind of collaboration between the flag state and the coastal state, and as Chris mentioned, there are other tools which we should have in place. For instance, we have the port inspection, where for Solomons we really carry a 100% port inspection in terms of the coverage. So when the officers from the coastal state go on board, they can get first information from the crew themselves. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that answer. I'd like to follow up with that. So as you mentioned, the issues around fishing is particularly complex because of the transnational nature of the fishing. So often we find that the fishers, the fishing vessel owners, the operators, and the vessel itself belong to different nations. So they all have different nationalities. They're fishing in somewhere else altogether, and they might be recruited by actors in other states again. So the extremely sort of international nature of the enterprise is often a problem, because it allows different states to essentially say that the problem lies somewhere else, right? It's the flag state, or it should be the coastal state, or it should be the recruiting state, or the state where the migrant fishers come from rather than where they're working. So the origin state of the migrant fishers. So, and as Eddie has said, the coordination element becomes really crucial. And I think that's where regional fisheries management organizations like the FFA, like the WCPC rather, not the FFA, and FFA, which has its own role, become very crucial as mechanisms for coordination. Right? And the other thing I wanted to highlight was this comment about the importance of port inspections. We know that despite the excellent emerging technology that Kamal has highlighted, that at-sea monitoring remains quite an expensive and enterprise, and is a challenge. But I think in the Pacific, there are particular opportunities here in two ways. One, there is the presence of observers on some vessels. I realize the coverage is not 100%, and there are on some vessels that are flagged to the Pacific Islands and not on others. but there is a presence of fisheries observers which can provide some interesting data and information. And also, how do we then leverage port state inspections so that they really give us the information we need for conditions on board? We had a mention of interviews with crew, and in ILO's experience, interviews with crew are a wonderful source of information, but because fishers often have to go back on the fishing vessel they came from, they're often very reticent. It's difficult to get clear answers or a true picture of what's going on the vessel. And because there are fears of retaliation sometimes, and sometimes there are language and other communication difficulties if the crew doesn't speak the language of the inspectors. So I think there are a couple of challenges, and I'm not sure if our Samoan workers representative is still online. I can't tell in this view, but if he is, I would like to ask if Tanuvasa has any thoughts on the way we can improve crew interviews and incorporate workers' representation voice in some of this work. Not clear to me if he's online, perhaps not. But it also, I think, while we're talking about port state inspections, there is also a question that came from our audience about how grievance mechanisms work and whether fishers have access to grievance mechanisms in the Pacific Islands, and particularly during the COVID pandemic, whether that has been impacted. So perhaps from going back to the Solomon Islands, and perhaps to hear from Kiribati a little bit from a private sector point of view, how do you receive complaints and grievances, and how do you deal with them, and whether that's been impacted by COVID. So perhaps if we can go to Kasoa in Kiribati first, if that's possible. Okay, I'm told that's not possible, again, due to technical reasons. Edward, coming back to you, in Solomon Islands, is there a grievance mechanism in Solomon Islands? And how does that work for fishers who might want to raise a complaint, either because they're local to the Solomon Islands or because they're migrant fishers?
Thanks for the question. Yeah, in terms of grievances from the crew, for us, we don't have any standard mechanism in place at the moment, but we can still on ad hoc basis that should we receive a report from a vessel, then the Director of Fisheries has the power to actually do an investigation, and then even to the extent that using a provision under the Act where he can suspend, or even to the extent cannot renew any license of any fishing vessels. That is if we have a proof that something actually happens on board. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm told that Samoa is back online. So Tanuvasa, I'm not sure if you can hear me. If possible, I'd like to hear your thoughts on the way in which grievance mechanisms can work for fishers, whether there is one that you think is working well, or how you think we can best improve grievance mechanisms so that fishers can actually raise their complaints in a timely and effective way and have those addressed. Thank you. Over to you.
For the question. Do you hear me clearly?
I think we
yes,
hear a little bit better now.
Yeah. Mechanism to improve what the fishers here are facing is that the very important thing is for fishers is to understand why they need to have an association. Not only that, but the legal framework to form the association for them. So, as I said before, the process is very long, but it needs a lot of fishermen to come together and work together, because the fishers have a different perspective from the owners, because some owners, they are in the association. There is association at the moment, but it is called Fishermen's Association. But there are most of the boat owners are in that association. But the thing is, they can't voice out what the workers really want. But I'm glad that the fisheries here is carrying out a lot of management measures for the management of the tuna and also the vessels. But when it comes to labor conditions, this is where it needs to have an association. And I think by doing these mechanisms will be very helpful, not only for the workers, but also help the employers as well to see where the workers need to negotiate with them in a legal binding framework in order to form and establish an organization for them. I think that's part of answering what you required. You.
Thank you very much for that answer. Again, I think highlighting the need for really organizing workers so that there is genuine representation of their voice and their interests. I think we have seen in many parts of the world, not just in the Pacific, that effective grievance mechanisms is one of the challenges. And to ensure, on the other side of that, remedies for fishers whose rights have been violated is also a challenge. And again, we heard about the complexity of the different stakeholders that are interested and have vested interest in the fishing industry, and how that can change access to complaint mechanisms, to remedies for fishers, and the importance really of balancing out those challenges with strong fishers organization and representation, so that they have a much better position really to negotiate, as well as finding solutions to some of these issues. I'd like to come back to Kamal a little briefly, just before we wrap up. You talked about the need to really improve data and the plans in place, I guess, to ground truth the very high level technical data with some more, I guess, different data sources, which we sort of gestured towards, including workers. In your sort of view, what would be the best data model? What would be the ideal to improve the risk analysis that GFW currently has, and how can the people here today help you to get there? Thanks. Over to you.
Yeah, I think what would be the ideal model? I think it's always important to keep in mind that a model is just that, it's a model. So it is trying to replicate an impression of reality. It's not trying to recreate reality. So the more data we can put into the model, the more accurate its predictions can be. And so if we can expand to more gear types, so the model currently uses longline, squid jiggers and trawlers. We would love to expand that to pursane, for instance, and troll and other fishing gear types. Identifying more data that is verified by audits and inspections would be fantastic, and we have been assembling as much of that data as we can to continue to refine the model. But in terms of help, if anyone has access to that sort of data and is happy to share it, we can. We don't need all of the identifying information as long as we can match it with an AIS track. So without revealing the identity of the vessel publicly, we can do that. We would love to hear from people who have access to data like that and who have done inspections and can identify a link to at least one of those indicators of forced labour. Yeah, but it is really about data, and it's really about testing the accuracy in the field is the second element that I mentioned, and with a pilot. So working with port inspectors, but all those things that everyone's been talking about, and you summarised very nicely, is about the complexity of actually making that happen in a port or during a boarding and inspection operation. You need to have the appropriate regulations and the appropriate authority and jurisdiction to do that. The tool on its own is interesting, but it's really useful when it's backed up by the right institutional framework behind it, and that's what we love about what's happening in the Pacific with the FFA, and in the project that Chris outlined with IOM, ILO, and UNODC is supported by New Zealand. I think that's a project that's really heading in that direction that I'm talking about. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kamal. I think it's important really to highlight that data is our starting point, and what we really need to see is enforcement actions on the ground, so that we can create a culture that encourages compliance and better labour protections, and where bad behavior and violations are actually punished and have sanctions and consequences. So thank you. We have about 2.5 minutes left, and as promised, I'm going to come back to each of the speakers to give you a chance for a rapid fire wrap up. So in a minute or less, please tell us the key message you want us to take away from today's session. I'm going to start in the order that we spoke in. So Edward from the Solomon Islands, please tell us your key message. Thank you. I don't think we can hear you.
Great. Yeah, thanks, moderator, and thank you, everyone. For Solomon Islands, as a country which we rely much on fisheries for our economic development and livelihood, we support the work towards setting good and fair labor standards for our fisheries, and we know that there are technologies which we can improve on this one. Now, this is an important area for Solomon Islands for tuna fisheries. We learn from other parts of the world that human rights abuses on fishing vessels occurs frequently and maybe increasing, and some of these cases can be very shocking. We want a fishery where everyone benefits from. That is from the fishers or from the fishermen to the processors and even down to the consumers. That's what we want to see. We want to see a fishery where everyone benefits and it's safe for everyone. So those are my concluding remarks, moderator. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if Samoa is online, Tanuvasa. If not, let's for now go to Chris from the FFA. Your key messages for us. Thank you.
Thank you there, mate. From this discussion, I think what's come out is that it certainly needs to be a framework at the national and RFO level to allow for action to take place. So you need to have something in place, some binding measures in place to allow for people to take action. Then on top of that, we've got to build capacity, particularly amongst the small and developing states, so that they can monitor and enforce it. So that's my key message, is we need to both put in something to allow action to take place, and then we have to develop the capacity of those who wish to take action to do so. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you for that brief and punchy key message. Much appreciated. Samoa is back online. I'd like to turn to Tanuvasa for your key message to us to take away today. Thank you.
Thank you. To summarize, my key takeaway message is that the system is already in our hands to promote, enforce, and strengthen labor rights and decent work in the fisheries sector. The United Nations, through ILO, ILS, and other international bodies for all nationals in the WCPO and Pacific Islands, to please let the ILO structure execute our way forward. I believe if the tripartite structure of governments, employers, and workers work together hand in hand to push our common goals, hope our beloved core informal fisheries sector will be safe from violations. I urge our workers to stand up and establish association legally in order to complete the tripartite structure being laid down for us. Thank you, Partai.
Thank you very much, Tanuvasa. I'm afraid because Kiribati is still offline, we're going to skip over and go straight to Kamal. Please, your key message for us. Thank you.
Very much. I think I'd just conclude by saying that technologies like satellite vessel tracking data and machine learning and the forced labour risk model that I've described can play an important role in improving our understanding of what is happening at sea and in focusing the deployment of limited compliance resources. But it's not an entire solution. It needs to be part of a comprehensive risk-based approach, and it ultimately relies on humans. So inspectors who can use these tools to target inspections and verify compliance, and greater transparency brought about tools such as these can provide an incentive to vessel operators to do the right thing.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to close our panel today. Thank you all for really interesting and rich discussion about all the challenges and the potentials, I think, that we see in this field. And I, for one, look forward to speaking with you all again in different forums as we move forward together on the issue. Thank you very much. And thank you for the questions to our audience. Thank you.
A very warm welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, and for some probably already good early evening. Welcome to the second day and the afternoon of the Business and Human Rights Forum, and we're going to have a session today which is talking about what gets measured gets managed, and we're going to have a discussion around transparency and accountability to advance women's economic empowerment in Asia and the Pacific. I'm welcoming you on behalf of two really important programs in our region who are really working around this topic, which is UN Women's We Empower Asia program and ILO managed programs, Responsible Supply Chain in Asia. And both of these programs are supported and funded by the European Union, and we will be hearing a little bit more about this in a second. But before I'm turning to what we have to talk about, I would love to hear who is in the room and who's joining us today, because we want to make sure that this session is as interactive as possible. I'm going to use this momentum to also explain a couple of house rules, because we are at a new platform. The ones that have joined the other sessions will be already very familiar with, but we might have also new guests today to the Business and Human Rights Forum. The platform we are using has different functions. If you need any translations, there's on the bottom a frame which says floor, and there's a drop-down menu where you can choose the language that you need for translations. We also do have a very active fields or multiple fields on the right on Q&As, but also one which is called tasks. And I would like to ask everyone to just go there now. And we have two little polls. We would love to hear from where you're joining us today. And also we would love to hear what type of organization you are joining us from today. So you will be seeing this. I won't see this yet before you have answered, but you will see the two questions in the task field. And I hope that's going to give us a little bit more an idea who is directly in the room. Having said that, we're also going to have some audience joining us over YouTube and Facebook. So the session is streamed. Also just saying if there are any Q&As. Oh, I see we have already some results, and great to see that we have wide representation from South Asia, Southeast Asia. We have also colleagues from Europe, which I think is also the nature of the two programs, that we have quite a lot of stakeholders and partners that probably joining us today. No surprise, it's still a little bit early in the Americas. So next to that, do we have already any results on from what sectors? Oh, that looks very colorful, and I think that's what we also want to see, is a colorful representation from multiple sectors. As I said, probably that doesn't reflect the full audience, since we are really live streaming also on other channels. And what we have seen in other sessions, mainly the audience is really joining us also from direct links over YouTube. Now, thank you very much for this. I really want to keep up this level of interaction as well throughout the session. Just before I go into sharing a little bit more about the program, just about myself. My name is Katja Freiwald, and I am UN Women's Regional Program Manager for We Empower Asia. And I will be moderating this session today, but I will be not talking a lot. We have a really exciting panel that we're going to be listening to later, but we also have a very exciting presentation and some research that we're going to be sharing today. With that, I would just like to really share 2 seconds about the two programs that actually have been working together to put not only that session together, but also really work together to present today a new research that we have been conducting. So on the one hand, my colleagues from ILO, who are really leading the Responsible Supply Chains program in collaboration with OECD, and as I said before, funded and in partnership with the European Union, which is really looking into furthering sustainable development and inclusive economic progress by integrating responsible business conduct into enterprises, but also into policy making processes. And as the word said, is very strongly looking into supply chains. And the second program, which is the We Empower Asia program, which I'm leading, is actually a very nice complement to that responsible supply chain program, because our program is really seeking to increase women's economic participation across these entire value chains or trade chains from Asia to Europe, from Europe to Asia, and both programs together really had a very good positioning to bring up a new research which my colleagues will be sharing in a second. The core of the program We Empower Asia, one of the elements that we are really focusing on, as I said is really getting more women into business or equally participate in the economy. But one way to do this is we're strongly working with companies, with enterprises, as I said, across these value chains. And one framework that we are using to really drive the gender lens into these supply chains is the framework of the Women's Empowerment Principles, which we won't have time today to go really into depth, but it's a framework of 7 principles that are looking really from high corporate leadership, but really looking into workplace principles. How can women equally participate in the workplace? How can women equally participate in the deeper supply chains? How do companies source their products? How do they market them? And all of that, how to bring a gender lens to that. And one of the last principles, the principle 7, which is going to be a bit of the heart of our conversation today, is really on how can we make sure that we get more transparency and accountability into companies, into economies when it comes to gender equality. We have heard a lot on transparency already around business and human rights, but women's rights very strongly belong to that. So we're going to have really a zoom in on that today. And that's why we also have created a report and a research over the past year, so a very thorough piece of long-term research, which really has helped us to bring an ecosystem landscaping together and really focus on and look on how can we advance accountability and transparency across the women's empowerment principles. So we have taken 2 lenses for this research, and my colleague Aparajita is going to be more elegantly talk about this in a second. But there's a geographical scope. So we have been looking at ASEAN countries because we also want to use our partnership and collaboration with ASEAN member states to bring some of these findings forward and really make this an applicable research. So this is one lens, a geographical element. And the second lens, as I said, is really looking into the women's empowerment principles as a framework. So what we have been doing is we have structured the full report and the ecosystem analysis, looking at public sector, looking at private sector, but really looking at the different areas that are captured in the women's empowerment principles. And I'm not going to go into more depth on that. I would love to use the opportunity to hand it over to actually an organization and a colleague who's representing this organization, Value for Women, who has been really instrumental in working with us on putting that very thorough piece of research together.
Thank you, Katya. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aparajita Agrawal, and I'm based out of India as the Director for Strategy and Development at Value for Women. I'm really excited to have this opportunity to present the research report that has been developed jointly with UN Women and ILO and co-authored by Value for Women. The report, as Katya mentioned, seeks to gain a comprehensive understanding of the current landscape and generate recommendations for enhanced action. What we set out to do was to develop a framework that would take the WEPs, the Women Empowerment Principles that Katya just talked about, that were created for the private sector, and make a matching framework for the public sector, which we have named the WEP Public Policy Framework. So what we really did for each of the WEP categories was that we looked at a series of indicators, mainly around policy, laws, and international commitment that ASEAN member states are working on. And that's one piece of the report. The other piece is really focused on building the spirit of transparency and accountability. So we not only looked at what governments are doing, but also looked at what regulators like stock exchange and security exchange councils are doing to promote gender equality. We assessed if they were providing any kind of mandates or guidance for each of the stock exchanges or SECs in each of the member states. So this is really the first study report that looks at a comprehensive value chain approach framed around the WEPs to assess both public and private sector in ASEAN and provide some clear collective action areas. Moving on to the next slide, let's reflect on why the reporting on gender equality is important and how does this contribute to business and human rights agenda. Well, we think by increasing transparency in business practices, we can foment gender inclusion because companies are in a way both forced and incentivized to report on gender and also work towards and compare themselves to their peers. And in creating these benchmarks, they can not only compare themselves to their peers, but identify good practices and set new standards of transparency around gender issues. And then this whole cycle repeats itself and continues to build a good foundation for moving ahead. In the next slide, we'll try to go a little deeper to understand what really is the WEP Public Policy Roadmap. So the WEP Public Policy Roadmap, as we have outlined on the next slide, is a single conceptual framework of national commitment and public sector policies, mandates and partnerships that cover each of the key WEP areas that we have mentioned earlier. What it does is assess each member state on their current public policies around gender equality in the private sector. I'd like to highlight here that we only looked at gender equality in the private sector and not gender equality in general. There are a lot of entities out there that are looking at gender equality in general. And then there is the whole area around benchmarking progress. So what we are able to do with this is benchmark different ASEAN member states and identify opportunities for growth and change. In the next slide, we won't go into a lot of details on all of the indicators, but we'll let you read and explore this at your leisure later when you read through the report. But what you can see here is that we did touch upon some of the key issues that we saw emerge. The first WEP, for example, had to do with high-level corporate leadership. So on the private sector side, that has to do with affirming your support usually by the CEO and or the board on gender equality issues, setting strategies and goals publicly. On the public sector front, for countries, this means reaffirming the international commitment that each country has in relation to international treaties, such as the ILO conventions. And then what we also added here is gender responsive budgeting, which basically means assigning or ensuring that all the national accounts and budgets are looked at from gender perspective. And you basically identify how much money is going towards gender responsive or gender related activities and policies. In WEPs 2, here, for example, we go into what exactly companies are doing to promote gender inclusion within the organizations. The counterpart for that, obviously, in the public sector is the enabling environment around the laws, pay, daycare, parenthood, and programs that promote pay equity, and as well as national action plans on business and human rights, which include some gender-related issues. In WEPs 3, this has to do with sexual harassment, and here we look at the public and the private sector aspects of that. Again, in the interest of time, I won't be walking you through all of them, but to quickly glance through WEPs 4 and 5, we look at how countries and governments are supporting or enabling the presence of women in non-traditional vocations in profession or education, such as STEM fields. WEP 5, we look at everything that has to do with entrepreneurship. So from a government perspective, that could have to do with any policies or programs that are seeking to incentivize procurement from women-led businesses, but also national financial inclusion strategies and how they include or do not include gender equality objectives. And then finally, that WEPs also touch upon gender stereotypes, policies and types of marketing strategies, etc. And the last two WEPs have to do with community initiatives and advocacy. So here's what we looked at, that the presence of public-private partnership in each country and how the government is participating in these and helping lead each initiative. Finally, we looked at any gender-related mandates that regulators have put in place in their countries to incentivize gender-related reporting by companies. On the next slide, we'll talk about looking at what for each of the webs, whether the countries needed to prioritize, deepen, or sustain their progress based on the different indicators in each of these areas. And before we go on to some of the findings, we wanted to do a quick word cloud exercise here, and we would like to pose a question that you should be able to see on your screen now. And to answer this question, simply navigate to the right side of the screen. You'll see a button for tasks where the question is also written, and you can write your answers in 1 to 3 words there. The answers or the responses that you type there will show up in the word cloud that we'll shortly show you. The tech facilitators will help pull this through, so I'm hoping that you are able to find the task button on the right side of the screen and create this. Oh, this is interesting. So all your responses are showing up here in the word cloud, and you can see this cloud is really growing as more of you write your responses here. Thank you for participating in this exercise. All right, we'll move to the next slide now, and I'll start focusing on the summary for ASEAN countries. Here you can see a snapshot, and again, we won't go into detail for paucity of time, but this is what it looks like for each of the country. You're able to see that, you're probably able to see that in some of the gray areas, that's where there is a lot of room for growth. This is likely, for example, in the case of WEBs 1, there is a lot of room for growth in the different web areas, and different countries have different opportunities for advancements. But as you can see, Web 3 in particular, which has to do with sexual harassment, is where there is, again, a huge room for growth. The next slide showcases another snapshot of what country-level WEBs policy assessment narrative looks like. And this is where you can see an example of Indonesia that we've pulled up. And again, the report goes into quite a bit of detail around how we have arrived at these. So we'd love to hear about that, more feedback as you read through that report later. The next few slides are going to focus on the findings from the assessments. So we'll do a quick roundup of the findings that we saw on the public sector side and the private sector side. So starting first on the public sector side, we found that many countries haven't signed the key gender equality conventions put forth by the ILO. Now, there are just 5 countries in the region that have laws, legal instruments, national strategies, or program related to gender responsive budgeting, which is great. But there is obviously room for growth in the region within those countries or in other countries that haven't yet started the journey. Most countries mandate equal remuneration for equal work, yet we still have an average pay gap of about 14.8% in the region, and only half the countries offer the recommended paid 14 weeks of maternity leave. Very few offer the recommended parental leave. The next slide, we'll continue to talk about some of the additional findings that we saw in the assessment. Very few countries have specific legislation on preventing sexual harassment at the workplace. So while they might have specific legislation around violence against women or sexual harassment in general, very few have legislation around sexual harassment at the workplace. Also, very few countries have national level professional development programs that are targeted at women. Again, they may have different vocational programs or youth programs, but very few have national level programs that target women. Specifically, very few countries are doing any kind of reporting on this. Our sources of information are what the countries report on in terms of what they're doing and what they report to the UN. So there might be countries that have initiatives or some national initiatives, but if they do not report these publicly or through the different reporting mechanisms to the UN or other annual reports, then we won't know about it. Then the next point is around gender responsive procurement. There is little legislation around this presently. While there are some programs around gender responsive procurement, this isn't bound by policies or legality around it. Now, if you look at the companies that use data from UN Women Web's tools, we see that not only there isn't any legislation, but few or no countries have initiatives that have gender responsive procurement initiatives in the public sector. We also know that very few companies globally and in the region are developing gender responsive procurement policies or programs. So there is definite room for growth here. While there are different private sector initiatives to promote gender equality and women's empowerment and women's leadership in the private sector, there is definite potential to have the public sector take more leadership on this front. Going on to the next slide, a few countries have these multi-stakeholder partnerships that include the private sector or are driven by the public sector. Finally, Malaysia has a quota and a mandate for reporting the presence of women on boards. Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore have some sort of guidance for publicly listed companies on how they should report on gender, whether through their annual sustainability reports or sustainability guidelines that the regulators are providing. The next slide provides a quick landscape of the private sector, the next section. And in this section, we'll look at the 75 publicly listed companies in ASEAN. And what we basically looked at is that we defined the top companies in each of the stock exchanges in the countries that we saw. And we tried to have diversity for each of the country. So these are not technically the biggest 75 companies in ASEAN, but rather a mix of the top companies in each country in the region. Going into the findings themselves, what we found was on the next slide that only 4 of the publicly listed companies that we looked at have actually signed the WEPs, compared to 201 total in the region. Now, that's a way of assessing the public commitment towards gender equality. Now, this doesn't mean that there aren't large companies in the region that are signing these, but that from the companies that we looked at, from these top listed companies, very few are actually signing the WEPs presently. Probably the indicator that most often gets reported is the number of workers, sex disaggregated, the companies have in the workforce. And again, we think the reason for that is perhaps that a lot of companies reporting is aligned with the GRI or the Global Reporting Initiative. This is one of the key indicators they have in GRI, which is around workforce indicator disaggregated by sex. So that's why you have a lot of companies reporting this. But they're not necessarily reporting this data by levels of hierarchy, roles, etc. So this doesn't really tell us much. Then again, only 7% actually report publicly on what the actual pay gap is. A 4th report not having any gender disparity, but they don't actually report the numbers. So we don't actually know what the pay gap is. Now, this is all really around reporting, and there may be instances where they may be taking action, but they're not reporting them. Only 30% report on gender-sensitive recruitment or retention practices. Moving on to my next slide, only 1 company communicated having a sexual harassment reporting mechanism. This isn't even talking about the number of cases of sexual harassment, but just the fact that they even have a mechanism where they say that they were taking action on the issue. So that was very surprising. Also, very few companies are reporting on professional development opportunities for women. And we anticipate that this is because most companies are not taking any specific actions on this. Because if they do have initiatives around this, they would likely be reporting and talking about these. Again, as mentioned earlier, no companies in the region have gender responsive procurement practices, including supplier diversity. And about a 4th report that women and girls are a focus in their community initiatives. So it's not all bleak. The next slide, now if you look at the total, less than half of the companies report on some sort of WEPs related policy or action. So we know that there is intent and there is a lot of room for growth. On the next slide, we'll finally take a look at the stock exchanges, which we mentioned were very much an integral part of this assessment. We looked, what we found out was that 5 out of 9 stock exchanges in the region participated in the UN Women Ring the Bell for Gender Equality Initiative this year, which is a way to demonstrate commitment. If we look at the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore, as we have mentioned before, they provide guidance on gender reporting, again, as part of general sustainability reporting guidelines. Singapore Exchange and Bursa Malaysia have interesting programs that not only have targets for getting more women on boards, but also have programs to develop a pipeline of women and creating a network of women that are ready to be on boards. Bursa Malaysia has something called the Diversity Experience Program, which is already working on this. So that's kind of summing up what our key findings were. And the next section will talk about recommendations, but for that, I'll hand it back to Katya. Thank you, Katya.
Thank you so much, Aparajita, and I'm back on. I had a little bit of a internet connection issue, but I listened to most of your presentation, and it was very well, and I think very insightful, not only for us here as a panel, but I think also for the audience. I think most of the findings we try to bring into very kind of high-level recommendations. So it was very challenging actually to really get this into something what could be solid and could be really recognized as recommendations moving forward. So we have clustered our recommendations into 3 big areas, and we won't have the chance to go through them all in detail from the research, but we do have a really expert panel with us today who would help us to really go in each of these recommendations a little bit deeper. So the first one is obviously really establishing more high-level commitment, not only at the public sector side, not only at the private sector side, but in general across the different stakeholders. So that commitment at each level is still a very important one to be gained. The second area is really looking on how could we improve the enabling environment for get more women to participate equally in the private sector. So this is the part where Rachita shared on the public policy roadmap. So this roadmap really gives the clear recommendations, and it's very difficult to summarize that or to sum this up in general for all ASEAN countries because it's very specific country per country. But the 3 general areas that we thought are very common is really to ensure and facilitate safe and equal participation of women in the workforce, really looking into developing specific actions to support women in the workforce, how they can develop, how they can really climb the career ladder there as well. And the last piece on this is really looking more at the deeper side of the value chain, also really ensuring that women-owned businesses have equal chances to participate in the supply chains in the marketplace. So really supporting women-owned businesses also as suppliers to come in into markets. And the third area, which I think you have heard a lot about already, is really to move forward or move the needle on transparency in reporting. So really incentivize or mandate reporting for public for private sector companies. So these are the 3 areas. Having said that, we said we really want this to be a very practical piece of work and not a theoretical research only. So we're going to be sharing a couple of tools and hearing from the panel in a second. But before we do this, I would love to hear from the audience when we speak about actions and particularly speaking about also reporting. I would love to hear what are the areas that you think should be really prioritized when it comes to reporting or to action towards more women's participation in the private sector. And we have listed a couple here in the task field again. So you will need to go to that task button. And there are things listed like women in leadership, parental leave, grievance mechanisms and procedures to prevent sexual harassment, equal pay, gender responsive procurement practices, women in non-traditional roles, e.g. STEM and finance, looking into living wages in supply chains, gender disaggregated, mandatory reporting mechanisms. Do we have already data coming in? I can see this very well, but it looks like that there are some really highlights. I'm sorry, I can't read on my screen the chart here very fully, but it looks like there's, yes, now I see it better. There's really, still moving. Yes, so we see quite a colorful picture again. So there's one area which is standing out. I'm sorry that I can't really get this on my screen properly. If the technical team could help us, please. Okay. I hope the audience is able to see this. I think it looks like either equal pay or really preventing sexual harassment from what I can see. Sorry again for very unclear screen from my side. But I think data is one thing, and what we see from you, it's looking really across the spectrum. And that's also, I think, what we have been looking at when we developed our reporting framework on what kind of recommendations or guidance could we provide for private sector companies to really advance gender reporting in their own organizations. And we have developed what's called the WEB's Transparency and Accountability Framework. And my colleagues will be also able to share a link in the chat so that companies joining us today, please download that and have a look in here. But this framework that we have been developing has been exactly doing what I'll just wanted to get out of this little poll from your side. We have been really looking into what are the key essential reporting indicators that we can ask companies to really report on. And the way how we have looked at this, because it is important coming from a company perspective also, and I've been working 15 years in the private sector myself, it's important to really look at what is feasible and what really is essential. So we have been looking at all the indicator frameworks that are out there, like the GRI, Bloomberg, PHILLIP, Edge, and multiple others. And we've really tried to look on which are the ones now that really are more commonly reported, which are easier to report and which every company could report on. And we also have looked on which are the ones that are really the change makers. So imagine if everyone would really measure them and report on them, and taking the assumption that then also action will follow to make sure that we shift and improve on these indicators. That's where the needle is going to be shifted. And that's what we call the essential reporting indicators. So we have identified 5 key areas of essential indicators. And I'm not going to go in all of them. Now we don't have the time for this, but please really have a look at this. And then there's supporting what we call complementary indicators, which really help companies to go even deeper. But if we could kind of move the needle across the region here to just get alignment behind the first essential indicator, this would be already a big step forward. And I think that was enough of presentation and enough of frameworks and assessments. And I think there's a lot to be read from in the future, but I think I would love to actually really turn into a much more lively discussion and really hearing out of the voices from practitioners, from people that are actually working in this space. And I think we can be very lucky. We do have a very exciting and very knowledgeable panel with us today. I'm just going to introduce everyone very quickly, and then we're going to be going one by one and having just a conversation and seeing what is done in practicality. So I'm really thrilled to have with us today Joni Simpson, who is the gender specialist at the ILO here in Asia Pacific and a very dear colleague of mine. And I'm also very pleased that we have with us today Alba Poon, who is the he's working in the European External Action Service. And Alba is a policy officer and working in the Human Rights Division at the European External Action Service. And we will be hearing more from her experience also in Asia, where she's been working for quite some time as well. And I'm really thrilled that we do have Nadia Zainuddin with us today, who is the Deputy General Manager of the Security Commission to Malaysia. And we've heard from Aparajita already that Malaysia has really done very good practices and really interesting things to share for other regions, for other countries as well. And we do have with us another powerful woman, Katie Malwell, who comes from Investing in Women and is their Business and Partnerships Director there, and can also share a little bit more from their practical experience, how they have been working in multiple ASEAN countries with private sector companies. And we do have, last but not least, Ravi Bhatnagar with us, who comes from Reckitt and who is not from an ASEAN country. But one thing I wanted to say, some of the research that we have done here for ASEAN, we have also been conducting for other countries. And we're really thrilled to have you here, Ravi, to provide a perspective not only from a South Asia perspective, but also particularly from a private sector perspective. So with no further ado, Tony, I'm going to start with you. And you have been working on this for a very long time. You have been with ILO for a very long time. And I just want to start a little bit forward with you. We've heard a lot about transparency and accountability, but in practicality, why is that now so important? Would it not be enough if companies just do things? Why do we need transparency and accountability mechanisms?
Well, thanks for asking this question, Katja. It's very nice to be here today, and we value our ongoing collaboration with UN Women under the EU-funded Responsible Supply Chain Program. I think the quick answer to that is why we need it. Well, we've had COVID, and we've had this for over a year. We've seen a further widening of inequalities. But we also saw before COVID that these gaps were not closing on their own. So across the last decades, we've seen that there have been some gains, but there has been a lot of stagnant areas, and part of that is due to this element of accountability and transparency. And we know that SMEs generate the bulk of jobs, and these are pointing to this importance of the private sector having an essential role to play, not only in job creation, but and delivering products and services, but as well providing safe, fair, productive environments for their staff and through their supply chains, and that includes on gender equality. So I think, you know, one of the growth areas, I would say, as going with what's being talked about in the report, is certainly the private sector's ability to implement all of these various commitments. And it's through transparent policies and programs that companies are becoming more competitive and efficient. And the report points out and has gathered a lot of the business case for gender equality, and then highlighted important data and the connection between gender equality and productivity. But we still have a lot of gaps in the implementation. And the report rightly points out that transparency leads to better results. What is clearly set as a goal to achieve then gets done and is now prioritized. And it's clear what needs to happen. So as we speak, as I say, COVID is widening those inequalities. We need to hold ourselves accountable to uphold standards that promote gender equality and inclusion, because it's good for business outcomes, but it's good for us all. And I wanted to highlight quickly the role of employers' organizations. And from the ILO side, we have employers' surveys that are referenced in the report that have shown that the majority of enterprises who track gender equality report a profit increase of 10 to 15% due to implementing gender equality initiatives. So they're really connecting and tracking with data how this is boosting their business. And as, of course, we know when that happens, it boosts the economy. And a lack of transparency and accountability to gender equality has made it difficult to see progress over the last decades. And all of these issues that are key for closing the gender gaps. I like to call it the unfinished business. These aren't new areas. These aren't areas that have not had commitments. These aren't areas where there are laws in place. There are still gaps, but there are so many areas where we just haven't delivered to scale, and therefore setting clear objectives, communicating them transparently, sharing information, and being accountable it's the way to make progress in a significant matter on gender equality. Otherwise, we'll be talking about gender gaps for years to come, and that would be very sad. And also want to point out that through effective social dialogue between employers and workers, as well as with governments, which is a mandate of the ILO as a tripartite organizations, by coming together, this can also enhance transparency and stronger returns by coming to collective agreement that this is a priority. So this is, of course, including the private sector, but also expands out to make sure that the needs of women and workers are prioritized and taken into account, including their voice. And in addition to the obligations that all employers, public or private, have in upholding labor standards at the national level regarding safety, rights at work for their teams, but also in ensuring equal opportunity and non-discrimination within their enterprises. This happens through setting those clear, effective, and transparent policies, both at the national level, through the laws and legislation, but also through policies, programs, and practices at the enterprise level. And transparency is a means of leveling the playing field, and in particular for women and marginalized groups of workers. It's a clear means for companies to also deliver towards gender equality in the world of work. One small example linking up to one of those two key areas that came up on the cloud, linking to equal pay, is that, and this is brought out in the report as well, is that when companies share their pay scales transparently, so that staff knows what their category of job is paid, then they understand what the range is, and it makes an important difference in particular to women. Pay transparency is one of the most concrete areas of discrimination and gender-based discrimination, pay discrimination. So pay transparency in particular has implications because so many studies show that women often start their careers on a lower foot than men with the same competencies due to a lack of knowledge of their worth and often a discomfort in just asking that. So there are really practical means and guidance already out there on delivering on pay equity. And fair remuneration is something that companies and workers understand. Pay is really at the heart of a lot of the negotiations. Staff want to know that they're being treated fairly, and this has positive impacts on their loyalty, and again contributes up to productivity, but also increasing to contributing to the addressing the gender pay gap, which is about 20% average globally. And I'd like to share that there is an international coalition that actually was started up with ILO, UN Women, and OECD that reflects SDG 8.5, and it's called the Equal Pay Coalition, and you can find it at equalpaycoalition.org, and there you'll find a lot of resources and knowledge around what governments are doing, but also what companies are doing, and sharing of good practices, which is one of the things that the report does as well. It pulls out a lot of the practices, and that's a very important element for companies. They want to know what others are doing. And transparency and accountability allow everybody to know what's required, what's expected, how companies compare towards their competition. It helps society, consumers understand which companies are transparent and committed to upholding responsible business practices. And it's just signaling to staff, and in particular women workers, that their employer is fair and equitable. So the new report highlights many of these actions that can be taken, and a lot of these link up to ILO labor standards on key gender equality issues like equal pay, but also equal opportunity, family, work-family balance measures, maternity, paternity, and eliminating of violence and harassment, including gender-based violence. And these international labor standards provide companies with guidance, companies and countries with guidance on what minimally has been agreed internationally as the benchmark for addressing these issues in the workplace and in the law. And these are voted and adopted by governments, workers, and employers. So these are a commitment that has been agreed and negotiated, and allow for really that benchmark towards achieving the results. And the report that's been presented today highlights this room for growth in the area of sexual harassment. So I also wanted to share, there's good news on that as well. The World of Work recently adopted an international standard to address violence and harassment in the world of work, including gender-based violence, which is pervasive. COVID has exacerbated it further, and we are about to launch a campaign. June 25th is the entry into force of this new convention and its accompanying recommendation. And I'd like to point out that within those, there is practical guidance on what can be done, both by governments, but also by employers, and really practical issues to take into account in their policies and programs. And all of this, just to close, is unfinished business, where we all have a role to play. There are standards, there are practices, there's guidance, the WEPS brings guidance as well. Many of the commitments have been made at the national level through laws, policies, ratification, but we need to implement these at the company level and close the remaining gaps by collaborating, partnering, and holding each other accountable for our commitments, bringing more transparency and accountability so that gender equality becomes a reality, and companies can and are making it happen and making it count on their bottom line and showing transparently what they are doing and what it's changing. So I'll stop there and hand back over to you, Katja. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tony. That was a very detailed analysis and reflection from your side. And I think we will be hearing more about, indeed, the ability of business to really shift or make sure that the unfinished business is going to be finished. But we've also heard in the report that there is a responsibility, or one of the recommendations was, how can we facilitate to create an enabling environment, and the importance of the public sector, the importance of regulations. And so we're going to come into this conversation a little bit more now, and I'm going to turn to Alba Poon, who is joining us from the European Commission, who is obviously the umbrella for many country governments and many policymakers. And Alba, also, I think one of the conversations that I think would be great to have is knowing that the European Union and ASEAN particularly, since we're speaking about a report conducted in ASEAN, have a very strong trade relationship as well. So I would love to hear a little bit more from an EU perspective, knowing you have not been only a partner to this program, but also moving the needle when it comes to gender equality in terms of your new EU Gender Action Plan, but also looking into much more transparency when it comes also to other areas. So I would love to hear from you a little bit more. Why is this important to the EU, and how EU laws or the new Gender Action Plan or any kind of transparency and accountability laws can really enforce or really contribute to creating a more gender equal playing field for women in the economy. Over to you, Alba.
Thank you so much, Katja, and very, very pleased to and honored to join all of you in this discussion today. Indeed, Johnny Simpson rightly referred to unfinished business, and I think we very much share the idea of it being unfinished business, and in fact there being a huge strong pushback on gender equality overall, which really calls for attention and calls for action. And in the last year, the EU has adopted a number of new policies, new directives to address the issue of gender equality broadly, human rights, accountability, transparency, and new business practices. So let me elaborate a little bit on those more in detail, and in particular, I'd like to share the ambition of the new Gender Action Plan, which was adopted at the end of last year. So this new Gender Action Plan makes EU's ambition to lead by example. So really adopt at home to practice at home what we preach in the world. And in this regard, the aim is that 85% of all the actions that we conduct globally, whether funded through development interventions or others, or in the trade area, that they contribute to women's empowerment. And I think this is a significant raise of level in the ambition. So before we were talking about a gender responsive approach at best, but now we are really at wanting to execute this new gender transformative approach from the EU side and see that play out in the ASEAN region as well through a number of measures taken. So the new gender action plan really puts an emphasis on women's economic empowerment in various ways and lays out that the role of companies is significant and its potential needs to be tapped into to really ensure that it supports the ambition on gender equality and women's rights more broadly. And this is where, of course, it's a very detailed action plan, but it especially puts a new kind of emphasis on what we monitor and how we monitor in this space. And I think that's why it's very interesting with these the new report and how everything that well, indeed, the title of this session and what we really measure matters, and that's what gets managed. And I think that's the same idea that we share with this new plan, that we need to monitor more in this space. And there's been quite a lot of efforts to develop now country-level implementation plans for this gender action plan, and to see it play out on country level, and to really go into a level of details that allow us to then measure the results and see the results. This gender action plan also links to other areas of policy. So our human rights and democracy action plan, also adopted at the end of last year, is executed in tandem in a way. So it encourages our delegations and the EU as a whole to engage with the business sector on due diligence, and accountability, and access to remedy issues in a participatory manner, with a strong focus on supply chains, for instance, and these accountability and transparency. And I think that it kind of couples the gender action plan very well, because it emphasizes these multi-stakeholder processes, also bringing in civil society, human rights defenders, and that this collaboration needs to be strengthened across the board. So the EU really has I mean, there's also recent initiatives, the legislative initiative on sustainable corporate governance, which is just being planned, but which aims to introduce mandatory human rights and environmental due diligence across value chains, which of course also brings in a strong gender lens in it. So I think all of those actions, and how we then work on multilateral fora as the EU to drive these issues, but also put the financing where it matters. I mean, indeed, we are proud to fund these important projects on responsible business chains in Asia, and promoting empowerment of women at work, and also labor migration has been something that we support on women workers in ASEAN. So there's a lot of initiatives that then are coupled and well, support these ambitions, and also are in line with our ambition on the whole.
Great. Thank you very much, Alva. May I ask one follow-up question to you? I've mentioned in the beginning, you were talking already about supply chains, and we were talking in the beginning very quickly on the importance of international trade between the EU and ASEAN, or Asia in a wider sense as well. How important are these kind of transparency and accountability measures for trade relationships, and what does it mean for the companies that are operating? I mean, there are a lot of European companies that we also work in the programs that are operating in Asia or have supply chains here. So how does this come together?
Yes, that's a very important and a good question, because of course we know that EU trade and investment agreements and policy are not gender neutral. So all of these measures and the current comprehensive trade agreements with their trade and sustainable development chapters really need to support really companies and women, and we need to see that play out in a new way. I think it's a significant development that now with the Chile negotiations and the gender provisions that have been committed to there, and the new commitment to really make gender equality issues a firmer part of all the future trade agreements. We're going to see that really play out in a new way and really see the scene change in the future. So I think we're going to need more analysis and monitoring of these economic and social dynamics required to develop effective trade policies that really support women and trade at the same time. But this will really be a key issue for all the EU delegations on the ground implementing these different policies and more broadly with the countries that we continue negotiating different trade agreements with.
Great. Thank you so much, Alban. I think the picture becomes clearer and clearer. There is a lot which is going to change globally and in different parts of the world, which is good. But what we'll be seeing also here on the ground is a lot of the local governments and the local regulators are taking actions to ensure that transparency and accountability is assured. And I'll need to speed up a little bit in time, but I'm going to take, while we speak and do the panel already, Q&As in that I'll see coming in. But I'm going to be turning it to Nadia Sainuddin, who is the Deputy General Manager from the Security Commission in Malaysia, as we've heard before. And we're still staying in the regulation space. And Nadia, it would be great if you just very, very briefly could share with us on what is the role of the Security Commission, but really then share also with us a very good practice that we have seen and also mentioned in the report that Malaysia has been doing in 2017 while having a recommendation in their corporate code of governance on having 30% women in board. This was 2017. We are 4 years later almost. Please, could you share with us what happened since then, since you have made this guidance publicly? Over to you, Nadia.
Sure. Thank you, Katja. I'd first like to thank the host of the forum for the invitation. The SC is indeed very pleased to be able to be part of this conversation. Perhaps a quick introduction to the Securities Commission Malaysia. We are a self-funded statutory body with the responsibility, a dual responsibility to regulate and develop the Malaysian capital market. And part of this mandate is for us to supervise the stock exchange, Bursa Malaysia, and to regulate the corporate governance practices of companies listed on the exchange. Currently, we have over 900 listed companies on Bursa Malaysia. In terms of regulating corporate governance, including the participation of women on boards, this of course requires having in place a regulatory framework which promotes accountability and supports transparency So the Act, the listing rules, has all the mandatory requirements, including continuous disclosure obligations, which is of course critical to ensure there is transparency on these businesses and stakeholders have access to reliable information. Very quickly now, I'd just like to take a few minutes to touch on women on boards or women in leadership, which is one of the first few essential indicators under the WEPS framework. So for the Securities Commission Malaysia, the participation of women on boards has been a long-standing priority of the SC and part of our corporate governance mandate. And this really rests on the appreciation and understanding that the ability of boards to lead and steward effectively will depend on who's on the board or the board's composition. So particularly the participation of women on boards. This is not just true at the board level, but also in terms of the participation of women in management and across the company. So as the report highlighted, we have not used mandatory quotas. So there is no mandatory rule that every board of a listed company on Bursa Malaysia needs to have X number of women directors, but instead, the Malaysian Code on Corporate Governance recommends that boards comprise at least 30% women directors. There's a progression to this, and I'll talk about that a bit later. And companies need to disclose if they have achieved this target or otherwise. But so we have made gradual but steady progress. But I'd just like to share that in 2018, a big game changer for Malaysia, for the Securities Commission, in terms of improving our monitoring ability and enhancing transparency in terms of women participation, was when we began leveraging machine learning or text analytics to help us monitor the adoption of the best practices, including the achievement of the 30% target, and as well as the actual statistics. So previously, what was a very laborious, resource-intensive exercise, where we would probably have to go through the annual reports of these companies, has now been made more efficient and through the use of text analytics. And the outcome of that has been our ability to publish an annual publication called the Corporate Governance Monitor, which shares data on women participation on boards, senior management, whether it's in executive role or independent director positions, overall statistics on women participation across the top 100, across the entire listed company population. That's in terms of numbers, but also qualitative. We are also able to comment on the quality of corporate governance disclosures, particularly board policies in relation to the participation of women. And so this has been very helpful because, as the title of the panel states, what gets measured gets managed. And because of the availability of this information, we spark discussion on the issue. We also then, the stakeholders are then aware, whether it's shareholders, advocates, the boards themselves know where the gaps are. So I think these are among the measures which we hope will enable irreversible and sustainable change, as mentioned in the WEPS report, in terms of women participation, particularly in leadership roles. Katja, going to your second question on the code itself. She's right. So the code, the Malaysian Code on Corporate Governance, has been a very critical tool for the regulators to try and shape behavior and improve the corporate governance practices of our listed companies. It's 20 years old. It was first introduced in the year 2000. It has had 4 revisions, 2017 and 2007, 2012, 17, and 2021. It's really a progression. In 2012, we started by recommending that boards have a board diversity policy. That later became a mandatory requirement in the listing rules. In 2017, we progressed to encouraging large companies to have 30% women directors on their board. But what data showed was that in terms of progress to date, a significant number of companies which have achieved that target were mid and small cap companies. There were, of course, large companies, but quite a good number of small and mid cap companies had achieved 30% and more, in fact. So that showed us that there was a level of readiness and understanding, even among the small and mid cap companies, on the need and the business case to have women on boards, to set the tone at the top, and to also ensure that there's greater participation of women across the company, greater empowerment of women. And thus, in 2021, that led us to then progress that practice further, and now all boards are encouraged to have 30% women on their boards. Just a quick note as well. So because it's voluntary, it's a voluntary best practice. It's not a mandatory quota. There will be companies that fall short of that target. So we'd like to make this change and the commitment sustainable. So what is a requirement? What is mandatory for listed companies to do is, if they fall short of 30%, they need to explain why, and then what measures will they take to try to achieve that target, and by when. So the latest revision of the code states that it should be 3 years or less, because then what we found is that this flexibility, if some of the companies can be very vague in terms of the timeline, the timelines could be very long, or vague in terms, and they will say as and when necessary that they will adopt the practice. So this is something that we found through our monitoring, which we've also shared through the reports. So we've had gradual but steady progress, but we really hope to accelerate it and to make sure that the momentum is sustainable. Thanks, Katja.
Thank you, Nadia. As I said, I'm going to be kind of combining Q&A already a little bit. We had one question that was coming in, and maybe you have a brief statement on this as well, Nadia, which is how have disclosure requirements have enabled greater compliance with human rights in Southeast Asia? I do think you have given a very well example from a gender perspective. Any other example you would want to share? If not, I'll come back to you later. But
well, I think in terms of say human rights condition, that is something that is included in our sustainability reporting framework, and it's included as one of the indicators which companies should discuss if the risk or the issue is material. And I think it's an interplay. There needs to be a disclosure requirement, but there also needs to be a role played by the stakeholders of that company in terms of getting that discussion on the agenda. So the disclosure is one, but the stakeholders, for example, the shareholders, need to respond accordingly to the information being provided or lack of, for example. So I think there's a multiplayer role here.
Okay, thank you very much, Nadia, for just taking this question as well. And I'm gonna turn to Katie Melville, and Katie will be sharing with us much of her really rich experience working with companies or through the business coalitions that investing in women is supporting in different ASEAN countries. Katie, we have heard from Nadia, women in leadership is obviously one important indicator and one important action that really drives change. But you have been also working much deeper and in a wider sense also with companies on particularly their gender and workplace actions, policies, and also data. So I would love to hear from you a little bit.
Hi, Katja. I think we've lost. Hi, Katja. Sorry.
Yes, but I cut out for a minute. So very briefly, I hope you can hear me back. I really would love to hear would love you to share a little bit more on your work with the companies through the business coalitions that Investing in Women is supporting in several ASEAN countries. How do you work with them? How do you support them or incentivize them? What have you learned on how do they measure and report data?
Yeah, well, the whole Investing in Women program is very much founded on sort of data-driven change. We know from the work with our companies over the last 4 to 5 years that data is critical in order to assess company level, sort of in terms of current status in relation to workplace gender equality. We need that to inform action plans for the advancement of workplace gender equality. And then most importantly, we need to be able to measure progress over time. Investing in Women, which is an initiative of the Australian government, as Katja says, we support business coalitions in 4 countries. And those business coalitions are made up of private sector companies that are committed to advance workplace gender equality, both within their own workplace and in the wider business community. Now, I say that the program is built on data, or it's driven by data and evidence. And in the first phase of our program, we supported 40 companies in the countries where we work, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, and Myanmar. And those 40 companies became EDGE certified, and that's a globally recognized certification system for gender equality. Now, that gave us a very rich data source in terms of HR data, policy and practices data, and staff perceptions from over 125,000 employees. That data not only gave us sort of a benchmark in terms of where the companies were in those countries, where the member companies were, but also we learned an awful lot about the capability and maturity of company HR departments within the markets where we were working. And also we learned a lot about what type of strategies and tools are actually appropriate, what works. Now, in the more recent part of the program, we've extended the range of tools we have, and we needed to do that to reflect the sort of maturity of those HR departments, were less mature, say, than in developed markets, and therefore some of the tools, some of the assessment processes were difficult for the companies to easily comply with. Now, we keep saying we want companies to gather and report on data, but we also need to recognize that we need to make that as easy as we can for companies. And we need to also incentivize the companies to want to engage with us. So we believe very much in our work at IW that we need to work from the bottom up, so at the company level up, as well as working with regulators to add further incentives in terms of them actually reporting on the data. Now, in terms of how do we incentivize companies to actually work with us, and that's very much around building the business case. And it was great for Joni to refer to some of the research, ILO research, where ILO has been able to gather evidence from companies themselves who are actually saying, yes, we can point to the business benefits of workplace gender equality. Now, that sort of evidence is lacking in many of the markets where we work, in fact, in all of them. And I would say across ASEAN, maybe less so in Malaysia, but I think in many of the other markets, the evidence is lacking. And we need the data to build the business case, to encourage companies to want to measure where they are in terms of workplace gender equality, and to be able to then measure that and report on that progress. And to do that, we need to show them that these tangible benefits exist. Without data, it's not just companies that are going to it's harder for companies to implement change. We need that data, as we've heard, for governments and policymakers to be able to look also and report and see what's actually working, and then also to identify the best practice. That's a very important part of the work of the coalitions that we work with, is I've heard some of the presenters talk about an enabling environment in order for companies to report. I think the work of the BCs is very much about that enabling environment, providing strategies, providing advice, creating role models, and so that the private sector can lead this change themselves. And we have the evidence it works. The majority of the companies with whom we have worked and who have gathered data to assess where they are in terms of WE progress have all reported, they've made progress in at least one area of workplace gender equality. we're working very closely with UN Women, and the accountability, transparency accountability framework, I think, is an incredibly useful tool. What we really need to do is to have a core set of indicators so that countries are reporting against the same standards. That's going to help us to compare and contrast, not just between companies, but between countries. Also, we have a lot of experience in the countries where we are of actually working with regulators around the type of criteria that should be implemented. And the minimum standards that is within the transparency and accountability framework is very, very helpful. It means that all the efforts from all the stakeholders in the different countries can use a common framework. We can use the same arguments, and that because of the report has evidence that's been gathered at an ASEAN level, we're able to combine that with our evidence, concrete evidence at the company level and within the countries. And I think that the partnership between all the stakeholders is really going to be the way we move forward. We get the companies committing to undertaking to gather the data and to use it in a concrete and useful way to enable them to harness the business advantage of workplace gender equality. And then we work together sort of around a common framework with regulators and governments and policymakers, so we can actually also demonstrate the advantage from their perspective. Thanks, Katja.
Thanks, Katie. As always, very practical and insightful as well. I was in parallel looking a little bit to what questions we are getting in, and I'm just gonna answer the ones that are quickly to answer. The public, is the report public available? I think we're gonna be sharing the report in the chat, and it's launched today, so it will be publicly available. Katie, I don't know if you want to take this one maybe before I turn to Ravi, who we definitely want to hear and who will be able to talk to this probably as well. Are there some examples of good practices or ways good practices of any companies, listed companies, in reporting on D&I or gender issues as part of their mandatory reporting? Have you kind of come across really good examples, Katie, through your work?
Well, in terms of mandatory reporting in the countries where we're working, the only requirement is for sex disaggregated data around workforce participation, and so we're still working very much around the mandatory reporting. I think there are good examples of companies who are voluntarily reporting and actually looking at and reporting on the efforts that they've introduced in terms of workplace gender equality. I think the best type of reports are those that actually set themselves targets, and that's very similar to what we heard in Malaysia. Workplace gender equality isn't a done deal. Even if you've made improvements, there is always room for more improvement, and we see that even with companies like Unilever or Accenture and those who are well known already for their D&I programs. They will have annual targets and annual action plans and strategies. So I think that that's critically important, and I would certainly say encouraging companies to report what they're doing, but also then to set themselves target for how they can further advance workplace gender equality is really how we're going to drive change. I think if we look at sort of goals around pay equity and reporting around this, we know we have a long way to go. So maybe having set actions and requiring companies to set out their action plans, how they might work towards those goals, even if they can't meet them now, is the way to move forward. Thanks, Katja.
Thanks, Katie. And Ravi, I'm going to be turning it to you, and you see there's a big interest also looking really through the questions. People are really want to know what companies are effectively doing. And I know you are just a great example on sharing probably very practical first-hand experience from Reckitt's perspective, with whom you have been for the last 7 years. So I'm sure you can be also sharing a little bit of a journey in that. But first of all, I just wanted to start maybe, Ravi, and thank you for joining us from India. And we've been having conversations with you and with our colleagues as well. And I think you, for the moment, just feeling again sort of the impacts also on the pandemic. And we have discussed this before and seeing particularly impacts that women had through the pandemic and still having. And we were discussing on how can we ensure when building back better and more inclusive, what can companies like Reckitt do, or what are you doing currently to really institutionalize the frameworks or really make sure that measures are taken, but then also reported on and goals are set so that we really build more resilient businesses? Anything you would like to share what Reckitt is doing to really advance this really important work?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me on this panel. It's very exciting to hear. Yes, definitely, like, this whole pandemic of COVID-19 has taken the work on the gender. There's a backturn on that. Significant investments are required so that, the work comes on track, and we're all working towards it. And, my 7 years journey in Reckitt has been fantastic, where I was able to see first time a gender pay comprehensive report to date in year 2020, where we started covering the 10 markets, which, like what Kathy rightly said, it's important to go to the markets. It's important, like, there are some compulsory markets which ask for the reporting relationships, and there are certain markets where there are no norms as of now. So our gender pay report, which we did in 2020, actually had 10 markets, 10 big markets for Reckitt, which also means like the 70% of the universe was actually covered through our work, which included Brazil, China, India, Indonesia, Mexico, Poland, Russia, Thailand, UK, and US. Some of the markets are there where you have to compulsorily report, but there are certain markets like India and others where you just need the you need to just present the number of men and women only in the business. Something which is of utmost importance is basically like measuring it and measuring it right. So some of the when we reached out to 70% of the universe in Reckitt on the gender gaps and pay performance and the bonus performance and the mean bonus gaps, we found like when we reached like the indicators like the median gender pay, like the mean gender pay gap, the median gender bonus, the mean bonus gap, the proportion of men and women receiving a bonus payment, then the women and men working in manufacturing, then the total number of employees and the proportion of employees working in the manufacturing. All these indicators are very important indicators because they reflect on the hygiene of the company. And this it's basically like these statistics are very important, and you can see like country by country how things are changing. You can also see like region by region how things are changing, and what's the way forward. And also like we have also seen some of the snapshots once this report was out. A lot of media houses also came forward and they also started asking about like so okay, it's not great at all the places. There's some places where the company really has to you really have to do double the job, have to improvise. So what are the plans? And as Kathy rightly says, like let's you need to put the plans in place. One of the big plans is by 2022, there will be 50% of the senior managers who will be women in the company, which accounts to around 50% of the employees in the company. Then along with this, there are other things like when we talk about gender pay gap and other things, we also can't ignore the things like inclusion and the pillars on which the whole discussion on inclusion, diversity, and gender should be there. So the pillars, to best of my knowledge, like if I have to do it or like how we do it in Reckitt, is like there are 6 pillars: or leadership, people, places, procurement, brands, and partnerships. It completes almost everything, like, which needs to be there. They're the essential ingredients which needs to be there. The level of effort, it needs to be put differently on the different things, but definitely there is a will to do it. There is a will to change. In last 7 years, like, this is the first time in 2020 I saw this report, and we are working on it. And we are getting huge interest from the women folk, especially in the manufacturing, because one of the data came, like, in India, the countries like India has just 1% of the women in the manufacturing sector working with Reckitt. How we can make it a better workplace? How we can move it from the band-aid solutions, and we give something which is holistic, which is something which is more comprehensive, which is going to stay. It should not be a fad, it should be a fashion. So we are working towards it, like, how we can have more gender responsive programming. And definitely these data, these numbers, they're a good reflection on the leaders, on the leadership, as well as the capacities and the capabilities of the organizations. It put the governance structures more strongly. It helped people think what is to be done, how it is to be think, and how fast. One more perspective to this is, like, when these reports reach to the employees internally, they also start reading it. They start questioning it. They start asking us, where do I fall in the bell curve? So why bell curve closes for me, and why bell curve opens for me, and why, like, only 2 women can be promoted out of 50, and why not more? So, this all data generates a lot of excitement, a lot of questions, a lot of transparency and governance. It challenges the leadership. It challenges the leadership basically to think about, so what next? Because now if the indicators dip in 2021, so there is a huge accountability. So there is a shareholder value. There are stakeholders. There are internal stakeholders. So, like, UN is looking at us, and all the stakeholders who are in this forum, on the screen, off the screen, they're listening to me. They will be asking us, okay, you talked very big in 2020. So what's happening in 2021? What suddenly changed? So, when you publish the numbers, they are not just the numbers. I often use the statement, use it or lose it. I'm just repeating it again, use it or lose it. So these numbers are so important. Like, there are several of the missed opportunities. If these numbers are not used, on the regular basis, if these numbers are not used for the decision making, and the loss is huge. The loss is not just huge to the women, the loss is huge to the companies, to the corporations, because, I'm personally observing, like, the leaderships where women are there. So how they differently behave when the boards have more women and more inclusion and inclusivity, how things different, how decisions are taken differently. And it's very beautiful, like, and this happens to be a Pride month also. Like, yesterday was the first day of the Pride month. I'm seeing a lot of women celebrating the Pride month in my organization, across the borders. It also gives a lot of strength, like, we are not just restricting ourselves to the so-called gender stereotyping and the gender agenda. It's much beyond that. It's much bigger, and we all have a role to play, small or big. That's what I wanted to submit.
Thank you very much for this very open sharing, Ravi, in terms of what you have done. And also, I really like that perspective. Once the data is there, it needs to get measured, and people will look at it internally and externally. So it creates a sense of responsibility and accountability. So I think this is also what we started the session with, right? What gets measured gets done. So we really kind of need to work on this. We have heard from you from gender pay gap, and a great example. We've heard from Nadia, a great example of women leadership, who are all kind of things that are part of what we call the essential indicators, the ones where we really think we should get the majority behind that and get companies mandatory to report on them. I think then we will be able to also really shift the needle. And I know we are 2 minutes for closure, and I have been trying to really get the questions into the conversation while we were speaking. I have one to close, which I'm going to be putting to Nadia, because we know there's a guideline now, or there are research evidence out there. What are the indicators? We've heard from Ravi how could they be measured. But we have also heard in order to really change, we need to really create systemic change and really make this mandatory or make this established, institutionalized in regulations and or policies. So Nadia, I have one question for you, which comes out of the audience. How can we get more stock exchange commissions like yours to really start that journey? How can we mobilize others? Let's start maybe in ASEAN. What is a very concrete step we could take to really incentivize other stock exchange commissions?
Well, I think, to be fair, a number of stock exchanges in ASEAN are taking measures of their own. I think the Ring the Bell initiative by the Sustainable Stock Exchanges is one such effort, right? And I think a lot of the ASEAN exchanges are involved in that. But I think more and more, as the conversation deepens and there's greater push and demand from various stakeholders, including the institutional investors, to see more women participation, empowerment, the stock exchanges will respond accordingly. And these initiatives will make their way into the regulation, into the framework. But I just really wanted to add that there is really an ecosystem to this. I think regulation is part of it, corporate disclosures, reporting as one aspect, but you really need the other stakeholders to also play a role, because the information is not just there for the sake of it. Someone needs to respond and take the necessary action. So for example, in the case of women on boards, it's the shareholders. If there's lack of action to get the right women on the board, there's no diversity in senior management, very poor policies in terms of for women employees, then shareholders should respond and get that conversation going with the board. So it's an ecosystem that needs to work together.
Thank you so much, Nadia. And I think I'm going to be closing this. And it's also an ecosystem landscaping, which we have been doing to really look at this and how can we advance this. So I'm going to close it down with encouraging our listeners and everyone to really have a look in the report and take out also very practical examples and actions there. And I would love to really thank the panel for your very open conversation. I know we have heard very honestly feedback from some of you and really your experience. And I hope that sets us for a good conversation over the next months and to really deepen that agenda on transparency and accountability. Thank you very much, everyone, and wishing everyone who's out there a good rest of the day and a good rest of the Business and Human Rights Forum, and hope you join us on multiple other sessions as well. Thank you very much, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this session of the UN Responsible Business and Human Rights Forum on Unseen, Undervalued Domestic Work, Essential for All Business, Why Responsible Business Should Care About Care Work. This session is jointly organized by the International Organization for Migration, IOM, and UN Women. I am excited to introduce you to our impressive lineup of speakers, but first, please indulge me while I provide important background for today's discussion. According to the ILO, 1 in every 13 women wage earners work as domestic workers. There are 67 million domestic workers, and 1 in 6 are international migrant workers, with close to half in this region. 73% of all migrant domestic workers are women. As a highly feminized sector, domestic work in Asia provides important economic and empowerment opportunities for many women migrants. For the first time at this 2021 forum, we can raise the significance of domestic workers in the spheres of business and human rights, which has long been neglected. This year also marks the 10th anniversary of the Domestic Workers Convention, C-189, which is an international, legally binding instrument protecting and promoting the fundamental principles and rights at work of domestic workers, adding another layer of significance to today's discussion. Like much of women's work, or in fact, the work in which women are predominantly employed, the value and substantive contributions of migrant domestic workers are underappreciated. Often workers who perform domestic housework or care work are excluded from labor protection. 40% of national labor laws in countries worldwide do not offer protections for domestic workers. Domestic workers contribute significantly to the global economy, especially allowing greater scope of care to aging populations, children, and persons living with disabilities. Indeed, many companies, from small enterprises to multinational corporations, directly benefit from having a productive workforce because of the domestic workers their staff employ at home. The increasing employment of domestic workers has resulted in a noticeable increase in the women labor force for participation rate in Asia. Furthermore, as costs of living rise, especially in urban areas, and families must rely on multiple wage earners, migrant domestic workers have helped many parents to stay economically active. According to a study on the economic contribution of migrant domestic workers to the economies where they are living and working, in 2018, migrant domestic workers contributed an estimated $12.6 billion to Hong Kong SAR China's economy, representing 3.6% of the city's GDP. Migrant domestic workers in Singapore also contributed to 2.4% of the GDP and 0.3% of the GDP in Malaysia. These are significant contributions. And these are only illustrative of the substantive contributions of migrant domestic workers to their host countries. Even while abroad, migrant domestic workers continue to care for their families and communities at home with significant remittances. Looking at the case of Indonesian migrant domestic workers in Hong Kong, China, Singapore, and Malaysia, they remitted $1.1 billion home in 2018 alone. So unpacking the statistics like this, it is clear that women migrant domestic workers are the backbone to economic and social development, both at countries of origin and destination. Today, we have come together to emphasize that domestic work is an essential activity that sustains our society. Domestic work guarantees the well-being of hundreds of thousands of families and directly supports a healthy labor force in the market. Business, as corporate citizens, are indeed benefiting directly from the domestic work sector. Responsible business can and should play an important role to empower domestic workers and promote their leadership. IOM and UN Women are delighted to convene this session featuring diverse speakers on what business is already doing and where there are opportunities to do more. So before I introduce you to our wonderful panel, I would like to thank all of you for joining today. I encourage you to take the opportunity to use the Q&A function to raise questions and also share your thoughts, research, and resources. Don't be shy and don't wait until the end. Your participation is greatly appreciated. So without further ado, allow me to introduce you to our 5 speakers. Tapati Saha, Program Coordinator of UN Women Bangladesh, has over 25 years of experience in international development and policy advocacy and gender equality. She is currently leading women's economic empowerment programming, which intersects the importance of women's empowerment and migration. PHILLIP, Asia Pacific Regional Coordinator of the International Domestic Workers Federation, IDWF, has over 20 years experience of organizing migrant domestic workers and was one of the founding organizers of Migrant Domestic Workers Trade Union in Hong Kong. Susan Clear, a Regional Director of Macquarie Group Foundation Asia, has a wealth of corporate, government, and nonprofit professional experience across Australia, Beijing, and Hong Kong. She is now leading the strategic grant portfolio of Macquarie Group Foundation to support migrant communities in Asia. Marie Kapduzi, General Manager of We Are Caring, an ethical recruitment agency in Singapore. Marie was born in France and raised in Singapore. Under her leadership, We Are Caring has successfully deployed over 3,000 workers without charging workers $1. And last, but certainly not least, Juleda Mijul is the Deputy Director General of Thailand Professional Qualification Institute. She has played an important role in strengthening collaboration with domestic and international partners by working with industries to develop relevant and responsive occupational standards, promoting recognition of skills for lifelong learning and inclusive development, and adapting best practices from abroad to best fit the labor migration context of Thailand, Cambodia, Lao People's Democratic Republic, and Myanmar corridors, so as to continuously improve the professional qualification system. Thank you all for being with us today. So my first question is going to go to Tapati Saha. As I shared in my opening remarks, domestic work is a dominant profession for many migrant women. It is my understanding that millions of South Asian women migrate to the Middle East each year, the majority in search of employment in the domestic work sector. Clearly, both domestic work and labor migration play an important role in empowerment. So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, Tapati, but my first question is if you can share from your experience and expertise, could you elaborate more on the importance of domestic work to our society? How does labor migration contribute to migrant women's economic empowerment?
Thank you, Tara. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share my experience on this very important topic. As we already know that, I like to first express my opinion on your question, that the importance of domestic work in our society. As we all know that domestic work is vital and foundational to human life. And the existence of human being is depending on the domestic work and care work, we all know. Every day we rejuvenate our body and mind and get ready to work outside home due to the domestic work and care work is actually doing by the mostly women in our home and society. But unfortunately, this important work is not given the same respect and value as we give respect and value to the work outside the home. To me, as we all know that in many countries, many destination countries and countries of origin, and domestic work and workers are excluded from the labor rights and protection. Therefore, they're subject to so many discrimination, exploitation, and abuse. We know that actually the domestic work, these are very invisible, repetitive, laborious, undervalued, and undermined. It has no proper recognition, regardless to the status, whether it is paid or unpaid. When women do work as unpaid care work at home, it is not recognized. When they work as a domestic worker to the employer, due to the very much informal nature of the work, and also to me, it's because of the unequal power relationship with their employer, also the deep-rooted gender inequalities in the society. And the way we see and define the work, that actually also the very bias. We should see the work and define the work from the very much gender lens, and so that this discriminatory and the way we work that domestic and the public and formal and informal, then actually we can properly recognize this very valued and important work mostly done by the women. Thank you.
Thank you, Tapati. I think you raised some incredibly important observations in terms of the deep-rooted gender inequalities in society, the power imbalances that take place within a domestic work-employer relationship. And you're absolutely right that until there is formal recognition of this work as work, it will be very difficult to affect widespread change. So I'd like for you to elaborate a little bit more from a gender perspective. So could you share the risks and vulnerabilities of domestic workers, especially in relation to their recruitment and employment in the region?
Thank you, Tara. As already I said that as a domestic worker, work is excluded from the labor law in many countries and the protection. Therefore, it has so many risks. And when women travel to abroad for the work, this group of women are less educated and there are less opportunity in their country of origin for the economic activity. Therefore, it's an economic pathway to contribute to their family and the society. But when they travel to the other destination country, often they fall into the risk because of this informal nature, because of the not recognize this work as a valued work. And also, I would say that the vulnerability start for the domestic worker from the pre-decision level. When the women take decision, mostly the women are pushed by their family, or they are subject to the violence, in gender-based violence at their family, and they are living under the crude reality and the poverty level. Therefore, they took this decision to going to the abroad, and also the recruitment process. And there are many good practices, of course, in the countries. There are many good practices with the recruiting agency, I would say. But there are some recruiting agency also, they have high charge for the recruiting, and they don't have any the formal procedure to follow. They don't have any standard procedure to follow for the recruiting. And when they arrive into the destination country, they don't have the standard employment contract. Even in many destination country, there are some sort of contracts, but it is not implementing, it is not enforcing. And also the other part is that even there are some contract they have, it is not monitored by the either government or, and also there is some other issue. Often domestic worker don't have opportunity to have their own network to raise their voice. Often they live in a very isolation. That's why actually they don't have being gathered and some solidarity group, and there is no support group in the destination country as well, so that they can claim their rights. So because of this lot of reasons, they are vulnerable, and we know that they have the less salary, they don't have, they have to work long hours, they don't have the holiday to enjoy, whatever the entitled for any work. Mostly domestic workers are not entitled and not enjoyed when they work under the employer.
Thank you, Tapati. I appreciate you highlighting some of the many factors that exacerbate the vulnerability of migrant women domestic workers from pre-departure through recruitment and employment. And with recruitment, you hired things such as excessive fees, issues with contracts, lack of standardized contracts, contract substitution, and then of course the vulnerabilities associated with employment, and isolation is of course a really challenging factor. So these were all vulnerabilities that existed even before COVID-19. And to my next speaker, I'm going to ask for her to share a little bit more about what we are now seeing in terms of exacerbated vulnerabilities for domestic workers during COVID-19. So IDWF currently has 81 affiliates who are domestic worker membership-based unions, organizations in 63 countries. And since the COVID-19 pandemic, migrant domestic workers have been disproportionately affected, further exacerbating existing vulnerabilities. IDWF has been working to respond to the challenges domestic workers are facing and to protect their rights globally during the pandemic. So Fish, my first question for you is, based on your experience here in the Asia Pacific, what are you seeing in terms of the impact of COVID-19 on domestic workers?
Thank you for the question. Indeed, I'm very happy to be with all of you today to talk about an important question on how we together to protect human rights for everybody. And especially for domestic workers, they are one of the most vulnerable groups of workers. So we all have to be actively promote and protect their rights so that we are no more bystanders when they have abuses and exploitation. So thank you so much for having this platform to have sharing and learning together. And I'm the regional coordinator for IDWF in Asia region. In the world, we have 600,000 domestic workers organized with our international federation. So indeed, for migrant domestic workers organizing, despite many challenges that they face, they still have organized themselves. And we have affiliates and network group formed and led by migrant domestic workers in Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, Malaysia, India, Thailand, and Singapore. And more migrant domestic workers have to be organized to have the mutual support with their own fellow workers. So for as our previous speakers has already mentioned, domestic workers are very much not recognized by the governments, especially in Asia Pacific, that they are not recognized as workers. So they are not within the framework of protection by the labor laws and policies. So before the pandemic, there are already many cases of abuses happening all the time. But the pandemic is just heightening the level of vulnerability of the domestic workers. And we face highest insecurity in this period of time. We face more discrimination in this period of time. Especially for migrant domestic workers, is more dimension of discrimination that they are facing as a person who are women, who are from poorer country, who have a color and a different race and ethnicity. They face more xenophobia in the destination. So, for example, the migrant domestic workers leaders have been sharing to us how they were being discriminated by the employer. Whenever they go out, after they come back to the home, the employer requires them to take a bath immediately, and even the employer and his families is hiding before the domestic workers finish her bathing, and she has to, there was also story reporting that they have to clean the bathroom and toilet 13 times a day. There are really very extreme stories of discrimination that we have been hearing and shared by the migrant domestic workers. And I would say this kind of discrimination is also institutional. Some governments is also actively promoting these policies that are calling for the migrant domestic workers not to have day off when the employer is still going out around for shopping and bringing friends and families, relatives to home to have a dining, which increase the risk of infection of COVID-19. And the lockdown and everything has, when the domestic workers cannot have flight to take their annual leave to have a home holiday, They face a lot of homesickness, and they are more pressurized when the migrant domestic workers employers are more demanding on their work. They work longer hours, and of course, when the employers stay at home, they have to do more cooking. They are more stressed with these kind of heavier workload and long hours. Some of the domestic workers, especially when they have irregular status, undocumented migrant domestic workers, they have job loss immediately, and they lost all kind of income immediately. So we have a lot of seeking for help for only food and some, for example, milk for their babies during the pandemic when the total lockdown is going on, for example, in Malaysia. So, and the other thing is the problem is we don't enjoy Social Security. So when they have lost their job, they don't have anything. And also when sometimes when the government do not provide relaxed visa for them, then they are locked down, and then suddenly they will put into irregular status. So so I will end for this for the moment. Yeah.
Thank you, Fish. It is so difficult to hear about the highly discriminatory practices that you talked about and the way that workers are suffering during this period. But it is so important that we raise awareness as to what the reality of this is. And I certainly know that I speak on behalf of many people when we are so grateful for the work that organizers like IDWF do to try to provide support to these workers in situations like this. It can also be difficult to hear these stories because, as has been mentioned, domestic workers are so isolated from the community. You know, they're so under the thumb of their employers. So switching track a little bit, it would be great to hear from you in terms of ensuring that domestic workers are protected during the pandemic now, as well as beyond. What are some of the areas that should be priorities for business actors to get involved?
I think first of all, the main business sector involved on domestic workers are the employment agencies who do job referral and placement for the domestic workers. So they are the middle person to communicate with the employer and the domestic workers. So they can be an important agent to educate and also to give correct information to the employers. So it's very important if the business sector, the employment agencies, of course, first of all, they should have their own protocol and guide to ensure they have a healthy business environment, not to collect agency fee and excessive agency fee, and not to be a bystander when they see abuse and exploitation happening. And they can talk to the employers that not to terminate domestic workers during the lockdown period of time, and continue to pay the salaries, ensure that they can continue to contribute the health insurance and social security for the domestic workers. When the domestic workers is ill or sick or infected with COVID-19, please tell the employers to continue to pay for the sick leave of the domestic workers, and give information to the domestic workers on the COVID-19 and knowledge on the vaccination. And sometimes people have to get rest after taking the vaccine. Also promote the domestic workers to have a paid sick leave after the vaccination. So always to respect domestic workers' rights, to ensure that they have a safe and hazard-free workplace, and to respect the quarantine measures, and promote the employers to respect hygiene and social distancing measures, and give working hours flexibility to domestic workers when they face stress and pressure.
Great. Thank you for speaking to the important role of recruitment agencies. And I am delighted that we have a recruitment agency who will speak with us a little bit later to tell us more about what they are doing. But just to draw from what Fish said, that really, it's important for recruitment agencies to go beyond simply responding to grievances of workers, which is unfortunately not all agencies are even doing that, but to actually serve as mediators with employers to ensure that there is greater protection and support for current workers. So thank you so much for highlighting that, Fish. And staying with the discussion of, what can business do? What are current business efforts? I'm going to turn now to Susan. Susan, as part of, just a little bit of background, I guess, on why Susan is with us today. As part of its strategic grant-making program, the Macquarie Foundation in Asia has been supporting organizations providing better migration outcomes for migrant workers as a means to combat modern slavery. In particular, migrant domestic workers in this region is a strong focus for the Macquarie Foundation. The foundation has also supported the Fair Hiring Pledge to promote conscious and ethical hiring practices of migrant domestic workers. So Susan, my first question for you is, could you tell us why Macquarie Group has a strong focus on supporting migrant domestic workers in the region?
Tara, great to have the chance to connect with a wide group today, so thank you for the opportunity. Just first, let me tell you a little bit about Macquarie, and then why our foundation has a focus on supporting migrant domestic workers in the region. So we're a global financial group. We're headquartered and listed in Australia with 17,000 employees operating in 32 markets all over the world, and we recently celebrated our 52nd birthday. And here in Asia, we have over 4,000 staff, and with our assets under management, we also employ an additional 59,000 people across the region. So the reach is pretty significant. And Macquarie's purpose, is we work to empower people to innovate and invest for a better future. And that really comes to life all across the organisation, and very much through the Macquarie Group Foundation, which has been doing much of that for many, many years. We've been supporting the communities where our employees live and work really since our inception, and we've managed to contribute more than $360 million US in this time, and that goes to thousands of organisations. And at the moment, we're I think at around 2,500 different nonprofits, which is a pretty diverse group of organisations to be supporting. And we do that through things like staff giving, through financial volunteering incentives, and also our global grant making program. But what's relevant is underpinning all of this is really our staff-led grassroots philosophy. And that is a little bit, or very much, as to why we have this focus on supporting migrant domestic workers in the region. And it's behind much of the work that we're going to be talking about today. And so to take, again, a little bit of a step back, our interest in supporting migrant workers in Asia started back in 2014. We were, at the time, supporting many different organisations and causes, really across a range of areas. And we took a step back, and we thought, how can we make better use of the resources that we have available to us, whether they be financial, which are obviously, a great and important part of anything, but also our skills, the networks that we have access to, and many other types of resources that we wanted to try and address the issues. So we went back and we looked at the existing areas of staff activity. So as I mentioned, we have this very strong staff-led philosophy to see what people were already interested in, where they were already being engaged. And then we compared that and mapped it out against what are some of the significant social issues that are affecting Asia. So this was, back in 2014, the concepts around modern slavery weren't perhaps as prevalent as they are today, but we recognised that it was a growing issue and one that perhaps wasn't receiving a huge amount of attention. So mapping that against our existing staff activity, we identified an opportunity around ways that we could support better migration outcomes for workers in the region. And then bringing it a little bit tighter around the domestic worker piece, we realised that the issue around modern slavery and the vulnerabilities faced by so many were really quite significant. And sadly, we have limited resources And so since then, we've been working to really focus our work on the locations and also the issues where we can amplify our efforts. So this comes to life from a location point of view, with the majority of our work being in Hong Kong, in Singapore, in the Philippines, in Indonesia, and in India. And we also have focused the efforts around migrant domestic workers, because it's an area that staff can also readily apply and appreciate. And it allows us to really live our purpose and bring that to life.
Thank you, Susan. It is, I should say first, happy birthday to Macquarie. But it is just so wonderful to hear that not only have you fostered this culture of volunteerism and real engagement with the community, but that you have taken a highly strategic and evidence-based approach to prioritize your efforts in this space, your support to communities, and that through this, you as an organization have come to realize the essential nature of migrant workers, of women migrant workers, and of domestic workers. So I think this is all excellent. And I'm wondering now, with that, can you tell us more about how Macquarie Group has responded? So you came up with the strategy. Please tell us more about the kinds of activities that you are doing through staff engagement, and also, of course, through the Macquarie Group Foundation philanthropic efforts.
Absolutely. And I mean, also, Tara, you and I have known each other for a little while, and it's been fantastic to have the support of people and organizations across the region. I think something we realized early on was we absolutely were not the experts. And so we were kind of seeing what role we could play. And it's through relationships with IOM, others on this call, on this panel with us, who helped us to also achieve some of the things that we have. So as I mentioned, I think the staff piece is very important. And what we've done since starting back in 2014 is we've funded dozens of projects to date, which we're very proud of. So I think at the moment we've contributed, I think around over $3 million to dozens of different projects across the region, as I mentioned. So that touches on, as you mentioned, Tara, that regional research, which kicked us off. We worked with an organisation called CFAR, who have since done 2 reports, which is really trying to identify some of the issues that we can start to address. And they've gotten quite a significant and robust data, which is all publicly available. So you can certainly find that out, and we can certainly share some of the links to the CFAR reports. And as a result of that data, we identified interventions that we could start to address. So we're addressing some of the challenges, so we funded many of the projects from that. That information is also all on the website, and again, we can share a link to some of the frameworks that we're supporting, and you can check it out online. But back to the staff engagement piece. It really is at the core of what we do, and it was this staff engagement that led to the focus. So beyond the grant funding, which I just mentioned, we have staff personally involved in many causes. Some examples, Tara, you mentioned the Fair Hiring Pledge. So that was something that we were very supportive of. We funded the creation of, the putting it together, and we're of course a founding signatory, one of 8 signatories when it first launched, and we're now up to the Fair Employment Foundation have now got 22 signatories on board. There's always opportunities for more to sign. But the important piece from that is the thousands of people who've been educated through training sessions. And what's been great from that is that very significant increase in knowledge around ethical hiring. And I'm looking forward to hearing from Marie to talk a little bit around how that's come to life with We Are Caring. The other ways we get involved. Just today, we've installed 10 new laptops with Fair Employment, and we're currently working on a redesign of their entire Wi-Fi network connectivity. So again, trying to use the different skills and resources that we've got in the organisation. We also have staff volunteer with organisations. So for example, with financial literacy organisations, IDA based in Singapore and Enrich based in Hong Kong, where staff serve as mentors and trainers for the students. And we've also gotten involved, again, using the skills around creative services with their annual report design, or conducting UX user testing for the launch of Enrich's new website. We've done some language translation support. So all of this is designed to complement the programmatic grant funding that we provide centrally. And then finally, just next week, actually, we're launching Better Migration Week, which is an internal regional initiative that we're kicking off for the first time that's really designed to raise awareness and hopefully some funds around the wider issue of migration and why it's such a critical thing for us to be aware of, and to raise connectivity with our grant partners as well.
This is all brilliant, Susan. Thank you so much for sharing so many diverse examples of ways that Macquarie has, but other responsible businesses can also look to engage with staff, engage with the broader community around the issues of migration and migrant domestic workers. Definitely, if anyone from Macquarie is tuned in, please encourage your colleagues to post links to research, your website in the Q&A section. I'm also going to ask other people watching, again, don't be shy. Do raise questions, share your own resources. The more active you are, the more lively this discussion will be. And now I'd like to go to Marie. So recruitment has been a theme that has come up, I think, through every speaker so far. And this is because recruitment agencies play an indispensable role to ensure the recruitment process is fair to both workers and employers. So established in 2016 as a social enterprise and a relatively new agency in the industry, We Are Caring has emphasized ethical hiring, paperless process, and employers' orientation and education. It was recognized by DBS NUS Social Venture Challenge among the top 120 social enterprises to watch in Asia in 2016, and also the winner of the ASEAN ICT Award 2018 in the category Making the World a Better Place. So Marie, thanks for being with us today. I have a couple of questions for you also, and my first question is really, what motivated We Are Caring to adopt the zero recruitment fees model for workers, while there are still so many agencies that charge fees to workers? And how do you see this debt-free model as driving broader change in the industry?
Thank you, Tara, and thank you to everyone on the panel as well. I'm really grateful to be here with everyone today. So like Tara said, we started 5 years ago, really with the goal to make it free and fair for domestic workers in Singapore to find a job. So for the context in Singapore, employment agencies can charge up to 2 months of salary deductions to the worker when they deploy them in a home. However, in practice, what we see is that it can be much, much more. So there's some workers that will go 4, 6, 8 months without having a salary paid because they owe the loan back to the agency. At the same time, the helpers will go through a very demeaning process when they register with agencies. They have to give their height, their weight. They all take the same photo and the same uniform for their bio data. And in Singapore, there's 2 key malls that are just agencies. And the helpers, they just go and wait. They sit on the floor of the agency and they wait for employers to come in and see if they will interview them. So the helpers were not getting a good experience. At the same time, what we saw is that the employers were not getting a good service either. They would only end up meeting the helpers that were in the office on that day. There was no transparency on the pricing that they were charged for the paperwork, but also the fees that the helpers were charged. And no transparency on the processes. All of this was also really slow, so nothing was digitalized. There was no e-signature. Most agencies did not have a website. So it was really an industry that had seen no innovation in 30 years. And we felt that we could have an improvement on both fronts. So making it better for the helpers, but also making it better for the families. In terms of the change in the industry, when we first launched, we got a lot of questions from agencies, but also from employers who would say, if there's no loan, how do I know that the helper will stay with me? Because if she has nothing to pay back, then why would she stay even a few months with me? And in the first year, we did not have enough data to support that actually, without the loans, she will stay longer with you. but it will also improve your relationship between the helper and the employer. So now that we've been doing this for 5 years, the Ministry of Manpower, they issue for each agency key ratings, including the customer service rating given by the families, and also the retention rate. So the helpers who stay more than 1 year with the same family after they were deployed by the agency. And for both of those, what we see is that we have the highest rating of the top 100 agencies in Singapore. And this it's really telling because it really shows on the industry level that when you make it free for the workers, when you give them a mandatory weekly off day, it makes the relationship on a more even footing. The helper, she's more motivated to work when she knows she has adequate rest and she's paid from the first month. And also on the employer side, we find them to be more satisfied with the agency, with the matching process, and also with their worker in the end.
Excellent. Thank you so much for making such a strong business case for ethical recruitment. It is excellent that you saw an opportunity in the market, you entered, and that your experience has demonstrated that actually ethical recruitment is good business and that it is good for workers and employers. You know, in the region, we tend to see pushback on things like employer pays, and sometimes agencies, even though they have the best intentions, they feel that the demand from employers isn't there yet. And so I'm wondering if you can tell us a little bit more, you know, what has been the response from workers, but also employers to We Are Caring's efforts to promote ethical recruitment? What do you think it is about your approach that has contributed to the success that you described?
Yeah. So we're really grateful we got to grow really quickly. And this was almost entirely through word of mouth. So both from the employers, but also from the helpers directly. And this was really key because agencies will often advertise that they are free, but actually in practice, they are free only if you refer 3 friends to the agency and they will have salary deductions, or it's free to register, but then once you find an employer, the paperwork is not free. So we were lucky that from the very beginning, the helpers that we placed became ambassadors and advocates for us, and they really put testimonials out there and to their friends that it was free to be with us, and it was free also from abroad, which is generally where there's the really excessive fees that take place, and that they did not pay for their medical, for their training, for their flights, which sometimes is where there's gray area. So we really grew through our community of helpers and employers, and we did not have to do any marketing at all. So for the key aspects that contributed to the success, with the helpers, of course, being the first one and the only one to make it free for them with a weekly off day, was really key. For the employers, we really put a lot of effort on improving the services, improving the customer service, and the convenience for them. So like you mentioned in the introduction, making everything paperless, going digital, in the way that they find the helper. And also, like Tapati raised, it's also very important for the compliance to be able to have the contracts certified and that there's no amendments afterwards. A key part for employers was also the transparency that we provided, which in Singapore is rare, very rare still, for the agencies to publish their pricing online or to be transparent with the processes as well. So that was another key part. I think finally, when we first launched, we had 2 key services. We had one that was more traditional, where we would shortlist and organize the interviews for the families in more of a full package that traditional agencies would provide. And we had another package where the employers could go through our entire database of workers, shortlist by themselves, and have more ownership in their search. And very quickly, what we realized is that the families who were more independent in their search, they found faster, for way cheaper as well, and they ended up with a better match. So quickly, we shifted to this model only. And what we saw is that it's helpful for the employers when they look for their workers, because ultimately, even though we do pre-screening, we help them with the shortlisting. They know best who will work out in their home, and vice versa for the helpers. They should also have access to all the offers possible, meet the families, and then make their own decisions, because they're the ones who end up working in the home as well. So I feel like that was really key to our success as well.
Yeah, thank you, Marie, for highlighting so many important process considerations. And I think your experience with transparency is really important. And I also want to stress the significance of word of mouth. Actually, IOM this past year conducted a survey of 300 employers of migrant domestic workers and found that fewer than half did any due diligence on the agency that they decided to use. But those that did, the vast majority, the due diligence that they did was just asking friends and family. So that really is the network by which employers choose which agency they want to do. And of course, I think, we all recognize that it's similar for workers. Their most valued sources of information are their peers, which is why, as Fish mentioned earlier, it's so important that they have opportunities to organize. So thank you very much for these contributions. So my last couple of questions are to Julie. And Julie, I think you bring a really important perspective, because as a public organization, TPQI is chartered workforce with professional qualifications and occupation standards through different approaches. Domestic workers are often mistakenly seen as unskilled and unprofessional workforce. The assumption that the tasks are simple, routine, and easily handled. So it would be great to hear from you and TPQI's experience. Why are skills development and, importantly, recognition so important for domestic workers? And if you can also add, how is skills development and recognition for domestic workers also advantageous for employers?
Thank you, Tara. Thank you, UN Women, for inviting us to be part of the platform, to share and to learn from all panelists. First of all, by concept, skills development and certification help reinforce the fact that domestic workers is a real occupation that involves a wide range of skills such as cleaning, cooking, sometimes gardening, doing laundry, taking care of our beloved people in the family, our grandmother, father, and even our kids. So, and so on. So, undervaluation of domestic work results from a perception that the tasks of women traditionally do in their homes and the tasks of domestic workers are the same. So, however, domestic work requires, we think, many transversal and occupational skills. So skills training and recognition could help raising the status of domestic workers as recognized profession. So for domestic workers themselves, like any other occupation, skills development and certification lead to a greater opportunities. So domestic workers' skills overlap with skills of cleaner, hotel housekeeper, sometimes or personal care aide, as all panelists has mentioned. So if there's a way to recognize these skills, domestic workers could make use of them in the future. For example, they could use skills certification to apply to be a cleaner in a cleaning services company, or even more sometimes, for the embassy. And that is their career path, for themselves, and could have a regular working hours and benefits for companies' employees. So without skills recognition and acknowledgement of new skills acquired by migrant domestic workers, they will be trapped, of course, in the never-ending cycle of unskilled work, vulnerability, poverty, and migration at the end. Additionally, skills development and certification contribute to empowerment. They attribute to personal growth and better participation in society, of course. So in terms of skill development, TPQI is working not only for Thai workers, but we are working for migrant workers as well. Going back to the example of migrant domestic workers, the skill training program by IOM for migrant workers and some employers help develop transversal skills such as foundational skills they can use when they change jobs, help them learn in many fields, and help them better integrated in the society. So finally, skills development of domestic workers mean they can do more for the employers. So let me tell you a few examples I have seen from our collaboration with the IOM and its partners. So one obvious example is language training. So of course, employers often pay more for domestic workers who can communicate because it helps with the work and the relationship with the employers or the family, of course. So another that I have seen is that domestic workers who have enrolled in basic elderly caretaker course could take proper care of the elderly care. At home. And one more example is a domestic helper who have participated in a cooking course from other organization or NGO. So their helpers can, cook better for them and learn some hygiene practices. So this is why we think that their skill development for them are very important and to reinforce them in occupation and profession.
Thank you. I couldn't agree more. And you have done such an excellent job of illustrating how valuable skills development, recognition, certification is, not only in the short term for workers and employers, but also thinking about the transferable nature of so many of these skills, how they are also skills for the future, and as you said, really empowerment of women workers. So you've already highlighted a few examples of TPQI's involvement in this space. I'm wondering if you can share with us, from your perspective, what still needs to be done to increase access of migrant domestic workers, especially women, to skills development and recognition schemes?
Sure. Well, TPQI is a public organization, so we are a government agency actually, so chartered to develop occupational standards, assess workers and learners against the occupational standards and competency standards, and award professional qualification. So whatever they have graduated from, we don't care. What we care is they can do the job. They are competent to achieve the job. So IOM and TPQI have worked together under the program called PROMISE. TPQI assess and certifies domestic workers and supports training according to the occupational standard. We are what we call e-learning or e-training with partners. If training is needed, of course, well, the IOM organize transversal skills training and works with partners to raise awareness of the benefit of skills certifications. So these work are complementary. The phase 1 of the PROMISE program has concluded successfully. It's done. And TPQI is delighted to see external evaluations feedback that certification that comes from skill assessment is crucial. So furthermore, skills certification by a government authority such as TPQI tells you that they have skill according to the occupational standard or our national standard. Certification has robust quality assurance mechanisms that ensures consistent outcomes, and it is accepted domestically and abroad. So the domestic workers could use them in Thailand and when they return to their home countries as well. So this is one of our goals that they could use the professional qualifications as a stepping stone to apply for jobs in the hotels or cleaning service companies or get further training so that they can break the poverty and migration cycle. We also get positive responses from business and employers for that. So when IOM organized a public and private committee meeting, the Thai employers stated clearly and that several sectors in Thailand depend on migrant workers, of course, as Thailand is still among the first countries of receiving country of the migrant workers. So, and they have been supportive of skills development. So the employers sometimes bore the burden and cost of training themselves, but they could only do so sporadically. So skill training and certification under the PROMISE program has helped skills development more systematic, more accessible for migrant workers, as well as more readily available for employers. So although many good things already happen, so there is always room for improvement. From our collaboration to recognize skills of migrant domestic workers, we found that one common challenge female migrant workers have faced is that they often have to juggle between working long hours and taking care of families. So they do not have time left for skill development anymore. So going to skill training could also mean workers don't show up for work and don't earn money. And in addition of the situation of COVID-19, that makes going to skill training harder. Therefore, it's timely we think about making greater use of online skills training. And with IOM, UN Women, and SDC, so we have launched what we call Mid-Thai, which means Thai Friendship, a platform that hosts useful information for migrant workers in migrant languages. So TPQI has supported this by providing our e-learning materials to be translated and put up on the platform called MidThai. So the migrant worker can learn more about many skills by the online. So the online learning could help enhance access to skills development because migrant workers could access it anytime, anywhere. So we could put more relevant skills training contents on more platforms. So furthermore, statistics show that women migrant workers have been more affected by COVID-19. So if we could think about making more online training contents specifically for this group to learn new skills for new jobs or even for develop themselves in other skills, so that could also help for them.
Thank you, Kunjulada, for sharing so many valuable insights that came from the evaluation of your experience so far, highlighting the proven significance of certification schemes, also the benefits of having public-private engagement around this issue to talk about what works and what doesn't. And I also really appreciate that you came to recognize the time limitations. You know, it's been said a number of times that migrant domestic workers are lucky if they get one day off a week. And of course, they often have other personal obligations to tend to. So creating that time to do skills development is so challenging. And so, you know, I would encourage any employers that are tuning in today to support domestic workers to be able to do skills development even on other days of the week. But I am certainly glad to hear that there are new opportunities to leverage the increasing accessibility of the internet, especially through mobile devices, for migrant workers, for women workers to be able to access this very important skills training. Now, again, I'm going to encourage people from the audience to continue to ask questions, continue to upvote questions that are there. But before I go to questions from the audience, I do want to do sort of one rapid round where I'm going to ask one question to all of our speakers here today. And you know, we have discussed in a variety of ways, we have recognized that migrant domestic workers are often neglected in the discussion of business and human rights. And it is likely because they are working in private households and are not directly employed by companies. Yet, as has been mentioned, across Asia, staff spanning multinationals to small and medium-sized enterprises can only go to work because they employ domestic workers in their homes for necessary childcare, elderly care, housework, and more. So our discussion has already begun to shed valuable light on how business can and has supported inclusion of migrant domestic workers in the broader business and human rights agenda. So my question to all speakers now is I will invite them to share one idea or one recommendation for business for what they can do to initiate today to inspire their community to care about the welfare of migrant domestic workers. So I'm going to welcome one call to action from each of you. And I'm going to mix the order up a bit. So Fish, I'm going to ask you to share your recommendation first.
Thank you. Really, human rights for everybody is on all of us, on our hands. So let's work together and ensure all the employment agencies like the We Are Caring company in the Singapore that has proven that having a private employment agencies can help to promote human rights and to avoid unhealthy competition by diminishing or in promoting abuses that's faced by the migrant domestic workers. Join with us to promote and call the governments to ratify the International Labour Convention 181 on private employment agencies and promote the following, promote the government to have regulatory framework and laws and policies to ensure the private employment agencies are following a code of practice and to have a adequate protection and prevention of abuses. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Fish. Marie, please share your recommendation.
I think I will just add on to what Fish said. I think the role of agencies is really critical for us. I think also getting more conversations between the agencies and businesses that have staff that employ domestic workers is really key. And to engage with them directly to see how them and their employees can address these issues practically is key, because if they're not aware of the solutions, they cannot decide that they can take, that they can be part of the solution afterwards. So I think the FAIR pledge that was mentioned before is a good example of this. For us, we don't have formal agreements with companies like this, but we do engage with businesses and also embassies that refer their staff directly to us. Because they like the ethical aspect. And also, if you have a high-level executive or diplomat, you need to know that your hiring will be the right one from the start, and that the helper is trained and can handle the domestic life so that you can go on with your duties with the business. And for those families, when we walk them through the responsibilities of having a helpers, often their first-time employers, they were not aware of the legal deductions that can take place in Singapore, what it's like to manage a helper, what the hiring process is like. So I think more collaboration, like Fish said, between the public and the private sector. But for me, I think between businesses and the employment agencies is really key to commit to being a positive influence.
Great, thank you. Tapati, what's your recommendation?
Yes, thank you, Tara. Actually, as you know, that gender equality is really critical to business performance and also sustainable economic growth globally. So we say that equality means business. So I think that, and we have the very good example what actually already we heard from the panelists about the ethical recruitment and the business. So business can really contribute in this area to supporting domestic migrant workers, particularly to empowering them with the information and skills, I think. And also the partnership with the government, that is also really important. But I would say that they could more come up with their innovative idea to empower migrant women with the new skills like the digital skills, financial literacy, and other things. Yeah, that would be my recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you. And Kunjuleda, what's your recommendation?
So, well, I would say that if you are a recruitment agency, so maybe please think about organized pre-departure or post-arrival training, so that it could help with skill matching for migrant workers. So as TPQI, we got requests from cleaning service companies, for example, and domestic worker recruitment agency to help them to align their training program with the occupational standard. And they told us that the alignment would help with marketing, of course. So training and certification certainly helps migrant domestic workers, and it will also help improve companies' images, increase values of their services, and add an advantage over other companies. The other thing is, if you are in the business that are related to domestic work, you could consider hiring returned migrant domestic workers, as it's undeniable that there are a good number of migrant workers who have had to return to their home countries, especially during the COVID-19 situation. So there are a pool of skilled, competent, and experienced workers. Public and private partners could support recognition of prior learning or recognition of their skills, and business could hire them. So this will, help returned workers with reintegration and help supply productive and competent workers to the business. So this is what we recommend.
Excellent concrete recommendations. And I also appreciate that you touched on the considerations of recognizing that many migrant workers are not long-term, right? That at some point they will need to return home, and it's good to think about actions that can support their positive return and reintegration. And Susan, what is your recommendation?
Hard going last in the situation. There's lots of fantastic ones already shared. Maybe I'll share two from my side, and one is to encourage people to use your voice. So it's been touched on a lot today that a lot of the domestic workers don't have the same access, and ability to affect that change. And I think everyone on this call and all of our networks, so you can use your voice as an individual with your own personal networks, but also within your own companies to try and raise awareness. It's through organising training sessions or inviting some of the speakers who are with us today to come and talk to your organisation and your wider employee group to just raise that awareness. Something we've found since we've started working in this space has just been, I suppose, things that we assume everybody knows just aren't. And so you can never communicate enough, and you can never share the information enough, because there's always people who don't know. And related to that is for the corporate organisations on the call who aren't sure where to start. Everyone's at a different stage of the journey, and I'd really encourage you to reach out to others that you see who are doing some work and get some tips from them. There's no need to start from the beginning and to try and reinvent the wheel. And I think there's huge resources. Every organisation on this panel has got great access to resources, lots of information to share, as well as speaking to groups. So very, happy to share our journey in more detail with anyone who wants to find out more about some of the things we've done as well. So yeah, just try and continue to raising awareness in any way that I think we can is a great call to action, hopefully.
Brilliant, and I love that your offer to share from your experience and encouraging connectivity between all of us on the call today, everyone tuning in. I think that's such a nice. It's an excellent call to action, recognizing that we can all help each other in this really important journey. So I am delighted that we still have time for questions. There are a number that have come through. And so I'm going to share kind of 3 questions with the panelists now, just so you can start thinking, and then I will call on you individually to respond to them. So one question really stems from Susan's first recommendation to use your voice. And the question is, what can we do as individuals? And I think this question is especially relevant thinking about some of the xenophobic and discriminatory attitudes and practices that we're seeing. So I'd like our panelists to start to think about what your response might be to what can we as individuals do. Another important question is recognizing that employers of migrant domestic workers are individuals. They are not companies. And so what can we do? What kind of advice would you give to enhance a professional relationship between employers and their migrant domestic workers? What kind of advice can we give to really try to formalize that relationship within the home so that it does carry more of the respect and dignity afforded to the work that it is? And the last question that I hope we have time for is how do we incentivize companies to engage with their employees especially those who hire migrant domestic workers. So we've heard wonderful examples from Macquarie and other speakers around the importance of companies engaging with their employees as employers. But how do we inspire companies to start that journey? In addition to this conversation, of course, hopefully we'll be inspiring a lot of companies off the back of this. So yeah, there were 3 questions there. What can we do as individuals? How do we encourage a more professional relationship between employers and their domestic workers in the home? And how do we incentivize companies to engage with their employees as employers? So that first question as to what can we do as individuals, I might ask you, Tapati, to respond to that first. What would you encourage just each of us as individuals to do to try to increase the protection of migrant domestic workers in our community?
Thank you, Tara. As you asked, as individual, what can we do? Actually, as individual, actually we can create space for women migrant workers so that they can get gathered and they could have some solidarity among the other women migrant workers. So in this way, they could be empowered. So I would like to say that we can create space for them so that they can exchange their views, they can share their experience. As you know that women's experience as women, as also worker, that is very important, and they always have different kind of experience than men at every stage of life. So if they can share their experience with other workers, other women, and form the solidarity group, that would be very empowering for them. That actually I really would like to do for them as individual.
Thank you. I think that's such an important recommendation, to create that space for women to connect with other women. And so certainly, for current employers to ensure that their domestic workers have at least 1 day off a week to spend where and how they choose, and with their peers, including during COVID-19 and even with social distancing measures. I think that's a very good consideration. And I see Fish nodding. So Fish, I might ask you next is, what would you add to that? What would be your recommendation for us as individuals to consider?
It's a very sweet and caring question. Indeed, we have to care around and not to be bystanders when there are abuses and exploitations happening around. In IDWF, we are promoting a campaign called My Fair Home Campaign. And individual is not only individual. If we can connect individuals together to be collectively to build fair home everywhere, and we can have our fair homes together. And what does it mean? Is first, if you yourself is an employer or a family member of an employer of domestic workers, you can always do a lot. First, to really see the workers as workers, not maid, not slaves or servants, but it is a worker just like you and me, working in just companies, etc. But the work of these domestic workers, their workplace is in private households. So meaning, imagine if you can put yourself in the position of the domestic workers as workers, what will it happen? What do they expect? Like fair wages, having rest is very important. You cannot expect a person to work 24 hours to be standby 24 hours a day and have no day off. And there should be fair social security. There should be time for them to be live like a human being, like what Julada has shared, that they should also learn and have some learning and to have a personal growth as well, just like you and me. All of us need to have healthy and decent work together. So we hope all of us can contribute to this, to have My Fair Homes together. And with IWF and our domestic workers unions and organizations, we also from time to time got requests or call from other people who are non-employers, like security guard or a neighbor of an employer of domestic workers who witness or have doubt when abuse or exploitations are happening. Because in the neighborhood, you can always see the domestic workers next door, how she looks like, whether she is healthy, whether she is happy or very much depressed. If we can stay watchful in the neighborhood to these vulnerable and domestic workers, we can always help, and you can always call the domestic workers organizations in the destination country, and we can always help and really give space to the domestic workers to have the time together to form their organizations so that they can have a voice and to enjoy their proper life and human life together. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Fish, thank you so much for telling us all about the My Fair Home campaign. Also, I think your encouragement for us to practice empathy and really to put ourselves in others' shoes when we think about some of the decisions that we are making and the treatment that we are practicing. I think that's all so important. And of course also, you know, you've said it a couple times already that we should not be bystanders. If we suspect that someone is in a bad situation, we should reach out. We should do what we can to make sure that they're okay, or if they can get help if they need it. I'm mindful of the time, so I'm going to move to the next question around recognizing that employers of domestic workers are individuals. What can we do to enhance a professional relationship between employers and migrant domestic workers? And Juletta, I'm wondering if you could make a first attempt to answer this. What would be your advice to really strengthen that professional relationship between an employer and a domestic worker within the home?
Thank you. I think it mentioned a lot already about that. You know, allow if the employer allow domestic workers to, respect them is one. Respect the right of the worker is one of the most important things. Giving them times, have their own space, have access to the internet to learn by themselves, to have their own time, let them to go wherever they want, maybe on Sunday, to see their friends, their community, same nationality. So that would enhance a great relationship, a great, I would say, something that, when we need to consider our domestic worker as one of a member of our family. Actually, in Thailand, we have a lot of families where domestic workers belong in terms of the family. So we give them the opportunities to do things by their own, to go out, to learn, to watch TV with the family. So this is the important thing, and to treat them as one of human being in the family. So, and they need to know, especially you can share as employer the rights or even the security, social security for them, help them to be in the society with, proudness of their work. This could help them. This could help the employer and the domestic worker to have a great relationship professionally, and mentally as well.
Thank you. I totally agree. I think the fact that you opened your response with respect is so important, to respect the workers as workers, to respect their time, their space, their decision making, the skills that they have, the contributions they make, and to also ensure that there is comfort. And I think the only thing that I could add is, I think one of the things we have found is that positive communication, right? Creating a communication schedule where employers and workers sit down together once a week or once a month to discuss scheduling, what's working, what's not working. That really fosters the comfortable environment that you spoke to, Kunjulita. So excellent. And now I'm going to move to the last question around really how to incentivize companies to engage with employees, especially those who hire migrant domestic workers, as employers. And Susan, I'm going to ask you first. You've shared a lot of examples, and I'm wondering, having been at the start of the journey for Macquarie, how would you suggest that we incentivize other companies to join up?
And it's a hard one to try and tackle. And I think, like I said before, I think reaching out and learning from others is a great way to go. But I think one of the maybe secrets to success was the strong support and engagement we had from leadership at the top. Our regional CEO was very supportive of this issue and was very willing to put his name against the initiative to be kind of a key champion. And I think that has played a huge role in the success, in the fact that it was important enough to get his attention and to be included then in a range of communications, and around the way that he was able to also, I suppose, use that influence and network beyond Macquarie. And there was an element, I think, around a reputation, enhancing a reputation is an important part of it. Slightly related is it's not, I think people often see competition as a negative thing, but I think there's an element of kind of encouraging others in an almost competitive spirit to push themselves to raise the bar. And it's not about meeting the minimum. And I think, here in Hong Kong, there's a minimum wage for migrant workers. And I am always astounded that this isn't the minimum wage, for your entire career as a domestic worker, no matter how many skills you gain or experience you have. And, and I think it's raising the bar. And I think we've tried to do that as well with some of the engagement we've had, where we've said it's not enough to just be hiring. You want to be hiring ethically. And so I think by facilitating some of that, so as an incentive, seeing that, Macquarie has signed the Fair Hiring Pledge, and that has then encouraged other people to sign the Fair Hiring Pledge. So I think, using some of that external branding, that reputation, and not looking on it as a negative, but I think a really positive way to just raise the profile is one way that we can certainly incentivize companies. And the other piece that we, and maybe it's not necessarily an incentive for companies, but it's an incentive for the employees to get involved, and it touches on a little bit of the two questions earlier, is around that connectivity with the fact that migrant, the helpers are not just helpers. That's how they're seen, maybe, in many cases, unfortunately, in a home. But things like the Migrant Stars campaign that was run in Hong Kong last year, the Helper documentary that was put out a couple of years ago, just, I think, show that there's much more to these women in the large part than just what people are seeing. So I think they could be some ways that we could help to incentivize companies and their employees to understand more.
Excellent. Thank you, Susan. And Marie, I'm going to challenge you to respond to the same question, maybe in terms of incentivizing recruitment agencies in 30 seconds.
Okay. So maybe super quickly, we do see more and more that there are agencies either in Singapore or abroad also that are starting to shift to this model. Most agencies, we need to recognize, are very small agencies. Generally, they have a small volume of activity, but this model can really help them differentiate their offering from the other agencies. For the older, bigger agencies that are more using the traditional model, it will take longer for the change to take place, in part because this model is very disruptive to their existing businesses. So they don't want to cannibalize themselves almost when their existing business is very profitable. So it will be hard for them for everyone to make the switch, but we are seeing some progress. And also with COVID, with agencies not being able to operate in the traditional way, with the offices being closed, everyone having to shift to digital and being forced to optimize their processes and to innovate. We do see that actually there are some changes, and the agencies are encouraged to innovate, and ultimately it will lead to people shifting to the employer pays models and fairer practices, because when we look at the statistics and the results, the customers are happier, the helper are happier, and the retention is also longer. So I think definitely over time we're seeing some progress.
Excellent, and I'm so glad that we are ending this incredibly robust and inspiring discussion on a note that highlights, as hard as the past year and a half has been, that there has been some silver lining and perhaps some innovation, and changing the way business as usual is done will just continue to happen and will help us all to build back better. So unfortunately, our time is up. So on behalf of IOM and UN Women, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all of our inspiring panelists, as well as all of you for joining today and your excellent participation. As we heard today, there are ample opportunities for responsible business to proactively promote the welfare of migrant domestic workers in our communities. So thank you again, everyone, for joining us, and do take care.
Good evening, everyone, or good morning, or good afternoon, whichever part of the world you are in. I'm Harpreet Kaur, Business and Human Rights Specialist at United Nations Development Programme, Asia Pacific. Thank you for joining us today. Do you know how many people Google business and human rights? Well, almost none. Instead, they search for the names of the video games, movie stars, sports stars, and actors. People are less likely to search for People are likely to search for the best exfoliator and bucket hat than human rights. So, how do we tell our stories? Social media has changed the way we communicate and engage. Due to the widespread reach and effective penetration of social media in people's lives, lifted by the smartphone revolution and improved internet penetration, consumers are no longer passive. They are connecting and consuming information like never before. Facebook alone has 2.6 billion users globally, of which 1.2 billion are just in Asia Pacific. Add to this 2 billion users on YouTube, 1.7 billion Instagram users, 187 million on Twitter, and others on various social media platforms and smartphone apps. An additional 207 million Netflix subscribers and 126 million subscribers of Prime Video. In other words, if you look at the reach of social media, it could very well be another world out there. To this, add traditional media, roughly about 33,000 television radio stations and 44,000 radio stations in the world. India alone has 118,000 registered newspapers and publications. So, what I'm trying to say here is that the reach of media is far and wide, and very few remain untouched by its impact in today's world. The media, thus, can have a huge impact in educating and informing the public and can perform the role of agenda setting. It can be an agent of change, an agent of disruption, but with this reach comes the responsibility. The speakers at the session today will discuss the role of media and communications in promoting business and human rights agenda. And with that, I would like to welcome our esteemed panelists for this session. We have with us today Irit Tamir, Director, Private Sector Department, Oxfam America, Margie Mason, a Pulitzer Prize winner journalist at Associated Press, Priyanka Dutt, Country Director, BBC Media Action India, Priyanka Moghul, Media Manager, Business and Human Rights Resource Center, Rosebal Kagumir, Curator and Editor, AfricanFeminism.com, Tun Pinocchi, Founder and Director of Strategy at Sidekick. Special thanks to Irit for joining us early morning and Margie for joining us almost midnight. I must say, I'm particularly thrilled moderating this session today, as I've had the privilege of working both with BBC Media Action, where I started my career years ago, and with the Business and Human Rights Resource Center, where I learned my first lessons on the subject. A general announcement for the participants today. Participants can ask questions using the Q&A function on the right side of the platform. And with that, we would like to start the session today. Welcome panelists and welcome participants. Can we play the video, please? Thank you.
छत्तीसगढ़ के 63 बंधुआ मजदूरों को जम्मू कश्मीर के नौशहरा तहसील के झंझड़ गांव से मुक्त कराया गया। मजदूरों के मुताबिक पिछले 8 महीनों से मजदूरों को बंधक बनाकर रखा गया था। उन्हें न तो रोजी दी जा रही थी, न ही खाने।
बचपन से एक मन में रहता ना कि कुछ करना है, समाज से हमेशा हम लोग लेते हैं, देते क्या है। इसलिए मैंने जर्नलिज्म का फील्ड चुना और यहाँ रह करके कोशिश होती है कि इनके लिए कुछ किया जा सके। मुझे मेरे फ्रेंड ने बताया कि बीबीसी कुछ इस तरह के प्रोग्राम ऑर्गेनाइज करता है जहाँ पर बॉन्डेड लेबर्स को लेकर बातचीत होती है, बताया जाता है कि जर्नलिस्ट को किस तरह से बॉन्डेड लेबर्स के बारे में रिपोर्टिंग करनी है। तो मैंने कुछ मजदूरों पर स्टोरी की हुई थी, तो मैंने कहा मैं भी इंटरेस्टेड रहता हूँ इन चीज़ों में। बॉन्डेड लेबर्स को लेकर के एक गहन सोच जो जगानी चाहिए हमारे अंदर, वो चीज़ वहाँ पर देखने को मिली। और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात कि इस तरह की चीज़ें लोगों के सामने आएगी कैसे, NGOs से संपर्क कैसे करना है, NGOs आपके कैसे फ्रेंडली हो सकते हैं रिपोर्टिंग करने में, इस चीज़ को काफ़ी अच्छे तरीके से वहाँ पर सिखाया गया और एक अच्छा अनुभव रहा हम लोगों को। हेलो, जम्मू कश्मीर से कुछ NGO वर्कर्स का हमारे पास कॉल आया कि छत्तीसगढ़ के 63 मजदूर जम्मू कश्मीर में बंधक हैं। तो पता लगा कि वहाँ पर महिलाएं काम कर रही हैं, उनके साथ बच्चे हैं और उन्हें कई महीनों से वहाँ पर रखा गया है। उसके आधार पर फिर हमने रिपोर्टिंग की शुरुआत की और जो ट्रेनिंग हमने जो कुछ सीखा था कि किन किन चीज़ों पर ध्यान रखने की ज़रूरत है, किन किन चीज़ों को सामने लाने की ज़रूरत है, उन चीज़ों को सामने रखा और आखिरकार लगातार रिपोर्टिंग के बाद सरकार ने भी टीम भेजी और टीम भेज करके उनको वहाँ से मुक्त कराया गया। एक मजदूर को छुड़ा लेना, 63 मजदूर ले आना, 102 मजदूर ले आना, उनका पुनर्वास करा देना, यहाँ पर काम खत्म नहीं होता है क्योंकि बंधुआ मजदूरी कोई छोटी समस्या नहीं जिसको एक दिन में या 2 दिन में खत्म किया जा सके या 1-2 रिपोर्टिंग में ही हम ये मान के चले कि हमारा काम पूरा हो गया, क्योंकि बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है। ये तो एक शुरुआत है, ये सफ़र तब तक जारी रहेगा जब तक हर एक मजदूर को संविधान में जो अधिकार दिए गए हैं उसके बारे में वह जान नहीं लेता और उसको संविधान का पूरा अधिकार नहीं मिल जाता।
Thank you. And with that, I would like to invite Priyanka, first of all. Priyanka, thanks for allowing us to share this video. Now, this was one of the most successful campaigns at the BBC Media Action. Tell us more about this initiative and how BBC Media Action uses media and communications to achieve development goals. Priyanka, the floor is yours.
So much, Harpreet, and apologies for those of you who may not have been able to read the subtitles. I certainly couldn't see them because there was a sort of a super across it. So let me then quickly tell you what the program was about and what Devesh Tiwari, the journalist in that film, was talking about. This was work that we did in India almost about 5 years ago now is when it finished, looking at the prevention of bonded labor and focusing particularly on the most marginalized communities, largely tribal in fact, who were most vulnerable to being bonded, but also had the least access to information, had the least access to media and communication. A particularly challenging task for a media and communication project. What we did in this case was we wanted to make sure that we were able to sort of let people know what their rights were, what their entitlements were, what the law said about what they, how they were going to be protected. But also we wanted to create ways for them to recognize their own vulnerability where it existed and find ways both individually and collectively to protect themselves and look at how they could actually set things in motion for themselves that would make sure that they were not going to be in vulnerable situations when they left looking for work. And as a result, what we did really was we started with a radio program that wasn't actually broadcast on radio. So it was a radio style program, but that was executed through what we ended up calling listeners' villages. And it took the concept of a listeners group, so a small group of people who sit down to listen to content and then discuss it. And we basically expanded that to include 50% of the households in a village who then had an opportunity at different times in the week to listen to this program and sit down and discuss what it said. Now, what did that content actually say? The content came from the stories from within those communities. So these were stories that people were deeply familiar with. They were stories of things that had happened to their neighbors, to their family members. And what the radio program did was it represented those stories with potential sort of solutions for people to consider that gave people something to think about and something to discuss with other people in their village. We also, in order to do this, to deliver the listeners' village concept, we worked with civil society organizations who were deeply embedded in those communities already. So rather than trying to reinvent the wheel, we went with people who were already familiar to the communities that we were working with. And so BBC Media Action sort of stayed almost in the background of that conversation. In order to kind of expand that and make it much larger than just focused on those 110 listeners' villages that we worked in, we partnered with several media houses in the states that we were operating in and trained 100 journalists, not just in the BBC's approach to looking at sort of editorial journalism, but also in matters of bonded labor and labor rights. And we connected them, and we trained them side by side with the civil society partners that we worked with, thus creating sort of synergies and creating partnerships that have survived 5 years down the line, even after the project has ended, after our interactions have ended. And it was that partnership between civil society and media that led to an increase, a pretty significant increase, 400 articles on bonded labor issues and labor rights issues published in the space of 1 year, because there were these partnerships that were completely sort of organically generating stories for each other. It was also that sort of engagement with the media that allowed civil society organizations who identified situations where people were vulnerable or had been in a bonded situation to put pressure on the system to really create possible.
Priyanka, we are unable to hear you. Okay, so while we are waiting for Priyanka to come back, Margie, I'm going to move on to you because, in some ways, the outcome of your work isn't different from what BBC Media Actions Project did, that helped freed bonded laborers. However, you used an entirely different form of media. Your investigative series on slavery in the fishing trade reportedly led to rescue of over 2,000 workers. Tell us, how did it all start? What were some of the key challenges that you faced in reporting a story such as powerful but also as difficult to cover as well? Over to you, Margie.
Thank you so much for having me. We also were working on our project. I think we started maybe way back in 2013, and we published in 2015. And so, we had been working, my colleague, Robin McDowell, and I had been working in Southeast Asia as foreign correspondents for many, many years in various countries. And, we had often heard these stories about fishermen who were being trapped, or on these floating prisons at sea. And, we really kind of started, looking into this. And I was in Indonesia at the time, and, we ended up finding that these Thai boats from, Samut Sakhon in Thailand, there was this long history of, workers, mainly, poor migrant workers from Burma, Cambodia, Thailand, and Laos, who were being trafficked and sold. And this had been going on for decades. I mean, we often refer to it as an open secret. And, for those of you who are from Southeast Asia or have worked there, many people had heard stories about these fishermen who were trapped at sea, sometimes for a very long time. And, it's one of those things that, like, as a journalist, I think oftentimes, we had people tell us, well, that's an old story. You really shouldn't. People have written about that, workers who have escaped or come home. You should look at something else. You're wasting your time on this. And we really thought, this is something that we should look more closely at. So we really kind of used our investigative skills on this. And then we decided to kind of turn it upside down a little bit. And we ended up, after months and months and months of kind of digging, we ended up finding this island in Indonesia, in the Maluku island chain, called Benjina. And it was so remote and so small that even the Indonesians in my office, they'd never heard of it, and we had to try to find it on the map. And we were hearing stories that there could be men who were there and trapped. And we used a lot of technology. So we were looking online and kind of following ships that were moving between Thailand and Indonesia. We were looking at their routes. We were seeing that they were going there. And when we got there, we found that there were a lot of men and they were desperate. We had, men begging us for help. They told us horrific stories of, some of them had been at sea for years. They, had not been in touch with their families. They assumed their families thought they were dead. They were handing us pictures of themselves and saying, please contact my mother. Here's my picture. Tell her I'm alive. Tell her where I am. We found a graveyard with all of these names that were Thai names. But, the workers who were there said, no, this is my friend and he's Burmese and he was buried here. So people had died, were buried under fake names, because the Thai fishing industry, they needed to have on the books anyway, Thai workers on the ships. So in addition to that, we've actually found men who were in a cage. There was a company compound there and they would take these men, and as, if they were, for whatever reason, if they weren't working hard enough, or if there were any kind of, for whatever reason, they would put them in this, jail, basically of sorts, and keep them there. It was very small. It was, filthy. And, again, this was a form of punishment. They were beaten, men were killed, they were thrown overboard, they would die, they would be tossed in the freezers of the ships. They weren't being paid. It was the worst. It was slavery. And so we then went to Samut-Sakhon, and we saw the fish being loaded onto the big ships, and we followed them again through the technology. We saw when they were going to Thailand. We then physically went to Thailand and we followed the trucks as this fish was being unloaded, because we wanted to then follow the supply chain. So as the fish was being unloaded, we followed these trucks all over in the middle of the night in Thailand, and we eventually then were able to use U.S. Customs records to link the fish from Thailand back to some of the biggest companies in the U.S., Europe, and many other places. So we, Walmart, some of the big cat food, Fancy Feast, Meow Mix, many of the big companies, restaurants that are very popular here, pretty much every grocery store chain in America. And so we then looked at this from all 50 states and really were able to, at that point, connect these men who were in cages in Benjina to the American consumer, who, the people who were buying this. And it really, when the story was published, at the time, the fishing minister, in Indonesia was very strong. She had just come in and she immediately took action, and they went to find out if this was true. When they got there and confirmed that it was true, they immediately evacuated the men and started working to repatriate them. And then they went to neighboring islands and they found, I think, there were more than 2,000 men who were repatriated. And one man that I talked to had been enslaved and stuck in Indonesia for 22 years. So I think the story had enormous impact. There have been, laws were changed, laws that are being used now. A loophole, actually, President Obama closed a loophole in a law, basically banning anything made with forced labor from entering the U.S. And we did another project last year on the palm oil industry. And through that reporting, we also found grave labor abuses. And the U.S. government, right after we published, they banned all palm oil from two of the biggest palm oil producers in Malaysia and in the world. So I think what I would say is that, you can use investigative reporting. And again, you can take a story that some people might not see and you can turn it upside down and show it in a different way. I think a lot of times you just have to think about stories and really how to present them and how to make people connect. This is a global world. And You know, if you show people, you know, in America, how they're connected to this little island, Indonesia, and the people who are, you know, obviously, you know, encountering just enormous, you know, pain and misery from this work, you can really make a difference.
Thanks, Margie. Thanks, Margie. And I see Priyanka is back with us. Priyanka, I'm just going to hand it over to you before we move on to the next panelist.
Thank you so much, and apologies for having quickly suddenly disappeared off the call. I think, Margie, that was a fascinating story, and thank you for the work that you do. And I think it was that we were trying to achieve through the Bonded Labor Project as well, is to really empower journalists to do the same kind of reporting. And at the same time, use media and communications in a slightly different way, which is to really provide information and create a stimulus that allows people to sort of empower themselves and to seek solutions for themselves that really will help them protect themselves. And we heard sort of similar stories as well on the Bonded Labor Project. It was called Majboor Kisko Bola, which translated is "Who are you calling helpless?" And Majboor, if you change the B to a D, the word Majdoor in Hindi is labor or laborer. So it was an interesting sort of play on labor versus vulnerability. And what we found was some incredible stories that we weren't really expecting, to be honest, because we built into the program, for example, a missed call number primarily designed to get feedback from the communities about what they were hearing, about the content, and for them to tell us more stories that we could sort of repurpose and put into the content. And we very quickly started to hear stories of, you know, worrying stories. People were raising grievances. They were coming to us with sort of questions about, this is what's happened to my brother or my, you know, uncle or friends in my community, and do you think they're in trouble? And while we're not an organization that works in rescue and rehabilitation, we had a sort of a moral and ethical responsibility to do something about this. So we then took that back to the civil society partners that we were working with. And through that approach, again, because they had built these relationships and these partnerships with the media, they were able to sort of come together. So community, civil society organizations, and the media were able to come together and put pressure on the system, on government administrators and police officials and people who needed to take action. And through that action, we saw in the course of a year, over 200 people rescued from being bonded, which was quite an incredible story. We also heard fantastic stories about how women figured out through this process that they had other opportunities to come together and buy themselves out of situations that left them indentured. So, women coming together to create self-help groups where they were, able to sort of participate in micro savings and put together a little bit of money that would help them slowly buy themselves out of penury and out of this, enslaved sort of situation that they were in, and therefore actually breaking that generational chain that had been handed down to them. So it's incredible what you can do with the effective use of media and communication, even in a community where we were working was completely media dark. They had no access to television, no access to the radio, no access to mobile phones. And for those of you who are familiar with cricket in India, there were communities that hadn't heard of Sachin Tendulkar, who is pretty much God when it comes to Indian cricket. So it was, we were talking about really, really marginalized communities, but the power of media to be able to tell stories, tell their own stories, and use that really as a way of getting people to think and discuss things to be able to protect themselves is what was really exciting about that project.
Thanks, Priyanka. So what I'm hearing here is building capacities of the civil society organizations and the journalists, at the same time, but then working with the communities so that everybody, so that these different groups are also able to communicate and complement each other's in finding solutions. But one of the things that I really that I've heard from both of you is how are you using the information for empowerment, and how having access to that information in an easy way, understandable way, how that is affecting communities to to be empowered in itself as well. I'm now going to move on to Irit. Oxfam has led successful advocacy and communication campaigns. There have been many campaigns from Oxfam, and Behind the Barcodes being one of those. Irit, would you tell us more about this campaign? I think particularly how you use media and communications to strengthen your programmatic efforts in holding corporates accountable. The floor is yours, Irit. Thank you.
Thank you so much for inviting me here today, and it's a pleasure to hear these stories that others have been telling as well. As I hope most people know, Oxfam is an international development and humanitarian organization. We work around the world to eliminate poverty. And about 3 years ago, in 2018, we launched a campaign called Behind the Barcodes, which looked at 16 global food retailers that are operating mostly in northern markets like the United States, Germany, the Netherlands, and the UK. Companies like Walmart and Tesco's, for example, or Aldi or Ahold. And these are, of course, companies that source food from around the world. And Behind the Barcodes is a campaign that follows another campaign we did in 2013 to 2016 called Behind the Brands, which was a campaign that targeted the top 10 food and beverage companies like Coca-Cola, Nestle, and Pepsi. And I mention that because both campaigns utilize similar ways of using media and have a similar theory of change. And essentially, what we were trying to do in both campaigns and continue to do in Behind the Barcodes is to really spark a race to the top in relation to issues of sustainability and human rights. So we were really trying to get the companies to compete on their policies and practices related to human rights in the same way that they compete on product. And we did this by creating a scorecard in both campaigns. And the scorecard really analyzed both the policies and practices of these companies. In Behind the Barcodes, the campaign focused on 4 themes: transparency, workers, smallholder farmers, and women, and are really looking to empower rights holders at the end of these supply chains, where our food is really produced and processed. And we do this in a whole host of ways, as I mentioned, first through a scorecard. So we really try to sensitize the company around the issues that we want to see them improve upon. So we create a whole host of benchmarks and indicators in a scorecard. We do that, of course, with expertise from allies on these various issues and with civil society organizations on the ground. We then dialogue with the companies around the scorecard, trying to get them to understand what it is we want them to do. We then set a deadline for them to make their policies and practices publicly available, and then we assess them in the scorecard according to those publicly available data. Because that is a big part of the theory of change, is making these policies and practices publicly available and transparent to rights holders, so that not just Oxfam, but others around the world can hold these companies to account in relation to their policies. Then we publish those scores. In addition, we do research on the ground, and that's really where the stories of rights holders comes in, because the idea is to really show where the gaps in these policies are, and we do that by working with civil society organizations in countries to highlight the gaps in these policies and to show where there are human rights risks. So we've worked with communities in Thailand and seafood. And while many have told the story of people on vessels, we have focused on women who often are in the processing plants of shrimp processing, for example. Women who oftentimes have to work overtime to be able to even have a decent pay, who often face sexual harassment and discrimination by virtue of their gender, who often go hungry, frankly, because they don't make enough money working in these positions. So we really try to focus on some of the stories that have been untold in these supply chains. We've worked with communities in India and tea plantations. Again, often women who are picking the tea in those plantations, or women who work in the vineyards harvesting grapes for wine in South Africa. And the idea here, as I said, is to really show to the companies that there are human rights risks that they have not addressed in order to get them to change their policies and their practices. We regularly update the scorecard in order to then give companies credit when they do make commitments throughout the campaign. And a big part of the campaign is celebrating with the company when they do make commitments. We've used a number of media tools in these campaigns, including videos to get supporters and consumers engaged in the campaign, and to really highlight the brand risk for the company. So we will often use their brands in those videos or in our actions so that others within the company see a reputational risk related to these human rights. We do a lot of storytelling, again, lifting up the voices of the rights holders, a lot of online and offline actions. In the US, for example, we rented a food truck and did a whole food tour to highlight the plight of food workers in these supply chains and to tell the story of these food workers. And of course, social media is a massive tool that we use in these campaigns to engage consumers and supporters. In addition to that, we do quite a bit of shareholder advocacy and investor advocacy in order to get others that are interested in these companies engaged and highlighting the risks for the company. And frankly, Behind the Brands was able to get quite a number of commitments from the top 10 food and beverage companies. The campaign did not go away after 2016. It was not as publicly visible, but what we then did was go into what we called an implementation phase, really holding the companies to account, monitoring then how they implemented those policies in key sourcing countries and tracking that implementation. And recently we just came out with a report that sort of wrapped up all those commitments that came due in 2020 from that campaign, called Shining a Spotlight, which you can find on our website, and really talks about how companies implemented or didn't implement the commitments that they made. We'll do the same thing with Behind the Barcodes once that public phase of the campaign is over. But in the meantime, we continue to highlight it publicly. So that's how we use storytelling and media in our campaigns.
Thanks, Sarita. I think really interesting insights on how you've used, how you've used the race to top approach, particularly bringing out companies to share their data and information publicly as well. I'll come back to you on specifically, on race to the top, but I would first like to move on to Rosebell. You have researched and published on issues such as discrimination, rights of the migrants, digital democracy, peace and conflict. I mean, all of these are very, very complicated and complex issues. So we would like to hear from you, Rosebell, how does one simplify these issues enough for a layman to understand and engage, yet maintain the nuances that it requires? The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Greetings from Dakar, Senegal.
Rosebell, I can't hear you. Maybe you need to unmute yourself. We could hear you and then
I'm sorry.
it went quiet. Sure, please.
Oh,
Sorry, we'll have
sorry.
to repeat your question to mute yourself in between.
Okay. I was talking about the kind of work we do in terms of tracking down feminist movements and the push for changes every day in different African countries. So looking at how do you simplify, complex issues for ordinary people to understand and engage, I think it's very important to understand the role of storytelling and to know that at the heart of communications, you're trying to tell a story, you're trying to bring either story that is already known and continuous, and we have to fight complacence, but also looking at new ways, because when we talk about rights, there's always new violations, there's always new understanding of rights in a community internationally. And even when you look at the genesis of what we understand as rights, 50 years ago, the kind of normalization of certain exclusion of people is different today. So we constantly, it's very important to look at who is on the outside, who is excluded, even when you think that the right is already normalized. So for me, it's very important to understand that we are trying to tell a story, and we are trying to get this story to the different audience, but also there are people at the heart of this story, and understanding language. Because often understanding, for example, on migrants' rights or on racial justice, for example, very often people don't even understand, they don't have the language. They understand that a violation is happening to them, but they actually don't have the language to describe, for them to communicate what exactly is going on. So I think it's very important to connect with storytellers, people who are defining, who are giving us language. We always forget the language we use, that people have put in work to actually describe these things and give us the tool, because language is a tool, and also deconstruct existing language that dehumanizes people, that takes away people's rights. So being constantly aware of what is the new language we can use to empower, but what is old language we need to throw away, that we need to interrogate and say we can no longer use this kind of language. And a lot of times in the development sector, there's language that is still very exclusionary, and this it does not look like it puts agency of the people at the heart of it. So the continuous conversation around what kind of language do we use, I think is a very important one. And then on the we have to reach people at their point of understanding. Sometimes we come with ideas of understanding an issue, but then we forget that there are existing narratives and understandings within communities, that we have to step out of an industry kind of language and come to understand people's language. What is the language they express themselves in? How would they describe the violations? How would they describe the solutions to these issues? And translate a lot of these mechanisms that we are using to communicate into people's languages, but at the same time find out existing already mechanisms and concepts of rights that we can then be able to communicate in and find people at the level that they would truly grasp and understand the issue. And the other aspect I wanted to talk to is about understanding that we're trying to tell to describe rights, communicate on rights, and in a very challenging context with histories and hierarchies, be it gender hierarchies, be it colonial hierarchies. So we need to constantly be aware of the different dispositions that are in the society, and who has access to the medium, and some things can appear simple to a certain group, but then they're actually not that simple because of these different hierarchies and how they affect people's access to their rights, but also access to platforms and voice. So understanding voice for me is very important, and working daily, not just in saying, okay, I have a campaign, I want to go today and do this, but be plugged in everyday realities and know what is the story today, who is driving the story, rather than saying, this is my organization's story. We did at this place, we did this and we did that. I often find it like, at the end of the day, it's people's stories, people's experiences. So maybe if we try to look more, rather than saying, this is our organizational story, this is what we found out. I think it's very important to know that these are people's experiences. They have already found out before you found out, and then try to communicate in ways that how they would track down that. I think we put a lot of hierarchies of like, I'm the one who found this, and I am, and this is, it's very important to recognize like these kind of things, but it's also realizing if you're going to communicate on a daily basis that there's been people talking about this issue every day, especially the people in that particular community. So for me, social media, for example, gives us this kind of incredible inroad into communities, into different issues that every day in my work, if I want to know what's happening in Burkina Faso, I look up women in Burkina Faso online who are speaking out, who are talking about these issues. So that when we have a story from there, it is their story, it is them understanding the context and bringing it. And then we're building up, building with these stories, we're building with the people who are at the heart of this story. So I think that looking at incredibly centering audiences and looking at them as part of the production of your everyday issue is very, very important. And social media gives us that connectivity that we have not had before. And at least in my work every day, I rely heavily on social media to track down voices who people are already doing this, who are they've already simplified it, and how do we learn from them on the forefront and bring in maybe the larger context and the more nuance and connecting the dots. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for highlighting the importance of language and importance of particularly language in communications. In fact, one of the reasons that this forum is being featured, all the sessions in this forum are featured in 12 languages is only because I think we realize that these are the major barriers. We need to break the language barriers. And I think, Rosebell, what you said about putting people and, prioritizing people and putting them at the center of the stories is just so much important than putting any of our organizations or our different agendas in there. Thank you for making those important interventions. Priyanka, I'm going to move over to you, Priyanka Mogul. We have two Priyankas on our panel today. Business and Human Rights Resource Center has its own very unique approach in using publicly available information to advocate with companies and create pressure to take action. Would you share some of these approaches with us, and what has been your experience, particularly in engaging with the companies? Do you see when you use these approaches, do you see that the companies are opening their door, or is it like a roadblock and that's where you find difficulty? Over to you, Priyanka.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the Business and Human Rights Center is quite uniquely placed in terms of we have a very evidence-based approach to tackling human rights. I'm quite happy to kind of follow on from Irit and Rosebell, because I kind of see us as being a middleman of those two very important things. So on the data-driven side, we focus very heavily on what we call our company response mechanism. This is, it operates in all the regions that we operate in. It's available in 10 languages. But what it is when a specific allegation of misconduct or abuse is made against a company, and we find that the company has not responded to that specific allegation, we step in and approach them for that response. And to us, it's really important that this response is seen very quickly and very directly with the companies almost as soon as the allegation of abuse is made. And I think this all comes back to just making sure that there's corporate transparency at the heart of business and human rights. Our role is seen very much as turning up the pressure on these companies. We do a lot of sort of in-depth reports, but the company response mechanism allows us to pick up on these issues that some might think are smaller issues or issues that don't deem a company response. We don't really see it that way. We see our tool as something that provides civil society with all the allegations made against a company and all their responses. So if you go to our website, you can type in a company's name and look at their history and how they responded to these allegations. And for me, as sort of media officer, I think that provides really useful context for journalists when they're reporting not only on human rights issues, but on companies in general. So we'll work a lot with journalists whose beat is fashion, who do a lot of work reporting on fashion companies, not necessarily reporting on these allegations, but we try and show them that these companies that you report on also have a history of being engaged in some really serious allegations. We also have a very close relationship with journalists where when they're unable to get a response from companies, we sometimes can step in and play that role. But equally responding to allegations of abuse that are made in the media and making sure that we're approaching companies to seek a response to those allegations. At the same time, kind of coming back to what Rosabelle said, we're very aware of the people behind these data points. And I was quite happy to join the Resource Center and realize that it's not always about our media coverage. It's not an aim to get us into the media. And when we are in the media, I'm never the spokesperson for whatever the issue is that we're being approached for. It's always our regional researchers. It's always people who are on the ground, who are experts. And my role is very much just to connect the right journalist to the right expert. And that is something that is really, really, really important to us. It just means that amplifying voices of communities, especially those who are impacted, that's one of our strategic priorities. So they're very much focused on the victim-focused approach to human rights. But when we talk about remedy and what companies are doing to right these abuses, we don't talk about just what they're doing. We talk about whether the remedy is satisfactory to the workers who've been impacted. And so we're really looking for the media to start looking at these issues in the same way, and recognizing that it's the worker voices that have to come at the top. We personally don't believe that all media coverage is good media coverage. We're quite strategic about the sort of media coverage that we put out. We prefer to work quite closely with journalists. A lot of our researchers have a very sort of close personal relationship with them. I very much advocate for sort of longer off-the-record conversations that can provide context. And when we do have a launch of something, usually our press releases will be very tailored to different journalists. We just released a benchmark on forced labor in the apparel and footwear industry, and we had 5 different press releases just to make sure that we're pulling out the right set of information for the right journalists. And so my advice to people who are reporting on these issues is to sort of figure out what your audience is and what angle you think will have the most impact when you report on these issues. If your audience is more of a general public, maybe you're looking at an angle of consumer pressure. But for the financial publications, we try and make them put the pressure on investors instead. Who are the investors who are investing in these companies? Do they know about the allegations of their portfolio companies? And so for us, as well as the journalists, it's very much about sort of understanding our unique position within the human rights issue that we're working on. As a former journalist, I'm very aware of time pressure on journalists these days. I think it's amazing that Margie was able to do that investigative work, and I just wish that more journalists had the bandwidth to do that. And so I think we are very much also focused on how can we make this easy and not too time consuming, but make sure that journalists get the full context and the understanding of these issues, because there really is so much nuance that doesn't go into a press release. And I personally find that the best pieces of coverage we get are when the journalist has had at least a few conversations with our experts, rather than just lifting information from a press release. So I think it's always just to have that worker voice at the heart of your story. We're quite proud to be the people who will pass you on to people who can be a spokesperson, who are not us. If we think there's someone who is better placed, we're happy to do that. So I think we really see ourselves as a resource for journalists, rather than being the people who can talk on these things quite expertly.
Thanks, Priyanka. And with that, I would actually move on to Tun Pinkau, because what I'm hearing is putting people at the center, putting workers' voices, putting the affected communities at the center. Well, Tun, and I've been working in the development sector for years now, and I'm just sort of saying by my own experience, and I think all of us feel the same way, is for us, every story is like a success story. We kind of feel like this is a story that needs to be told, this is a story that needs to go out in media. And at the same time, having interacted with journalists, it seems like well, this is the same story that your organization and 15 other organizations are telling us every single day. So I think my question for you would be, is given your experience and the kind of work that you do, what do you think, what would you say are the key lessons for campaigners to produce content that is newsworthy but also engaging at the same time? Over to you.
How are you? Hi, everyone. So, yeah, thank you so much for the question. So, yeah, my name is Tun. We're from a social change agency called Sidekick. So we work across Asia creating, positive change through collaboration and co-creation. So, when we're looking at engaging or creating engaging campaigns and as well as making it newsworthy, the first thing that we do is we look at audience. That's the first thing we tackle. That's the first question we always ask audience. And that's something we always talk to clients about. Can you, try to put yourselves in the shoes of the audience? And the audience, there's two types of audience for us. There's the mass audience, which prefer a more simple message. And then there's the experts, the academics. Sometimes the media, especially beat journalists, have been following an issue for a long time. So that's more of a complex message. So when we create or design campaigns, we think about both of these groups. How we engage with them, each group is different depending on the complexity of the message. So if I can give an example, a campaign that we worked on in reintegrating former female offenders back into society. So within the same space, within the same event, we created two distinct activities. One was designed for the mass public, a street food fair where ex-offenders could launch their products and innovation to the public. There was also a concert where female ex-offenders, influencers, a concert that people could enjoy and understand the issue in a more kind of relaxed way. And that in the same space, in the same time, there's also we organized a TED Talk for business leaders to express their commitments and their active support to create the best chance in life for ex-offenders. So within this same space, we provided, for the public to engage, as well as the media from different beats, different interests could engage in different issues, can actually engage, not just talk about problems, but also solutions. So that's something that we're really keen on in talking about when we design activities or engagement, is talking about both problems and finding ways of to talk about solutions. And the other thing is, voices from disenfranchised communities. So voices that journalists can actually speak to, can get information directly from. And all this is packaged in a new sort of innovative way that it's different, and people get the information that they need. They can join, they can be part of the campaign. We can mobilize them, and also the press from different types of beats can also get information and understand the issues. So that's kind of how we see a lot of the campaigns and how we design our campaigns. Another tool that we use a lot in our design of interventions is co-creation. So when we're designing a campaign, a lot of the time we co-create with the audience themselves. So an example could be a campaign that we've been working on with IOM, with UN Women, around migrant workers accessing support for violence and exploitation. So what we did was we wanted to understand how they would access information, the ways that they access and enjoyed sharing information. So what we did was we spent time with them. So we spent times in their house, in their homes, and when they took breaks, we went to temples with them. So we tried to understand what really influences them. We found that music was a key influence in their life. They only had a few hours a day breaks after work, and that most of the time was spending listening to music, and a specific type of music as well. EDM music. I'm sure you guys have heard of EDM or electronic dance music. So they enjoyed electronic dance music together with sort of a country music twist to it. So what we did was we brought the migrant workers to create this EDM mix, and we launched this product to migrants, and it was such an amazing success. People were writing down numbers, hotlines, because they've never heard anything that's kind of specifically created for them. And it was something that they could enjoy, something that they could share among their networks. And digital is a big thing for migrant workers. They spend a lot of their salary on accessing to mobile data. So that's one of another key sort of toolkit that we use to engage with the public. So audience is key. Our campaigns are never sort of the same twice because the audience always shifts and change. So we try to tailor our campaign to the audience, and it can be a campaign that's targeted at simple messaging or a very complex message, or it can be a completely offline campaign depending on what we work on. So these are some of the things we try to think about. Thank you. Over to you guys.
Great. Thanks. Actually, if I may ask you a follow-up question, which has been posed by one of the participants here online. How can we leverage social media to reach youth and other perhaps not following traditional media? Any insights on that?
To leverage youth, I think again it's back to the audience. So for a campaign that, for example, a campaign we're working with Internews on, we're working with different demographics, with digital natives. I'm sure you've heard of digital natives, digital migrants. So digital natives are people that were born into digital, and digital migrants are people like myself. I had migrated ourselves into the digital world a bit older. So we working with them, understanding how they consume media, and it's very, very different to how we use. They have various different social media accounts. They have 3 or 4 Twitter accounts, Instagram. So it's really understanding how they use communications and how they share. And then we design that, we tailor that to their needs. So we ourselves are not the experts. So we have to try to understand them, and then we incorporate them into our design of campaigns, and we they help us drive those campaigns towards success. Yeah.
Great. Thanks. Margie, I'm going to come back to you. We're all sort of living in this world of competitive demands, interests, and markets. And if you look at media, the stories are changing every single day. A month ago, we were all sort of talking about COVID and its impact in India. We're talking about Uyghurs in China, Israel, Palestine, Belarus. I mean, the stories are changing, every single day. And if you look at these kind of stories, what's happening with the people, in some ways it seems like, what story do we pick from, right? It's also the pressures that the media houses have, or if not just the pressures, it's also about what's the news. And this, what you said, I think Rosebell also said that the situation is, there. You mentioned how it was kind of a hidden secret that this situation was already prevalent. In that kind of an environment, how do you really bring about these stories that require investment, both, not just in terms of the finances, but then also the time that is required? Priyanka talked about the pressures that, journalists have in terms of time. What advice would you have for journalists, who cover or would want to cover human rights? I mean, where should they start? And I think most importantly, how do you convince your editors to, to invest in the stories, particularly that required more, more time and sort of, more, I think a lot more time, but then also a lot more resources as well. The floor is yours, Margie.
Thanks. Those are all really great questions and not easy to answer. What I'll do is I'll just give you my experience and kind of how, I have managed to do this over the years. I've always been extremely interested in issues of human rights abuses, social justice issues, in particular, women and children. For many years in Asia, I was the regional medical writer for the AP. So often I would go around writing about, various health issues. And I mean, I don't think there's any more basic human right than health and education. And so I would often be able to, in that reporting, really hit on a lot of human rights abuses and issues, again, often within very impoverished, marginalized communities. And in doing so, I think, I've always loved with the work that we do, we really try to marry, the narrative writing. And so really putting the idea of the person, or in the case, of labor issues, the workers first. And, with the investigative work, often what we would do, or what I would do, is have kind of these bigger stories going on the side. So I would be covering, I mean, I work for the Associated Press. Everybody knows AP, we are the breaking news, on top of whatever story, biggest in the world, we're everywhere. So, I would be, let's just say, in Indonesia, and maybe there would be an earthquake or a tsunami or something, constantly plane crashes, all of this news happening. And so you have to do the daily work, but, you have breaks, and you're traveling around. So while you're out covering this earthquake or covering something else, maybe you have a chance to talk to some people about whatever it is that your bigger investigative project's about. Or maybe you're, I'm going off to Bangkok for something, and I'm going to then, meet up with some sources there and talk about these other issues that I'm interested in. So, I always kind of kept these little side projects going. And then that really just evolved into more. I mean, now I'm, a full-time global investigative reporter for the AP. And so, my editors know that when we start in on something, I mean, we just finished this, as I mentioned, this massive palm oil project. And so it was more than 2 years of reporting, which in our world is just incredible that we would be given this much time. But I think that the reporting is very important. It has, we've now shown that it has a lot of impact. People care about it. When we publish our stories, they're oftentimes, especially for the AP, 3,000, 4,000 plus words. That's a lot. And we find that people engage, they read, they're interested. Some of the top stories are, some of the investigative reporting that we do along with, other people on our team. So I do think that there's an appetite for this. I know that every day, I think we are all swimming, myself included, in all of these headlines and talking heads and people yelling, and, it just seems like things are just happening everywhere. But those stories oftentimes kind of flicker, they're hot for a day or two, and then, we move on to the next thing. And I do think that these bigger projects, and I mean, as consumers, you can think about stories that you have read or seen and things that have stuck with you. And I think that's really the challenge and also the goal for us. And so I think it's easy for, journalists, we're overworked, we're underpaid. We've just got things coming at us from all directions, oftentimes understaffed. But, if you're passionate about these stories and you understand that they really are important and they can force change, that's kind of in the back of our minds as investigative reporters. You want to expose something, you want to show the world, you want to shine a light on it, but you don't just want to step away. You want to see then something happen. You want there to be impact. And I think that with this kind of really hard-hitting investigative journalism, and again, it's holding feet to the fire, right? When you name these companies, when you go after these financial institutions, and you are, your reporting is so locked down, you basically got it from all angles. It's really hard for people then to, step away from it. And what we've seen with the seafood, we also wrote about the shrimp and the peeling sheds there. I mean, then you see groups and you see civil society and all these people come in after, and really then take this issue and try to build on it. And, we're hoping now that we're going to start to see more of that with the palm oil as well. And there's so many. I mean, you've mentioned garments. You can pick pretty much any industry, any major industry, and find labor abuses. It's all about, labor's expensive. How can we do it cheaper? And it's at the expense of oftentimes migrant workers, women, and unfortunately, in a lot of cases, children as well. So, I just hope that, if there's journalists watching this, that, you know, they'll be inspired to go and do this type of work, because it's really important and it's also really rewarding.
Thanks, Margie. I think it's really inspiring to hear your words, and also, just looking at that these stories are all there, and and also if you pick up any industry, I mean, these are the issues that are widespread across all industries, irrespective of the sectors and the countries that we're looking at. So thank you for saying that, these are the stories out there. What we need is to sort of just go out and start working on these stories as well. Also, I would like to just maybe make a brief announcement here that the United Nations Development Programs, the Business and Human Rights Asia project, we've been working with a few journalists to develop a handbook for journalists to report on business and human rights. I think we are planning to sort of launch this handbook in about 2 months' time. And I know, Margie, some of the authors had reached out to you, and also your interview is in there. So really looking forward to working with you and others on that handbook as well. Thanks. Moving on to Irith. Irith, you talked about this big behind the brands campaign and behind the barcodes campaign, and we've looked at how because these brands were, these campaigns were also targeted at the multinational companies, the big companies. So there are reputational risks. There is consumer pressure. There is pressure that you can create through investors, and it works in a very, very different way. Now, when we're talking about Asia, and we're talking about sort of global economy, the small and medium enterprises, we cannot forget about them. How do you think the success of these campaigns, like the behind the brands or behind the barcodes campaign, how do you think these campaigns can bring about the change in small and medium enterprises? Any lessons that we can learn? Because I mean, for them, the reputational risk are perhaps not as high as we're looking at for multinational companies, or the investor pressure. So how do we use these strategies, for bringing in more accountability with the SME sector? The floor is yours.
Great. Thank you so much for that question. Part of the theory of change with both campaigns was really targeting as you say, the big multinational company, but with the goal of having their policies and practice cascade throughout the supply chain and really impact also the small and medium enterprises that they are sourcing from. And what we find with many of these multinational companies is that they're very focused on, at most, maybe they're tier 1 or tier 2 suppliers, but they aren't reaching all the way into those small and medium enterprises. And so the goal here was really to get them to appreciate what was happening at the end of the supply chain. And the idea here is really to get them to do good human rights due diligence in line with the UN guiding principles. And we do that by highlighting, as I say, the risks at the end of the supply chain, and then ask them to do the human rights due diligence so that they understand exactly what's happening throughout the supply chain, to trace their supply chain. In many cases, these multinational companies don't even know where they are sourcing from, where the shrimp comes from, where the tomatoes come from. And so the idea here is really to get them to both be transparent and trace the entire supply chain, and then create policies and implement them throughout the supply chain so that those small and medium enterprises understand what the expectations are. I think the other way that we get small and medium enterprises, particularly in places like Asia, to understand these expectations is to have them demanded by their buyers, right? Because you're right, oftentimes they are not consumer facing, they are not vulnerable to the same pressures that the multinational corporations are vulnerable to, because they don't have consumer end buyers. And so it's really getting the bigger buyers to put the pressure on those small and medium enterprises, but also to make sure that they have the resources, because at the end of the day, it is exactly what Marjorie said. It can't be about cheap labor. And it's often about cheap labor because of the prices that the suppliers are paying, the demands that they're putting on those small and medium enterprises to get the kind of quality that they want in the time they want for as little money as possible. And so the idea here is really to highlight that the share of value throughout the value chain needs to be distributed more equitably. And by doing so, then those small and medium enterprises hopefully can invest more in the labor and in the resources that they need to be good suppliers and respect human rights. So the idea here isn't to just put pressure on small and medium enterprises, but to also make sure that they get their fair share of value throughout the value chain. And ideally then the whole value chain is lifted up, and those at the end of the supply chain are able to see the rewards and benefits from that value chain as well. So that's sort of the theory of change. I'd also say though that in making the companies more transparent, we've also been able to see civil society be able to engage those small and medium enterprises in country by knowing exactly where the big buyers are sourcing from. And that has been sort of a puzzle to unlock for many civil society actors, right? To understand that it's Coca-Cola who's sourcing sugar from that sugar mill, or Unilever who's sourcing palm oil from that mill, etc. So when we're able to unlock it, then we're able to see civil society engage the various actors to be able to then ideally put expectations on those other suppliers as well. So that's how we see sort of this cascading effect supporting and lifting up small and medium enterprises to do better for the supply chain.
Thank you for that response. Priyanka, I'm going to move on to you. There's also a question for you from one of the participants here. But before that, you've talked about sort of putting the communities at the center. So any tips on how can we use media and communications to amplify the voices of the marginalized communities impacted, particularly by corporates? And I think the question for you and I'm asking both the questions at the same time. This is for you and actually other Priyanka. Priyanka Dutt has unfortunately dropped out from the session today. She was joining from an area hit by cyclone, and I think internet is not just supporting there. But Priyanka, if you could also respond to this question, which is about what are the typical or stereotypical biases that you observe among companies while working with them, particularly with respect to media or the role of media?
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. So I have the privilege of not engaging directly with companies. Unfortunately, it's my team who has to do that. But I think what we find over and over again, and this is something that Eric mentioned as well, is just this gap between policy and practice. And it comes up in every report that we do. And, companies like to point to policy and say, well, look, we've done our bit. And it's always a conversation that needs to be had about really understanding how policy isn't enough. It's just not enough. And I think the place of privilege that we come from as the resource center is just having built up this very close relationship with the companies over the course of time to be able to engage in that dialogue with them. So they're no longer kind of shunning us or shutting doors to us. But at the same time, we're able to hold them to account, and they recognize that that's the role we're going to play with them. So that second question is interesting because, of course, as new allegations come up, sometimes new companies come up in that as well. And we always get blowback from companies when they think that we've unfairly categorized them as not taking enough action. But, we see ourselves as being very fair to companies. Some might say we're too fair to them because we always give them that right to respond. And at the same time, we make sure that we're very clear when they don't respond and when they don't take satisfactory remedy. And that's all categorized on our website. So I think there are different companies and they react in different ways. We just released our apparel benchmark, and a lot of companies who were ranked poorly on taking forced labor action in their supply chains they refused to comment to journalists when journalists asked them for comment. And that gets tricky because for some reason, sometimes that leads to the story never being published. And I think different media houses tend to have different policies on this. Some media publications say that if the company doesn't respond, we can't go ahead with the story. And that's always tricky because I feel like the companies are starting to work that out, and so they're not commenting in the public domain. And that's why on our side, we're really, really strong on our company response mechanism and making sure that we're transparent about that on our website. When it comes to amplifying marginalized voices, I just want to emphasize that there's a very significant inequality in power and wealth globally, which allows business actors to shape an economy that really does prey on vulnerable workers, preys on vulnerable communities. So any story that you report on that has a company allegation at the heart of it, the story can't be based on what the company is saying in response to that allegation. It has to put the workers and communities at the forefront of it. It's their voices that should make it into the media, and that's why we very much take a back seat. We really see ourselves again as the person who offers solidarity and support to those voices and ultimately amplifies them through the media. As I was on this call, there was a union in Cambodia who reached out to us and wants to be connected with journalists regionally about an issue that they're currently campaigning for. Again, my role as media officer can get quite tricky because on the one hand, my role in itself signifies the effectiveness of it is how much media coverage we get as an organization. But on the other hand, our company policy is to very much make space and not take it. And so that's how we measure effective media coverage. I just want to also say that companies tend to have massive PR teams that allow them to shape a certain narrative in the press, in the public. And so it's really important that worker voices don't get lost within those narratives that the companies are shaping. So to any journalists who are reaching out to companies, who are reaching out to unions, I just want to keep emphasizing that it's really, really important to have that worker voice in there and to question who you're getting your comments from and which of those you're including and which you're not including, because journalists are a very important gatekeeper to information and how we shape this narrative. So it's just something to keep in the back of people's minds. We always say in the organization, make space, don't take it. And perhaps that's something that journalists can start to mull on as well, just that phrase of, even if you're not the journalist who's right for this piece, we'd love to connect with your colleagues, with other journalists who are the right people to take this story forward. And so I think when it comes to human rights, both the NGOs and the journalists need to sort of let go of that competition that usually dominates both these sectors and just sort of be aware that there are others who can do the job better sometimes.
Thanks, Priyanka. Margie, actually, if I may ask a follow-up question from what Priyanka said. She mentioned about sources, and particularly for the stories or the kind of stories that you're covering, the safety of the sources remains of utmost importance, right? I mean, this is where you want to cover the story, but you also want to ensure that you do no harm to these people whose stories you're trying to publish, but then also sort of not putting them on the line as well. How do you protect and how do you work around that balance where at one hand for your story to be credible, you have to put people out there, you have to have these first-hand account stories or narratives, but then also make sure that their life isn't in danger or doesn't get in danger because of the stories that are being covered. If you could respond very briefly on that. We've only got about 12 minutes and I would like to ask a couple of questions to other panelists as well. Thank you.
That is perhaps the best question that you could ask, because the safety of the workers is paramount, and it should be above any reporting, above any publishing. It is the number one thing, and it keeps me up at night. I'll just very briefly lay out on this palm oil project. I told you that we took more than 2 years to report that, and the reason that it took so long was largely due to the safety issues. I had to very carefully make my way into plantations when that was possible. But a lot of times we would have the workers come out, sometimes 1 or 2 at a time at night. We would meet secretly in coffee shops or hotels. Sometimes we would have to drive hours. And we spoke to more than 130 current and former workers at, I believe it was over 24 different palm oil companies across large swaths of Indonesia and Malaysia. And those are the two biggest countries in the world that produce, I think it's 85% of the world's palm oil. So, it's a big business. It's goes up into the government, very powerful, very, very, wealthy people are involved in this. And so if you're caught speaking out about the industry, it just can't happen. We couldn't allow the workers to be identified. And so we did not use any names of any workers that were in the field. And for a project of this size, any reporters that are listening to this, I think that should speak to the importance that this, the safety of the workers for both the AP, for us, and across the board. We tried very hard, even with the photos. We made sure that in the photos there were no license plates that you could see. There was no identifying factors in the background or even the numbers on the trees, so that, in any way people could be tracked down. In photos, we did not have any pictures of anybody's faces. Now, again, a project of this size, it was one of the top projects last year for the AP, to not have pictures of workers' faces and to not have their names. I think that right there speaks to, how seriously we take this. And all too often, I think journalists, and especially young journalists, they get very excited and eager, and the story, you're driven by it. There's pressure, but you have to stop. And as the journalist, you have to say, no, this is dangerous. This person can be harmed, or in some cases even killed. So I think that, again, extremely important question, and not an easy thing to navigate, but if you can't ensure the safety of the workers, then you should not be running the story.
Great. Thanks, Margie. Rosebell, I'm going to move on to you. A lot of panelists today talked about the importance of the collective advocacy, engaging with other civil society organizations and the networks that are already existing. How do you think we can build capacity of campaigners to effectively use the collective advocacy and the networks in highlighting human rights issues? It would also be great, from your work, if you can bring in the gender perspective as well.
Thank you. That's a great question, because collective organizing is always been the way forward in terms of bringing sustainable change in communities. For me, it's very important to address the issue of hierarchies when you come into a place and you're talking about different campaigners. You find that we put certain voices above others, and understanding that these kind of recreating hierarchies, even as you're trying to get people's voices across, becomes very difficult then for us to show this as a collective. So how do we ensure, because it's like you're responding to an existing system where hierarchy matters, like you have to be a CEO, you have to be an ED of some place in order to be taken seriously. So how do you consistently bring the fact that collective voices are more powerful than just this kind of hierarchical organizing, and really look at existing movements and lessons around horizontal organizing, and having the advantage of having a more mass voice than just identifiable few voices. And in this case, where issues have like a really deep social and political backlash, it can be very difficult to actually maintain that kind of hierarchical activism and campaigning, where you have only a few faces. On the cases, for example, of gender, how do you deal with businesses, for example, in different African countries, where we as countries, we still have really horrible colonial laws on LGBTQ people, which are people who are criminalized, and how do you ensure companies or human rights of these people are actually, of these communities, are upheld even by companies when the environment itself is like that? So definitely getting us more collective voices and looking at advocacy, both in that community, but also in terms of allies and creating allyship in a way that does not drown the voices of the people at the center, but understanding the risks on who talks when, and taking advantage of those dynamics of in terms of societal dynamics, who is safer and who's not safe to speak in and which time. So for me, that is very important, and that requires us to look beyond the hierarchy in terms of how we often come to a place and say, oh, we are this big organization and we want to talk on your behalf because the world takes us seriously. That is there, but how do we actually beat that? Because that is working within what is the status quo, not necessarily setting the next normalizing the status quo of having voice over people whose rights we are talking about. For me, that's very important, and knowing that collectives, that change has always been brought by collectives, smaller collectives, which are persistent in every day, and they don't come here and check out like sometimes organizations do, but knowing and understanding the mindset, our own mindset as we're going to situations, and the privileges that we have, and how those privileges can actually downplay the very cause we are trying to advance and work on it, for me is very important. And then finally, looking at when we're talking about corporations and big multinationals, and making ordinary people understand and how to build these small and sustain these small collectives to have a bigger voice, have one big voice at some point, is that currently the approaches of human rights campaigning and human rights activism have very much been disintegrated. It's like you go to places like, oh, me, I work on anti-corruption, I work on ecology and environmental activism, I work on democracy. And for me, the language of like compartmentalization of rights and not showing this as part of whether any environmental right touches on economic rights, it's a part of the political economy, and making people understand to get out of these boxes of activism that have been created across the world in a very narrow mechanism that says, okay, you're an NGO, we only work on these rights. And how do you connect those dots of other people, of the collectives that are so littered all over, but working on things that are actually, if they brought together, if you understood what connects there, which is about eliminating violence and eliminating inequalities in our societies and eliminating systems that sustain this kind of violence. For me, the challenge is how do we break out of this pigeonholing rights? Like, this is something is never purely a political right. It's a political economy, social culture, and backing out of this really pigeonholing of rights that is already normalized in our world. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. We only have got about 2 minutes, and I'm tempted to ask this one last question, which is being posed by the participant, one of the participant. But Margie, this is a question actually, mostly for you, and maybe if others also want to join in. Many a times, the issues that are being investigative are sensitive. How media cope with the challenges of suppression of press freedom and freedom of expression? Any quick responses on that? We've only got about 2 minutes left.
Challenge as well, especially if maybe you're working for, a smaller publication. I mean, I think it's a little bit easier in some ways if you're working for, like a big international company like AP or BBC or, the New York Times. But yeah, the journalists themselves can be targeted. And, you have to take precautions and be very careful and mindful of what you're doing as well, because oftentimes with these type of investigations, again, you are kicking a hornet's nest. I mean, it's a lot of money, and these people have, oftentimes what we found is it's very mafia-like in the seafood industry. These guys are armed, and so you have, again, you've got the networks, and then they are connected to these companies that are oftentimes in various countries, have connections all the way up into the government, sometimes very high government levels. So it can be very, very challenging. All I can say is, try to not, at least until you have to, make yourself extremely visible. I think working below the radar and really trying to just keep everything kind of as quiet as possible until you have to then engage with the companies and the governments. I think that's one way to do it. And just do your best and do your due diligence, and hopefully you will have a publication that's going to back you and publish once you've got everything nailed down.
Great. Thanks, Margie, for that response. We are just, it's 6:30 and we're just actually about a minute over our time. But any final comments or anybody would like to add to what Margie said? Great. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. It was a great session. I think we have quite a few takeaways. I'm not going to try and sum up the conversations that we had today, but I hope that this is the beginning of the conversations for change, and the business and human rights agenda can start engaging and can start using a lot more media and communications for the development work. Thank you, everyone.